Tisk, the clouds today are most unappealing, I remarked, reclining on the grassy bank of Nanhachuan with a lollipop in my mouth and both hands clasped behind my head. The setting sun stained the sky in hues of orange and red while the clouds resembling scorched cotton candy drifted in disarray. A gentle chuckle nearby broke the silence. Senior Lichuan certainly has high standards for clouds. I turned my head and saw that Lu Wanner, despite his tender age of 12, was lying beside me with both hands pressed to his head, squinting at the sky, his demeanor oddly precocious as he addressed me as seasoned Jonin without proper deference. What does a kid know? I retorted as I turned back, shifting the lollipop from one side of my mouth to the other. Lovely clouds can lift one's spirits, whereas unsightly ones only breed irritation. What a nuisance. Lu Wanner sighed. Even the clouds must be judged for their quality. I raised my hand, nearly delivering a blow, but remembering that his father was a senior Jonin and class leader, I let out a TSK and withdrew my hand. It wasn't fear that held me back. It was merely that I did not wish to trouble Senior Lu Jiu, one of the few people who always kept me in line. Let's go. I rose and patted the clinging grass off my black combat uniform, adding, I'm off to buy groceries. Lu Wanner slowly got to his feet and said, I'll come too, my mother has sent me to fetch miso. We strolled along the streets of Miami with one hand tucked in my pocket while the lollipop stick swayed gently in my mouth. The villagers instinctively stepped aside upon seeing me, and my red hair and the bandage on my face hardly made me appear as a gentle soul. Yet a few elderly vegetable vendors greeted me with unexpected warmth. Little Lichuan, today's radishes are exceptionally fresh, they called out. Here I am, and I've saved the finest salmon just for you. I replied in kind of subtle smile tugging at my lips. Lu Wanner stood by dumbfounded. What are you staring at? I glared at him. I never expected Senior Lichuan to be so popular among the elders. Lu Wanner scratched his face and remarked, You always wear that, come close and get it look towards everyone. I retorted, Tisk, shut it. I patted his head, a real smack this time, and chided, One must show proper respect to one's elders, that's fundamental. By the time we had finished our shopping, dusk had fallen. At a fork in the road, Lu Wanner and I parted ways. He headed toward the Nyla house, while I turned toward the modest cottage on the village's edge, purchased with my own hard-earned money, small in size, but a haven of tranquility. However, as I rounded the final corner, I was met with a thick plume of smoke. My home, or rather what had once been my home, was now nothing more than smoldering ruins. Wah! The lollipop fell from my mouth onto the ground. I stood frozen for 3 seconds before veins stood out on my forehead. Which bastard did this? I dropped the grocery basket and surged forward, only to be halted by a sudden appearance of ANBU operatives. Senior Jonin of Umbu, please remain calm, one ordered. The ANBU operative donning a fox mask spoke in a calm tone. This incident occurred when Senior Nyla, in pursuit of an enemy spy, inadvertently exceeded his ninjutsu range. The Hokage has been informed and will provide full compensation. Nyla, Senior Lugio. My anger subsided momentarily, only to flare up again. Even if it is Senior Lugio, one cannot just blow up someone else's home. My limited edition kunai set that I bought just yesterday is still inside. The ENBU side, Senior Nyla has promised to apologize to you in person. For now, please keep your distance, as there might be explosive seals remaining. I irritably scratched my red hair. The area under my bandage itched from the falling soot. Just as I was contemplating a breach, a familiar voice called from behind, Lichuan. I turned to see Senior Lugio, standing there, his face marked by contrition. Trailing behind him was Lu Wanner, looking sheepish. Senior Lugio, I greeted with forced courtesy despite my simmering anger. Could you explain this? Lugio rubbed his temple and muttered, I'm sorry, Lichuan. That spy we were chasing was exceedingly cunning. I momentarily lost track of my ninjutsu's range. Until your house is rebuilt, why don't you stay at my place? Both Lu Wanner and I exclaimed, What? Before he trailed off with Father this. Lugio waved dismissively. It settled then. Lu Wanner, go fetch Lichuan's luggage. Oh, it seems there isn't much luggage to fetch, he remarked dryly as he eyed the ruins of my home with a wry laugh. My lips twitched with suppressed anger. As much as I wanted to explode, I held back out of respect, only to end up coughing in frustration. Tisk, what a nuisance. Lu Wanner murmured under his breath before approaching and grabbing my wrist, saying, Let's go, Senior. We need to find you a place to stay. I shook off his grasp, exclaiming, No need to pull me along. I can walk on my own. Yet in the end, I accompanied the Nyla father and son to their home. Along the way, Lu Wanner stole several glances at me, his unspoken words hanging in the air. The Nyla residence turned out to be far grander than I had imagined. Senior Lugio's wife Nyla Jean, a gentle woman, and Lu Wanner's mother, upon hearing of my plight, immediately arranged a guest room. Make yourself at home, she said warmly. She smiled and then turned to her husband, adding, But dear, next time could you chase the enemy in a way that doesn't end up blowing up villagers' houses? Lugio coughed awkwardly a couple of times. At dinner, I proactively offered to cook as a token of gratitude for my stay. Mrs. Jean was somewhat surprised, though Lujo already expected it since I occasionally brought him homemade bento. Senior Lichuan can actually cook. Lu Warner widened his eyes. I snorted, what is that not acceptable? He replied, it's not that. It just doesn't quite suit your esteemed image. I picked up a carrot as if to strike him, only to be stopped by Mrs. Jean's gentle laugh. In that moment, the kitchen became my domain. Chopping, stir-frying, seasoning. A series of movements executed with graceful fluidity. In less than half an hour, a table laden with vividly colored and aromatic dishes was set before us. I began to eat. With hands pressed together, Lujo picked up a piece of teriyaki salmon and remarked to him, Lichuan, your culinary skills have truly improved. Mrs. Jean lavished praise while Lu Warner, after taking a bite, fixed his gaze on me for a long moment. What's the matter? Not tasty. I frowned. No. It's very delicious. Lu Warner lowered his head, his ears tinged with a blush, adding, I just never expected Senior to be so amazing. I snorted with a hint of pride, feeling a slight lift in my mood. After the meal, Lu Warner was assigned to wash the dishes while I was sent to take a bath. When I emerged, toweling off my hair, I saw Lu Warner carrying bedding toward the guest room. Let me handle that, I offered as I reached out. No need. Senior, you are a guest, he replied. Lu Warner dodged my hand, causing a corner of the bedding to fall to the floor. Tisk, so clumsy, I murmured as I bent down to pick it up, at that moment he also squatted and our heads bumped together. Ouch! What a nuisance! We both exclaimed simultaneously. I clutched my forehead, seeing Lu Warner's face just inches away. The kid, though quite handsome, always appeared as if he hadn't fully woken up. So, Senior, your hair. It really is this brilliant shade of red, he observed. Suddenly, Lu Warner remarked, it deepens when it's wet. I paused in astonishment, soon realizing I hadn't worn my headband, and my red hair flowed freely. I usually kept my hair in check with a headband, so hardly anyone had seen it in its natural state. Mind your own business, I retorted as I stood up and snatched the bedding back. And hurry off to take your bath, kid. Lu Warner shrugged and walked away. I stood in the corridor, clutching the bedding, suddenly feeling my face grow warm. Tisk, it must be that today's bathwater was too scalding, I mused. The guest room was comfortable, but I tossed and turned all night. Partly due to the unfamiliar bed, and partly because my thoughts were haunted by the memory of my exploded home and the treasures I failed to salvage. Damn that spy. I punched the ceiling in frustration. Just then there was a gentle knock on the door. Who is it? It's me, came Lu Warner's voice from outside. Senior, are you asleep? I replied curtly, I'm asleep. The door was pushed open nonetheless. Lu Warner, clutching a pillow and clad in blue pajamas with his hair in disarray, stood at the threshold and said, I can't sleep. He asked, shall we talk? I turned over and, facing away, replied, no. Go back to sleep, don't you have a mission tomorrow? There was no response. After a while, I felt the mattress sink, a sure sign that the kid had perched himself at the edge of my bed. Hey. I spun around sharply, only to see Lu Warner offering me my limited edition kunai set. Though the box was a bit scorched, the kunai inside remained perfectly intact. I had secretly retrieved it after the explosion this afternoon, Lu Warner said, while scratching his face. I thought Senior would surely treasure these. I took the box, momentarily at a loss for words. My bandaged nose began to itch again, and I rubbed it vigorously. Thank you. I finally managed to say, my voice considerably lower than usual. Lu Warner smiled. Not his usual languid grin, but a genuinely joyful one. Senior, your bashful look is rather adorable. Get out, I shouted. A pillow was hurled with precision, striking Lu Warner's face as he burst into laughter and fled the room. I then reclined and clutched the kunai box tightly to my chest. Tisk, that kid. Sometimes he isn't all that detestable. The morning sunlight pierced through the gaps in the curtains, stinging my eyes. I frowned and turned over, burying my face into the pillow. On the 5th day of staying at the Nara household, I still hadn't gotten used to this mattress that was much softer than my own. Ugh, I didn't sleep well. I rubbed my neck as I sat up, my nose itching from the unfamiliar scent of the pillow. Today is the weekend. Shikamaru doesn't have any missions, and Senior Nara is also resting. I put on my usual black collared shirt and ninja pants, casually tousling my red hair in front of the mirror. With my forehead protector on, a fresh band-aid, and a lollipop in my mouth, I at least looked like a decent Jonin. In the kitchen, Mrs. Yoshino was already preparing breakfast. I took the initiative to help out. We had developed a tacit understanding over the past few days. Shikawa-kun, could you help me slice the pickled radish? Mrs. Yoshino smiled as she handed me a knife. Sure. I took the knife and skillfully sliced the radish into even, thin pieces. Your knife skills are impressive, Mrs. Yoshino remarked. The girl who marries you will surely be very happy. Cough. I nearly cut my finger. Please don't joke like that. Mrs. Yoshino merely smiled and said nothing more. But those words planted a seed of unease in my heart. During breakfast, Shikamaru kept looking at me with a strange expression, a hint of a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. I glared back at him, but he pretended not to see, lowering his head to drink his miso soup. I'm going to the market today, I announced after finishing my last bite of rice. Is there anything you need me to buy? We're running low on eggs, Mrs. Yoshino said. And if you can find fresh mackerel, that would be great. I want potato chips. Shikamaru raised his hand. Who asked you? I shot him a glare, but I still noted down the shopping list. Before heading out, Senior Nara called out to me. Shikawa, the reconstruction permit for the house has come through. Work should start in about 2 weeks. That's great. I sighed in relief. Although the Nara family treated me well, it wasn't a good feeling to be living under someone else's roof. Thank you for helping with that. It's nothing, Senior Nara said, patting my shoulder. After all, it was me who blew up your house. I left the Nara household, my hands stuffed in my pockets as I walked through the streets of Konoha. The village was livelier than usual on the weekend, with many parents out with their children. I avoided the crowd and took a shortcut to the market. Turning a corner, someone suddenly blocked my path. Enko-senpai. I stopped and frowned at the girl in front of me with brown short hair and the Konoha forehead protector. She looked like a chunin, but I didn't have any impression of her. Is there something? I asked, briefly switching the lollipop from my left side to my right. The girl took a deep breath, clenched her fists, and blushed. Too like you, senpai. Please go out with me. Huh. My brain short-circuited in an instant. The lollipop fell from my mouth with a thud as it hit the ground. The girl lowered her head, not daring to look at me, but her voice was firm. I saw you fighting in the last mission, and I've been. I stood there awkwardly, feeling my face heat up. The nose under the band-aid itched like crazy, and I rubbed it vigorously, unable to think of how to respond. I'm sorry. I finally managed to squeeze out my voice dry. I'm not considering this right now. The girl looked up, her eyes already red. Is it because I'm too weak? I'll work hard to become stronger. That's not the issue. I ran my fingers through my red hair, feeling more nervous than facing 10 Jonin. It's just... Ugh. Just then I heard suspicious rustling from the bushes beside me. I turned sharply but saw nothing. Anyway, I'm really sorry. I bowed to the girl and nearly fled. I ran for 2 blocks before finally stopping to catch my breath. My heart was racing and the heat on my face wouldn't fade. What was going on? Being confessed to out of nowhere. I had absolutely no experience in handling such situations. Senpai runs really fast, a familiar voice came from behind. I turned around abruptly to see Shikamaru leaning against the wall, a mischievous smile on his face. You, I pointed at him, suddenly realizing the rustling noise had come from him. You were following me? I just happened to pass by, Shikamaru shrugged, but the smile in his eyes betrayed him. I didn't expect to see such an exciting scene. Shut up. I grabbed his collar. If you dare tell anyone, I'll kill you. Shikamaru not only wasn't scared, but he also smiled even more happily. It's rare to see senpai shy like that. I let go of him, fuming as I walked ahead. Shikamaru jogged to catch up with me. Isn't it normal to be confessed to? You're handsome and strong, senpai. Ugh, it's so annoying. I quickened my pace. I'm not interested in that kind of thing. Really? Shikamaru tilted his head at me. Then what type do you like? What's it to you? Come on, tell me. If you ask me again, I'll hit you. Throughout our banter, we finally arrived at the market. It was bustling with people and various stalls were packed tightly together. I took out the list Mrs. Yoshino had given me and began shopping. Eggs, mackerel. I muttered, stopping in front of a vegetable stall. Auntie, how's the radish today? The old woman selling vegetables brightened up. Oh, it's little Shikawa. Today's radishes are especially sweet. I saved the best for you. Thank you. I picked out 3, but when it came time to pay, she refused to take my money. Take it, she insisted, pushing them into my hands. By the way, little Shikawa, my niece, just came back from the short book street last week. She's a beautiful girl. Want to meet her? I froze the radishes, suddenly feeling hot in my hands. Before I could answer, the old woman selling fish came over. My granddaughter just graduated from the Ninja Academy this year. She's a good match for you, little Shikawa. Wait, The old woman selling fruit wouldn't back down either. My niece works in the medical department, gentle and capable. In the blink of an eye, I was surrounded by 5 or 6 old women, all chattering about their relatives. I backed away step by step until I found myself against the wall with no escape. My nose under the band-aid was itching like crazy and I kept rubbing it, but I didn't dare to yell at these enthusiastic elders. I'm not considering this right now. I tried to explain, but my voice was drowned out by the old women's enthusiasm. Little Shikawa is so excellent, but it's good to settle down soon. Exactly, being alone is so lonely. My daughter's cooking is amazing. Just when I thought I was about to suffocate, a languid voice broke in. Sorry everyone, but Shikawa-senpai already has someone he likes. Shikamaru's voice suddenly interrupted. The scene fell silent in an instant. I widened my eyes, looking at Shikamaru, who had appeared beside me without me noticing. He wore an innocent expression, but his eyes sparkled mischievously. Really? The old woman selling vegetables was the first to react. Whose girl is it? Well, Shikamaru elongated his tone, glancing at me. It's a secret. The old women sighed with disappointment and curiosity, but finally let me go. I grabbed the things I had bought and dragged Shikamaru away from the scene. What nonsense are you spouting? As soon as we reached a less crowded area, I tugged on his ear. Ouch, ouch. Shikamaru grimaced. I was helping Senpai out. That doesn't mean you can make up such lies. Who knows if it's a lie or not? Shikamaru rubbed his ear, looking at me meaningfully. I was momentarily speechless, feeling my heart race for some reason. To cover it up, I turned and walked ahead decisively. Let's go home. Senpai, you're going the wrong way. Shikamaru reminded me from behind. And you forgot to buy my potato chips. In the end, I still bought that damn bag of potato chips. When I returned to the Nara household, Mrs. Yoshino was pleasantly surprised to see our haul. Did you get mackerel? That's great. She took the bag. Oh, what's with the potato chips? Shikamaru insisted on buying them. I quickly distanced myself from the chips. But Shikawa-senpai ate some too, Shikamaru retorted. Who ate your lousy chips? You clearly snuck some on the way here. Mrs. Yoshino watched us bickering and shook her head with a smile. You two have such a good relationship. Shikamaru and I both fell silent at the same time, and a hint of awkwardness filled the air. For lunch, I prepared the meal together with Mrs. Yoshino. Grilled mackerel, radish miso soup, and cold spinach. Simple yet delicious. Senior Nara praised the cooking endlessly. Shikawa, your skills are getting better. He picked up a second piece of fish. Whoever marries you will be very lucky. Cough, cough. I choked hearing such words for the second time today. Dad, you don't know, Shikamaru said with a mischievous smile. Today's senpai was. I stepped on his foot hard, causing him to grimace in pain. What? Senior Nara asked curiously. He was complimented by the old ladies at the market. Shikamaru said, twisting his face to change his words. They said he's a good man. Oh, Mrs. Yoshino's eyes lit up. Did they introduce you to anyone? I buried my head in my food, pretending not to hear. But my flushed ears betrayed me. Yes, they were quite enthusiastic. Shikamaru continued to fan the flames, but I said senpai already has. Shikamaru. I warned through gritted teeth. What's wrong? Mrs. Yoshino pressed. There's important work to do, so I have no time for romance. Shikamaru winked at me. I sighed in relief, but kicked him again under the table. This guy was definitely doing it on purpose. After lunch, I took the initiative to wash the dishes. Shikamaru wandered in, leaning against the counter to watch me. What? I asked irritably. Are you angry, senpai? He handed me a lollipop, my favorite strawberry flavor. I dried my hands and took it, snorting. If you speak carelessly again, it won't just be a kick next time. I was just stating the facts, Shikamaru said with innocent wide eyes. Senpai definitely has someone he likes. Huh? Who? Me? I nearly crushed the bowl in the sink. I turned to glare at Shikamaru, only to find him grinning mischievously. Just kidding. He laughed and dashed out of the kitchen. Senpai's reaction was so funny. Little brat. The dish towel I threw landed on the closed door. In the afternoon, I practiced shuriken throwing in the yard. This was a daily essential, and I couldn't slack off even without a mission. Just as I was focused on aiming for the target, I felt someone watching me. I turned to find Shikamaru sitting at the edge of the hallway holding a book, but his gaze was on me. What are you looking at? I put away the shuriken. Senpai's movements are beautiful. Shikamaru closed the book, clean and neat, without any unnecessary flair. The sudden earnest compliment caught me off guard. I scratched my head. Thanks. Want to play chess? Shikamaru suddenly suggested. Shogi. Yeah. I thought for a moment and nodded. I had nothing else to do in the afternoon. We set up the chessboard in the hallway. Shikamaru played black and I played white. The opening was calm, but I quickly realized this guy was no simple opponent. His moves seemed scattered, but actually concealed deadly traps. Ugh. I stared at the board, beads of sweat forming on my forehead. Before I knew it, my king was forced into a corner. Checkmate. Shikamaru placed down the last piece, revealing a victorious smile. Let's play another round. I protested. After 3 games, I had lost all of them. Shikamaru's tactical mind far exceeded my expectations. He could see through my intentions several steps ahead each time. Senpai thinks too linearly, Shikamaru commented. Being aggressive is good, but you lack flexibility and adaptability. Stop rambling. I grumbled as I packed up the pieces. I'm not a ninja who makes a living off chess. But it's the same with feelings, Shikamaru suddenly said. What? Senpai's first reaction when faced with a confession is to evade and deny, Shikamaru said, propping his chin up and looking at me. Just like in chess, you only think about attacking without considering other possibilities. I was taken aback, not expecting the conversation to turn in this direction. The nose under the band-aid started itching again, and I rubbed it vigorously. What do kids know about feelings? I mumbled as I stood up. I'm going to prepare dinner. Shikamaru didn't say anything more, but that meaningful gaze followed me until I walked into the kitchen. After dinner, I went out to the balcony for some fresh air as usual. The night breeze was cool, and the starry sky was dazzling. With the lollipop that Shikamaru had given me in my mouth, my thoughts drifted back to the events of today. Confessions, forced matchmaking, Shikamaru's ambiguous words. All of it left me feeling flustered. "What are you thinking about?" Shikamaru's voice came from behind me. I turned around to see him carrying 2 cups of hot tea. "Here," he handed me a cup. I added honey but soothing. I took the teacup, feeling the warmth seep through the ceramic into my palms. "Thank you." We stood side by side, silently drinking tea. The night breeze brushed by, carrying the fragrance of cherry blossoms from afar. "Shikamaru," I suddenly spoke up, "what does it feel like to like someone?" Shikamaru seemed taken aback by the question. After thinking for a while, he replied, "It's probably seeing that person makes your heart race, wanting to stay by their side, always wanting to give them the best of everything." "You understand quite a bit." I glanced at him. "Do you have someone you like?" Shikamaru smiled, his eyes shining brightly in the night. "Yes, I do." For some reason, this answer made my chest feel a bit tight. I lowered my head to sip my tea, trying to hide the sudden surge of emotions. "What about you, senpai?" Shikamaru asked softly. "Have you never liked anyone?" "I don't know," I answered honestly. "I've never thought about that question." But at this moment, standing next to this 12-year-old boy, my heart was indeed beating faster than usual. What was this? I frowned in confusion. "It's getting late." I finally put down the teacup. "I'm going to sleep." "Yeah, good night, senpai." Shikamaru's voice was soft, "Sweet dreams." Back in the guest room, I lay on the bed staring at the ceiling. The events of today replayed in my mind: the girl's flushed face during her confession, the enthusiastic siege from the old ladies, Shikamaru's expression when he said senpai already has someone he likes. Ugh, this is so annoying. I turned over, burying my face into the pillow. In Valley, Liuchuan report immediately to the Hokage's office. At dawn, I was practicing shuriken in the courtyard when an ANBU operative appeared out of nowhere, delivered the message, and vanished just as swiftly. I frowned, glancing at the sky. It was barely past 7. What could be so urgent? TCH. Troublesome. I holstered my weapons, peeled off my sweat-dampened shirt, and pulled on a clean black high-collared tunic. I fastened my forehead protector, replaced the bandage on my cheek, and popped a lollipop into my mouth. Shikamaru emerged from the house, rubbing his eyes. "Senior, where are you off so early?" "The Hokage has summoned me." I laced up my shinobi boots. No need to wait for me for breakfast. Before the Hokage tower, I encountered Asuma, likewise summoned. The bearded Jonin stood there, a cigarette dangling from his lips, nodding curtly in greeting. "Any idea what this is about?" I asked. Asuma shook his head. "Likely an emergency assignment." Hiruzen Sarutobi, the 3rd Hokage, sat behind his desk, wreathed in smoke. His presence commanding, even imposing. Standing beside him were 3 genin, the Ino Shikacho trio, Shikamaru, Ino, and Choji. Everyone's assembled. The 3rd Hokage exhaled a slow plume of smoke. "You 5 are assigned an urgent mission." I arched a brow. "Am I to lead these 3 genin, with Asuma oi?" "That was the original plan," the Hokage said, turning to me. "But Asuma has just been reassigned to another critical task. You will serve as team leader and guide the Ino Shikacho squad through this mission." Huh. My eyes widened. Me, alone, with 3 kids. "Hey, who are you calling kids?" Ino interjected, bristling. "Silence." The Hokage rapped his pipe against the desk. "Your objective is to escort classified documents to a handover point at the border of the land of hot springs. It is a brank mission, but hostile ninja may attempt interception." I glanced at the 3 genin. Shikamaru looked half asleep, Choji munched crisps, and only Ino seemed remotely alert. "TCH. Sending this team on a brank mission. I can complete it solo," I proposed. "Faster. The scroll requires chakra seals from all 5 of you to unlock." The Hokage explained, "Thus all 5 must travel together." No choice remained but to accept. Irritated, I raked fingers through my crimson hair. "Time limit. Depart at noon today, complete within 3 days." He handed me the mission scroll. "Liuchuan, as team leader, your foremost duty is their safety." Understood. Leaving the Hokage tower, the 3 genin trailed behind me. I turned to face them. "Listen carefully. This mission is under my command. Disobey and I'll bind you and hand you over to logistics." Understood. "Yes," they drawled in unison, utterly devoid of urgency. "Assemble at the village gate at noon. Full gear." I waved dismissively. "Dismissed." Shikamaru lingered. "Senior, shall we go home to prepare first?" "Unnecessary." I checked my weapon pouch. "My gear is always mission ready." "Then lunch." "Rations, pills en route." I cut him off. "Mission priority." Shikamaru pouted and shuffled away. I shook my head, still far too lax for a shinobi. At noon, I arrived first at the village gate. Black combat fatigues, lightweight armor, weapon pouch, and mission scroll verified thrice. A lollipop between my teeth, I leaned against a tree, eyes closed in quiet repose. Senior's punctual, as always. Shikamaru's voice drifted over. I opened my eyes to see the Shikacho trio approaching alongside Asuma. Asuma bore a travel pack, clearly bound for a distant posting. Lichuan. He clapped my shoulder. They're in your hands now. I gave a terse nod. Asuma drew Shikamaru aside for a brief word, then waved farewell to us all. I surveyed the three Jonin. Unexpectedly well-equipped, even Shikamaru, usually so indifferent now, wore formal combat attire. If you're ready, we move out. I unfurled the map. By this route we'll reach our first campsite by dusk. En route I maintained full vigilance, my senses stretched wide. The three Jonin walked in unusual silence. Not even Choji complained about the distance. When flocks startled into flight, my hand instantly dropped to my kunai, only resuming forward motion once safety was confirmed. Senior seems awfully tense, Ino murmured during rest. Silence, I shot her a sharp look. A brank mission is no picnic. Enemies could strike at any moment. But this is still. Ino. Shikamaru cut in. Follow the captain's orders. I glanced at him surprised. He'd unexpectedly taken my side. Shikamaru winked. I turned away at once. By dusk we reached our designated camp, a secluded forest clearing. I instructed the three to gather firewood while I laid perimeter traps and ceiling wards. Captain, shall we light a fire? Choji asked. No. I scanned the surroundings. Firelight would betray our position. Rations, pills only, and rotating night watches. They clearly disappointed, yet voiced no protest. We ate quickly. I assigned Shikamaru first watch, Ino second, Choji third. And you? Ino asked. I won't sleep. I leapt into the canopy. Wake everyone instantly if anything arises. Deep into the night, I perched atop a branch, silent, watchful. Beneath the moonlight, I saw Shikamaru seated by the cold hearth, uncharacteristically focused, rising periodically to patrol the perimeter. At shift change, I watched him quietly sprinkle powdered herbs, Nara family insect repellent, beside Ino's and Choji's sleeping bags. Then he looked up toward my perch, hesitated, and climbed up. You shouldn't waste stamina, I murmured. Here. He held out a small vial. For alertness. I accepted it, sniffing, the familiar herbal aroma calming yet invigorating. Thank you. He said nothing more, descending to sleep. I uncorked the vial and took a sip, bitter than sweet, immediately sharpening my focus. At first light, we resumed our march. The sky hung low and gray, rain imminent. I quickened our pace, hoping to gain ground before the downpour. Captain, there's a stream ahead, Choji suddenly announced. Shall we replenish water? I scanned the area with chakra sense. Permitted. 5 minutes. At the stream, we filled our canteens. As I tested the water's purity, a faint, unnatural chakra signature prickled my awareness. Not animal, not benign. Ambush, defensive formation. Almost simultaneously, 5 shuriken hissed from the underbrush. I formed hand seals in a flash. Fire release, great fireball technique. A colossal fireball incinerated the projectiles and illuminated 3 hidden rain ninja, their chakra signatures unmistakably those of elite Jonin. Fall back, Jonin. I drew my kunai. This isn't within your league. But Captain. Ino started to speak. That's an order. The rain ninja charged. I met them heated, body flickering, taijutsu unleashed. The first swung his blade. I sidestepped, driving an elbow hard into his ribs, crunching bone audible. The second lunged from behind. I didn't turn, delivering a precise backward kick that shattered his jaw. The third completed his seal, water release, water dragon bullet. A roaring torrent surged toward me. I clicked my tongue, sealing rapidly. Fire release, fire dragon flame bullet. Clashing elements erupted into billowing steam. Seizing the opening, I closed the gap, fist hammering into the last enemy's gut. He flew backward, snapping 2 trees before collapsing, spitting blood. It lasted less than 30 seconds. I sheathed my kunai and turned to the Jonin. Are you unharmed? They stared dumbfounded, as if seeing me for the first time. Shikamaru recovered first, no injuries. Pack up, leave now, I snapped. This was merely a scout unit. Reinforcements may follow. We withdrew swiftly. On the road, Ino whispered to Shikamaru. Does your family, senior, always fight like that? Silence, Yamanaka, I said without turning. Maintain vigilance. From then on, the 3 walked quieter and watched me with newfound reverence. TCH. Should have demonstrated my strength earlier. Would have saved the trouble of enforcing discipline. That evening we sheltered in a cave. Rain fell steadily, forcing us to light a fire to dry our clothes. I refused to sleep, but Shikamaru pressed a warm medicinal tea into my hands. It sharpens focus without taxing the body, he insisted. I accepted it reluctantly, finding the temperature perfect, as though he'd known precisely how I preferred it. That night, I kept watch at the cave mouth. Ino took the second watch, seated by the fire, glancing at me repeatedly. Speak if you have something to say. I finally broke the silence. Captain, what exactly is your relationship with Shikamaru? Ino asked, eyes gleaming with mischief. What relationship? I frowned. Well, You live at his house, and he looks after you so attentively. She winked. You two aren't. We're senpai and kohai, nothing more. I cut her off. That is all. Ask another unnecessary question, and extra training follows. She pouted, but refrained from pressing further. Yet that knowing smirk of hers unsettled me inexplicably. On the third afternoon, we reached the drop-off point, an abandoned shrine. Per instructions, all 5 of us channeled chakra simultaneously to break the scroll's seal. Mission accomplished. I stowed the completion receipt. Prepare for return. Then, my danger sense screamed. Instinctively, I lunged, shoving Shikamaru aside, just as. Boom. A detonation tore the earth where we'd stood moments before. Ambush, take cover. I shouted, forming seals, shadow clone technique. 3 clones materialized, shielding the Jonin as they scrambled behind a shrine. I vaulted onto the roof, spotting 5 shinobi surging from the Trillian Kirigakure's Hunter Nin. Fire release Phoenix, Sage Fire technique. Dozens of miniature fireballs scattered, driving back the attackers. But one vanished midair, reappearing instantly behind the shrine, aiming straight for the Jonin. Shikamaru. Understood, came his voice, calm precise. Shadow imitation technique. The Kirigakure shinobi froze, bound tight by Shikamaru's shadow. I seized the opening, shining before him, delivering a precise nerve strike to his neck. He crumpled soundlessly. Solid coordination, I remarked tersely. Shikamaru grinned. Your orders were clear. The remaining enemies, realizing their advantage, hurled smoke bombs and retreated. Once certain all was secure, I regrouped the squad. All uninjured. They shook their heads. Ino gazed at me starry-eyed. Captain, you were incredible. Those were Jonin. Standard procedure. I inspected the scroll, intact. Return route changes. Let's move. The journey homeward felt markedly lighter. Even Choji dared ask about my combat techniques. Captain, how do you train that elbow strike? 1,000 iron post strikes, daily. Never mind. Shikamaru brought up the rear, but my senses remained fixed on him. His chakra reserves were depleting faster than expected. At dusk, I tossed him a pouch of ration pills. Replenish energy. He caught it surprised. Thank you, senior. Don't mistake it. Just ensuring you don't become dead weight. I turned away. Ino snickered nearby, earning a sharp glare before she feigned fascination with the scenery. At noon on the 4th day, the gates of Konoha rose into view. Mission completed, half a day ahead of schedule. Dismissed. I announced, submit your written reports to me tomorrow. The 3 cheered and dispersed home. I proceeded directly to the Hokage Tower to debrief. Outstanding work, the 3rd Hokage nodded approvingly. Especially your protection of the Jonin. You performed admirably. Merely fulfilling my duty. I replied curtly. Exiting the tower, I hesitated. Home or market? Before I decided, a cluster of elderly women surrounded me. Those same market grandmothers. Little Liechuan's back. Was the mission exhausting? Oh dear, you've lost weight. Come eat it, grandmas. My niece is visiting today, why not join us? Cornered, my nose itched fiercely beneath its bandage. Just as panic flared. Apologies, grandmothers. Senior Liechuan's just returned from a mission. Needs rest. Shikamaru materialized from nowhere, seized my wrist, and yanked me free. We didn't stop until 2 streets away. How did you know I'd be here? I gasped. Knew you'd get cornered. He released my hand, grinning. Strong as you are, you're utterly defenseless against grandmothers. TCH. Meddling again. I smoothed my rumpled sleeve, though irritation never truly took hold. Walking home, Shikamaru asked suddenly, Senior, why did you push me first during the ambush? What? When the explosion hit, you shielded me first, he said, holding my gaze. Why? I faltered, speechless. Indeed, why? Ino had stood closer to the blast. Reflex, I muttered. Don't read into it. Shikamaru smiled, said nothing more. But that knowing look returned, prickling my skin. Back at the Nara residence, Lady Yoshino had prepared a lavish welcome dinner. At the table, Ino and Choji joined us. The 3 Jonin animatedly recounted my battle prowess to Shikaka Nara. Captain in Valley is amazing. He took down 5 Jonin single-handedly. The Kirigakure shinobi fled the moment they saw him. I buried myself in my meal, ears burning. And Senior Liechuan specially looked after Shikamaru. Ino added, voice dripping with implication. Cough, cough. I choked. Yes, gave me custom ration pills, Shikamaru replied, calm as ever. The captain treats all team members equally. Shikaku and Yoshino exchanged a glance, but said nothing. After dinner, I volunteered to wash dishes. Shikamaru wandered in, ostensibly to help, but really just leaned against the counter watching me scrub. Senior, he said softly, thank you for protecting me. That's a captain's duty, I replied, eyes still on the dishes. Not just this mission, he murmured. Always. Thank you. I looked up and found him startlingly sincere. Sunlight streamed through the window, gilding his profile with soft golden edges. For no reason I could name, my pulse skipped. Enough sentimentality. I shook water from my hands. Go set the table. Shikamaru laughed and left. I stayed rooted, absurdly touching my ear already flushed. TCH. Must be the kitchen's heat. On the third morning after the mission's conclusion, I stood in the courtyard practicing shuriken. Dawn light filtered through the leaves, dappling the ground in golden patches. Squinting slightly, I flicked 3 shuriken in rapid succession. Each struck the bullseye with quiet precision. Humph, solid control. With a lollipop between my teeth, I strolled forward to retrieve the weapons. Since returning from that mission, I had maintained a more rigorous training regimen. Though I dispatched several Jonin with ease, the battle had exposed subtle flaws, particularly in balancing defense for the younger Jonin while maintaining offensive speed. Here, catch. A water canteen arced toward me. Without turning, I caught it midair, unscrewed the cap, and inhaled the familiar earthy aroma of herbal tea, still warmly steeped. Why so early today? I took a sip. Bitterness bloomed first, then softened into sweetness, sharpening my focus and clearing my mind. Shikamaru leaned against a corridor pillar, stifling a yawn. My mother asked me to air the medicinal herbs, and promptly fell asleep herself. I grunted, resuming my shuriken drills. He didn't leave. Instead, he settled onto the veranda to watch. That steady gaze unsettled me. My wrist stiffened almost imperceptibly, and the next shuriken veered several centimeters from the center. TCH. I frowned. Your wrist tension is too abrupt, Shikamaru remarked calmly. You always chase the single decisive strike, yet sacrifice control in the process. I twisted around, glaring. What do you know about shuriken jutsu? Nothing at all, he shrugged. But after watching you train for so long, patterns become inevitable. I froze. Watching me for so long. A sudden itch flared beneath the bandage on my nose. I rubbed it fiercely, masking the fleeting rush of disquiet. Tilting my head back, I drained the remaining tea in one smooth motion and tossed the empty canteen back to him. Refill it. Shikamaru smiled faintly. You really do enjoy this brew, don't you? Less talk. Just pour or don't. I'll pour, of course, he said, shaking the canteen lightly. But on one condition: teach me 2 shuriken techniques. I arched a brow. Sudden burst of diligence. What a drag. He raked fingers through his hair. The Chunin exams are approaching. I ought to prepare. In the end, I conceded. 2 advanced shuriken techniques exchanged for an entire day's supply of herbal tea. Shikamaru learned swiftly. Though lacking raw strength, his accuracy was uncanny, a testament to his tactical intellect. Relax your wrist further, I instructed, stepping behind him. Instinctively, I reached out to adjust his grip. Like this. Harnessed the momentum of the swing. His wrist was slender, his skin smoother than I'd imagined. The intimacy of the posture struck me abruptly. I withdrew my hand and stepped back, pulse quickening. Practice on your own. I barked, turning sharply away. A soft chuckle followed me, warm knowing, and heat rose to my ears. Damn brat. Later that afternoon, Ino arrived unannounced. I was in the kitchen preparing dinner, the agreed-upon exchange for tea and shuriken instruction, and had promised to make Shikamaru's favorite curry that evening. Hey there, Captain. She grinned, leaning lazily against the doorframe. Cooking yourself? State your business, I replied, eyes fixed on the carrots I was slicing. Just came to hang out with Shikamaru, she chirped, slipping inside and glancing around curiously. Whoa, it smells amazing. You're quite the chef, Captain. Don't touch that pot. I slapped her hand away as it reached toward the simmering stew. Ino stuck out her tongue, then leaned in close. Captain, you and Shikamaru. How things been lately? How what? I frowned. Well, how's it going between you two? She blinked slowly, those wide eyes gleaming with something distinctly unsettling. Standard senior-junior rapport, I said, dropping cubed meat into the pot. Ask anything, stranger, and you're out the door. She didn't press further, but that eerie smile lingered unwavering. Only when Shikamaru appeared did her attention shift. Shikamaru, I've got a puzzle I need your help solving. She seized his arm and tugged him toward the courtyard. I shook my head and returned to cooking. Soon the rich, spiced fragrance of curry filled the kitchen. When Lady Yoshino returned home, she paused in surprise. Dinner was nearly ready. You truly are remarkable, Mr. Retsukawa, she said warmly, helping me set the table. Shikamaru's certainly lucky these days. Merely an equitable exchange, I answered tersely. At dinner, Ino kept glancing between Shikamaru and me with that peculiar expectant look, like she awaited some silent revelation. Shikamaru seemed to sense it more than once. He kicked her under the table, but I pretended not to notice. I'm finished, I said, setting down my chopsticks. Thank you for the meal. Here, your tea, senior. Shikamaru handed me a steaming cup. I accepted it, sipped, and found the temperature perfect. Lately, I'd grown increasingly fond of this taste. Each sip eased the knots in my shoulders, settling my breath like a slow tide. It's genuinely good, I murmured, unaware the words had slipped out. Shikamaru's eyes brightened, the corner of his mouth lifted just slightly. Ino suddenly erupted into violent coughing, as if choked by her rice. Are you all right? Lady Yoshino asked, concerned. No, nothing. Ino waved a hand, face flushed crimson. It's just, This curry's unexpectedly spicy. Strange. I'd added barely any chili. After dinner, Ino claimed she'd help Shikamaru review his studies, and the two retreated to his room. I, as usual, stepped onto the balcony to breathe. Cool night air carried the delicate sweet scent of cherry blossoms unique to Konoha. A strawberry lollipop, Shikamaru's gift after dinner, rested on my tongue. How many had he bought exactly? Just as I surrendered to the quiet, a rustle sounded behind me. Ino stood at the balcony threshold, expression oddly strained. Captain. She hesitated, lips parted. What is it? I narrowed my eyes. You drink the tea Shikamaru prepares for you often, don't you? I raised a brow. What of it? It's just... She bit her lower lip, wrestling with whether to continue. Does it taste good? Acceptable. I watched her warily. What are you implying? Ino drew a slow breath, then broke into a grin. Nothing at all. Just that. You and Shikamaru seem remarkably close. Nonsensical. I turned to leave. Captain, she called after me. If, one day, you realize your feelings for Shikamaru. Ino Yamanaka, I cut in voice I scold. Utter another word, and tomorrow you'll run 100 laps around Konoha. Ino snapped her mouth shut, but that unnerving smile deepened. I ignored her entirely and strode straight to my room to sleep. Oh my gods, oh my gods, oh my gods. I clapped a hand over my mouth, crouched inside Shikamaru's closet, heart hammering against my ribs. I'd used the mind-body switch technique to sneak into his room searching for his few ninjutsu notes, and stumbled upon a revelation that defied belief. One entire wall of shelves inside this closet was devoted solely to Captain Retsukawa photographs, duplicate mission reports, even used bandages. Ugh, disturbing. And most alarmingly, discarded lollipop sticks. Even more disturbing. And then there was that thick, leather-bound notebook, filled with meticulous records of the captain's habits, preferences, and combat metrics. Ino, what are you doing in my room? Shikamaru's voice rang from outside. I instantly released the technique and re-centered myself. Thankfully, I'd hidden my physical body earlier in the garden shrubbery. Nothing at all. I burst into his room, feigning casual arrival. Just came to ask about that seal release technique. He studied me skeptically, but asked no further questions. We went through the motions of studying, yet my gaze kept drifting, again and again, toward the closet door. Good heavens. I'd just discovered that my dearest friend was secretly in love with our captain. This wasn't real life. It was pure shoujo manga drama. At dinner, I observed them closely. Shikamaru's gaze, soft enough to melt steel. His little gestures reserving the captain's preferred seat, pouring tea before he even sat, even discreetly removing carrot pieces from the curry, because he'd overheard the captain complain about them during their last mission. And Captain Retsukawa, outwardly stern and sharp-tongued, accepted every kindness without resistance. Especially that expression when drinking the tea, like a feral cat finally allowed to purr in sunlight. I'm finished, the captain announced, setting down his chopsticks with a gentleness utterly foreign to his battlefield demeanor. Senior, your tea. Shikamaru extended the cup, their fingertips brushed, just for a heartbeat. They touched. I nearly spat out my rice. It's genuinely good, the captain admitted. Actually said it. That volatile Jonin actually complimented someone. I choked violently, inwardly shrieking. This was wedded couple energy, pure, unfiltered. And Shikamaru's smile. I'd known him since childhood, yet had never seen him radiate such quiet, radiant joy. After dinner, I pretended to assist Shikamaru with revision. Really, I sought intel. But he remained guarded, revealing nothing. So I resolved to confront the captain directly. On the balcony, the captain leaned against the railing, moonlight carving clean lines along his profile. Crimson hair, the small bandage, the lollipop, held casually between his teeth. Undeniably striking. No wonder Shikamaru had fallen so deeply. Captain, I gathered courage. You've been drinking Shikamaru's tea quite regularly lately, haven't you? The captain tensed instantly, like a cat whose tail had just been stepped on. A delicious reaction. When I cautiously broached the subject of his feelings toward Shikamaru, his threat was fierce, but the tips of his ears burned crimson. There was something here. That night, I retrieved the advanced scroll on the mind-body switch technique. One thing demanded verification, the tea's exact composition. The next noon, I happened upon Aunt Yoshino shopping for groceries. Auntie, what a coincidence. I beamed. May I ask you a few questions about medicinal herbs? She welcomed me warmly to her home for tea. While she stepped into the kitchen, I swiftly activated the mind-body switch technique, scanning the medicine cabinet in seconds. There it was. Those rare formulations. The Nara clan's secret, Harmony Tea. Long-term consumption gently amplifies the drinker's affinity and emotional attachment to its preparer. Oh my gods. Is Shikamaru drugging the captain? Wait, no? Aunt Yoshino's notes clarify the effect is subtle, designed not to implant feeling, but to deepen what already exists. I wrestled with moral uncertainty. Should I warn the captain? Yet he drank it so willingly, and the atmosphere between them, undeniably magnetic. Walking home, I witnessed something electrifying. Captain Retsukawa paused before a dango stand, hesitated, then purchased 3 skewers. Not for himself. He headed straight for the training grounds where Shikamaru often played shogi. Hidden behind a tree, I watched as the captain placed the dango beside the sleeping boy, and with uncharacteristic tenderness draped a light jacket over him. That gesture, so profoundly gentle. As he walked away, the faintest trace of a smile curved his lips. All right, I've made my decision. This secret, Ino Yamanaka, shall guard it with my life. TCH, a bunch of sand ninja scum. I crouched on the treetop watching the 3 sand ninjas sneaking below. They were dressed in plain clothes, but the unique chakra of Sunagakure was unmistakable, like a scorpion in the desert. No matter how much they disguised themselves, they couldn't conceal their poisonous sting. Patrolling the border wasn't my assignment, but 3 days ago Lord Saratobi suddenly summoned me to investigate the unusual movements of Sunagakure. Logically speaking, during the Chunin exam all countries should behave, but these sand ninjas sneaking into the land of fire definitely meant trouble. Captain, it's confirmed that they are from Sunagakure's Special Operations Unit. The voice of my Umbu colleague came through my earpiece. Should we capture them alive? No need. I adjusted my forehead protector as my nose itched from the forest humidity beneath the bandage. Eliminate them directly. Before my words fell, I had already flashed to the nearest sand ninja's back, my kunai piercing accurately into his neck nerve. The other 2 immediately alerted, but it was too late. Fire release, fire dragon, flame bullet. The blazing fire dragon roared out, engulfing the second sand ninja. The last man attempted to form hand seals, but my kick landed heavily on his abdomen, sending him crashing through 3 trees before he finally stopped. Cleanup complete. I spoke into the communicator. They have summoning scrolls on them, likely intending to summon something. Received. Captain Lord Hokage has ordered you to return to Konoha immediately. The final match of the Chunin exam is about to start. I frowned. The Chunin exam. That little brat, Shikamaru. Understood. On the way back to the village, I kept accelerating. The journey from the border to Konoha normally takes a day, but I had to make it in 3 hours. Continuously using the body flicker technique was exhausting, but remembering my promise to watch Shikamaru's final match spurred me on. TCH, troublesome brat. As the gates of Konoha came into view, my chakra was nearly depleted. The Chunin guarding the gate was startled to see me covered in blood. Umbu, you're injured. It's not my blood. I waved my hand. Has the exam started? The final match has just begun. You can still make it. I nodded, leaping directly onto the rooftops to take a shortcut to the exam venue. The wind whistled past my ears. The metallic taste of blood lingering in my mouth reminded me of the battle at the border. The strange smiles of those sand ninjas before they died made me feel like something big was about to happen. Chunin exam venue. When I arrived at the venue, the stands were already packed. I silently landed on the highest railing, scanning the scene. Lord Hokage sat at the main viewing platform, flanked by the Kazekage, and his guards. Below, Shikamaru was facing off against a female sand ninja. Finally made it. I sighed in relief, only then noticing I was still in my bloodstained combat uniform. But at this distance, Shikamaru shouldn't be able to see me. The bell signaling the start of the match rang. That lazy brat Shikamaru still looked nonchalant, but his gaze was much sharper than usual. I crossed my arms, intently watching every move he made. His shadow imitation technique was even more refined than during our last mission, and his tactical layout was quite ingenious. Not bad, kid. I couldn't help but smile. Halfway through the match, Shikamaru seemed to fall into a disadvantage. The audience in the stands began to whisper, thinking he was about to lose. But I could see clearly that the kid was acting. Sure enough, a few minutes later, he successfully trapped his opponent and claimed victory. Well done, I murmured, knowing he couldn't hear me. As the referee announced Shikamaru's victory, I keenly sensed a strange chakra fluctuation from the direction of the Kazekage. Almost instinctively, I moved towards the main platform. Too late. Ninjutsu for Purple Flames formation. A purple barrier instantly rose, trapping Lord Hokage and the Kazekage inside. The 4 sound ninjas disguised as Kazekage's guards stood at the corners of the barrier, while the Kazekage slowly removed his disguise to reveal Orochimaru. The Konoha collapse plan has commenced. Orochimaru's cold voice echoed throughout the venue. Chaos erupted instantly. Countless sand ninjas and sound ninjas surged from the stands, launching indiscriminate attacks on the audience. I could not afford to think of anything else. I dashed towards the barrier to rescue Lord Hokage. Rekuwa, the 3rd Hokage, looked at me with a hint of surprise. How did you? I completed the border mission, I said briefly, standing in front of him. Sunagakure and Otogakure have joined forces. Orochimaru regarded me with interest. Oh, another interesting little guy has arrived. Don't be careless, Rekuwa, the 3rd Hokage said solemnly. He's about to use the reanimation jutsu. I gripped my kunai tightly, watching Orochimaru form hand seals. A coffin rose from the ground, and when I saw who emerged, my blood nearly froze. First Hokage Senju Hashirama, and second Hokage Senju Tobarama. Old man, choose one, Orochimaru said with a sinister smile. The third Hokage's expression was grave. Retsukawa, you deal with the second Hokage. His water release counters your fire release, but you have the advantage in speed. Understood. The second Hokage looked over with a blank expression, his eyes devoid of life from the reanimation jutsu. But when he made his move, his terrifying strength was still evident. Water release, water severing wave. A high-pressure water blade swept towards me. I barely dodged, but the stone pillar behind me was cleanly sliced. This is the legendary second Hokage. Even weakened, he was ridiculously strong. Fire release, fire dragon, flame bullet. My countering fire dragon was easily neutralized, and the second Hokage instantly appeared at my side, kunai aimed straight for my throat. I barely managed to block it, but was kicked away, crashing against the barrier's inner wall. Retsukawa. The third Hokage shouted worriedly, engaged in combat with the first Hokage. I'm fine. I spat out the blood in my mouth and stood up again. My nose throbbed painfully from the impact against the bandage, but it only made me more alert. The second Hokage attacked again, and this time I changed my strategy. I wouldn't rely on ninjutsu, but on taijutsu. My speed indeed had the advantage, as after a few exchanges, I finally found an opportunity to leave a cut on the second Hokage's chest. Good body flicker technique. The second Hokage suddenly spoke, his voice cold yet tinged with a hint of appreciation. But unfortunately, it's still not fast enough. His hand seal speed suddenly accelerated. Water release, water dragon, bite explosion. A massive water dragon came lunging at me, and with no way to dodge, I could only take it heated. Earth release, earth flow wall. A wall of earth rose just in time to block most of the attack. That was the third Hokage's support. Focus on your opponent, old man. I shouted, I can handle it. Don't overestimate yourself, Retsukawa. The third Hokage panted. The second Hokage's strength is far more than this. I knew he was right. The second Hokage clearly hadn't used signature ninjutsu, like Flying Thunder God, likely because he was being controlled and couldn't exert his full power. But even so, I was still being firmly suppressed. The battle had reached a stalemate. The chaos outside the barrier continued, but I couldn't focus on it. At one moment, my thoughts uncontrollably drifted to Shikamaru. Was that brat safe? He should have retreated with his teammates by now, right? Getting distracted in battle is a death wish. The second Hokage's cold voice was right beside me. I suddenly snapped back to reality. His kunai was already thrusting towards me. In a critical moment, I tilted my head to dodge, but my cheek was still grazed, drawing blood. TCH. I wiped the blood away and reset my stance. Retsukawa, the third Hokage said amid the fight, when I used the Shiki Fuin, you hold off the second Hokage. My heart jolted. Shiki Fuin. That was a forbidden technique that would lead to mutual destruction. Is there no other way? The third Hokage shook his head. For the future of Konoha. You must live, Retsukawa. You're still young, and you don't even have a partner. Who says I don't? I abruptly cut him off, not even knowing why I blurted that out. The third Hokage looked at me in surprise, but now was not the time for that discussion. Orochimaru seemed to be angered by our conversation, ordering the first and second Hokages to increase their assault. Let's begin, the third Hokage said solemnly, beginning to form hand seals. I took a deep breath and charged at the second Hokage. This time I held nothing back, pouring all my chakra into speed. Fire release, Phoenix Flower Jutsu. The fire shuriken shot towards the second Hokage like rain, forcing him to retreat. I followed closely, unleashing my taijutsu, not giving him a chance to form hand seals. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw the third Hokage had completed that dangerous technique, the Shinigami's phantom emerging behind him. Now's the time, Retsukawa. I suddenly withdrew. The third Hokage's chakra chains instantly wrapped around the first and second Hokages. Orochimaru realized something was wrong and attempted to escape, but was also ensnared by the chains. What followed was a scene of utter devastation. The third Hokage paid with his life to seal the first Hokage's hands and most of the second Hokage's power, stripping Orochimaru of the ability to use ninjutsu. When the barrier finally dissipated, I knelt beside the third Hokage's, gradually cold body, my fists clenched until they bled. The sounds of battle outside had significantly diminished. It seemed the ninjas of Konoha had regained control. Umbu. Several Umbu arrived. Are you alright? I'm fine. I stood up, my voice hoarse. Go check on the villagers' evacuation status and count the casualties. Yes. I took one last look at the third Hokage before turning and leaping onto the stands. The venue was in disarray, but most of the audience had safely evacuated. My gaze unconsciously searched for that familiar figure. Shikamaru, where are you? Rikawa-senpai. A familiar voice made me turn sharply. Shikamaru, Ino, and Choji came running from a distance, looking unharmed. I sighed in relief, finally realizing the muscles I'd been tensing up had relaxed. I'm glad you're okay, I said briefly, trying to keep calm though my heart was racing. Seeing him safe stirred an indescribable emotion swelling in my chest. Shikamaru's gaze fell on the wound on my face. Are you injured, senpai? Just a scratch. I turned my face away. You all hurry to the shelter. I have tasks to handle. But that's an order, Shikamaru Chunin, I said firmly, then lowered my voice. I'll come find you later. Shikamaru's eyes lit up as he nodded and left with his companions. I watched his back, the itching under the bandage on my nose starting again. TCH, troublesome brat. Always making me distracted. As I turned towards the command center, I realized what I had just said to the third Hokage. Who says I don't? Oh no, what was I trying to say? The morning sunlight filtered through the gaps in the curtains as I opened my eyes in bed. This was the guest room of the Nara family, and though I had been living here for over a month, I still could not get used to the overly soft mattress. TSK. I scratched my messy red hair, and my nose covered by a band-aid itched from the unfamiliar scent of the pillow. Outside the window, the crisp chirping of birds mingled with the soft humming of Lady Gino. I rolled out of bed and deftly folded the blanket. As I washed up, I looked at my reflection in the mirror. My short red hair was tousled from sleep, and there were faint dark circles under my eyes. I dreamed of that battle last night. The death of the third Hokage, Orochimaru's cold laughter, and the fierce water jutsu of the second Hokage. Shaking my head, I splashed cold water on my face, forcing myself back to reality. Good morning, Retsukawa. Lady Gino greeted me with a smile. Did you sleep well? I responded briefly as I walked to the kitchen to help her prepare breakfast. Is there anything you need help with today? Ever since Orochimaru's plan to collapse Konoha, the village has been in a state of reconstruction. Fortunately, my house had not been damaged, but it needed an interior renovation. As a Jonin without a fixed task for the time being, I voluntarily took on the responsibility of helping the villagers. No need for help today. Lady Gino handed me a cup of hot tea saying, "Isn't your house almost done? You can go check on the progress." I took the cup, feeling the warmth seep through the ceramic into my palm. All right. The tea was the kind Shikamaru often made for me, carrying a faint herbal aroma. Unconsciously, I had grown accustomed to this flavor and even started to like it. After taking a sip, I felt warmth spread through me. At the breakfast table, Shikamaru sat down, yawning, his hair a mess like a bird's nest. Since becoming a Chunin, he had taken on more tasks, but his lazy habits hadn't changed at all. "Morning, senpai." He greeted, his words muffled and his eyes half closed. "What time is it, and you're still sleepy?" I scolded him out of habit while pushing a freshly fried egg towards him. "Eat this before you go back to sleep." Shikamaru squinted and smiled. "You're starting to sound more like my mom, senpai. Are you looking for trouble?" Lady Gino watched us bicker with an inexplicable smile on her face. Senior Riku had gone to the Hokage's office for a meeting, and the Jonin had been incredibly busy during this time. After finishing breakfast, I headed to my house to check on the progress. Walking along the reconstructed streets of Konoha, many villagers greeted me warmly. After that battle, it seemed that everyone's attitude towards me had become more affectionate. Turning a few corners, my little house appeared before me. Workers were painting the exterior walls, and it looked nearly finished. The roof and walls which had been destroyed were now renewed, even sturdier than before. "Lord Anku." The foreman saw me, wiped his sweat, and approached. "As per your request, we reinforced the beams and walls and expanded the kitchen. It will be completed in 3 or 4 days. I nodded and entered the house to take a look. The smell of dust and paint was strong, making my nose itch again, and I quickly rubbed it. The layout of the living room, bedroom, and kitchen had basically not changed, but the details were more refined. My fingers brushed against the newly installed window frames, the wood smooth and sturdy. The storage room has been converted into a ninja tool room, with sealing techniques added, the foreman explained. "And there's that one you requested." I know. I interrupted him, not wanting too many people to know about the secret compartment I designed in my bedroom. After checking all the details, I stood at the door, watching the workers busily at work. Logically, I should be happy how I could finally return to my own nest, and no longer be living under someone else's roof. Yet a strange feeling of heaviness was pressing on my chest, as if something was stuck there, unable to rise or fall. TSK. I rubbed my nose vigorously and turned to leave. Before I knew it, I had walked to the commercial street. Most of the shops had reopened after the reconstruction, bustling with activity. An old lady selling vegetables recognized me at a glance. "Little Retsukawa. Here, freshly arrived radishes, particularly sweet." "Thank you." I took the bag and gave her extra money, asking, "How's business lately?" "Thanks to you all, things are slowly getting better," she said with a smile. "By the way, I heard your house is almost done. The Nara kid must be lonely now, right?" I almost choked on my saliva. "What are you talking about?" "Oh dear, the whole village knows that kid is always following the senpai around." The old lady chuckled, her eyes squinting into slits. "Last time he even specifically asked me about your favorite vegetables." My ears turned red, and I quickly said goodbye to the old lady and fled the scene. What does it mean that the whole village knows? What has Shikamaru been saying around? As I passed by the candy store, I hesitated for a moment, but decided to go in and buy 2 packs of lollipops, strawberry flavor. I stuffed one pack into my pocket and opened the other to pop one into my mouth. The sweetness and strawberry flavor spread in my mouth, slightly calming my restless mood. By the time I returned to the Nara family, it was already noon. Shikamaru was surprisingly playing shogi in the yard, his opponent being the rarely free Senior Riku. "Checkmate," Shikamaru said as he set down a piece of victorious smile on his face. "You lost." Senior Riku shook his head, then saw me standing at the door. "Retsukawa, just in time, want to play around with me?" "No, I have things to do." I waved my hand, preparing to enter the house. "Senpai," Shikamaru called out to me. "How's the house looking?" "Almost done," I replied briefly. "I can move back in 3 or 4 days." As I said this, I subconsciously observed Shikamaru's reaction. He blinked, his expression unchanged, merely giving a soft, "Oh. Finally, I can be rid of you troublesome guys." I added, my tone more rigid than I had anticipated. Shikamaru chuckled. "That should be our line, troublesome senpai." Senior Riku looked between me and Shikamaru, stroking his beard thoughtfully. After lunch, Lady Jino called me. "Retsukawa, can you teach me how to make that teriyaki salmon you made? Shikamaru keeps saying he wants to eat it." "All right." I nodded and followed her into the kitchen. We chatted while preparing the ingredients. Lady Jino asked many cooking details and I answered them one by one, even pointing out which steps could be adjusted to suit Shikamaru's taste, like adding more sugar since he liked it sweeter. "Retsukawa really knows Shikamaru well," Lady Jino said with a smile. My hand paused while chopping vegetables. I just happened to remember. After finishing the cooking lesson, I returned to the guest room to start packing my things. In truth, there was not much to pack. Most of my belongings were still in the ruins, and I had been using items provided by the Nara family during this time. Just when I was lost and thought, a knock on the door sounded. "Come in." Shikamaru pushed the door open, holding 2 cups of tea. "Taking a break." I took the cup, the familiar herbal aroma wafting up. We silently drank tea for a while before Shikamaru suddenly asked, "Senpai, will you still come for dinner after you move back?" I stared at the teacup. "It depends on the situation." "Oh." Shikamaru looked down, fiddling with the cup. "My mom will miss you." "She said that." I snorted, not calling him out on it. The sunlight poured through the window onto the floor, creating a warm patch of light. We sat shoulder to shoulder, neither of us speaking again, but the atmosphere was not awkward. In the evening, I took the initiative to offer to make dinner. The kitchen became my domain as I chopped, stir-fried, and seasoned, all in one smooth motion. Lady Jino and Shikamaru peeked in from time to time, only to be shooed away by me. "Last dish," I said as I brought out the teriyaki salmon, the same dish I had taught Lady Jino earlier. "Wow." Shikamaru's eyes lit up. "This is my favorite. I know, that's why I made it." I casually replied, then realized what I had said and quickly added, "Anyway, the ingredients happened to be available." Shikamaru's eyes curved into crescent shapes as he smiled, not calling out my excuse. The dinner atmosphere was warm, and Senior Riku, who usually had no time due to official duties, shared some amusing stories from his youth. I found myself unconsciously looking at Shikamaru's side profile as he smiled. When did this kid start to mature a bit? His features were no longer so childish. After the meal, I went to the balcony for some fresh air as usual. The night breeze carried the unique scent of Konoha, and the reconstructed Hokage rock looked particularly solemn under the moonlight. The visage of the 3rd Hokage had been half restored, that kind-hearted old man. "Senpai." Shikamaru's voice came from behind me. "Tea." I took the cup, the temperature just right. "Thank you." Shikamaru leaned against the railing, watching the night view with me. He was very close, his arm nearly touching mine. I should have shifted away, but inexplicably I remained still. "I have a mission tomorrow," Shikamaru suddenly said. "Going to the border to deliver supplies. I'll be back in 2 days. Be careful." I frowned. "The border hasn't been peaceful lately." Shikamaru nodded, then hesitated for a moment. "Senpai, can you wait until I come back to move?" I turned to look at him. Shikamaru's expression was serious under the moonlight, his eyes carrying emotions I could not decipher. The nose under the band-aid began to itch again, and I rubbed it firmly. "I'm not in a hurry." I finally muttered. "The house still needs to be aired for a few days." Shikamaru smiled, that genuine smile, shining especially bright under the moonlight. Then it settled. We stood quietly for a moment until the tea was finished. Before returning to my room, Shikamaru suddenly handed me a small box. "What is it?" "A gift," he waved his hand. "A moving gift given in advance." Back in the guest room, I opened the box to find a delicate wind chime engraved with the Nara family crest. I stared at it for a long time, finally carefully placing it in my ninja tool pouch. That night, I rarely suffered from insomnia. Lying on the overly soft bed, listening to the sounds of insects outside the window, my thoughts drifted back to the little moments of the past month at the Nara family, watching clouds with Shikamaru, teaching him shuriken techniques, and the herbal tea he accidentally handed me. And those emotions I couldn't quite articulate. Tisk, what a hassle. I rolled over and buried my face in the pillow. But this time the pillow was imbued with the unique herbal scent of the Nara family, inexplicably providing a sense of peace. In the early morning, I stood at the door of my home, clutching a brand new key. The house had been completely renovated, the freshly painted exterior gleaming softly in the sunlight with the roof tiles arranged neatly. Even the doorplate had been replaced with the new name and goo accompanied by a smaller inscription: Senior Ninja Residence, no entry for the idle. Tisk, what an unnecessary addition. I muttered to myself, my fingers brushing over the small inscription. It must have been the foreman's decision. Oh, when did I ever say I wanted it labeled? The key slid into the lock with a crisp click as I turned it. Pushing open the door, a wave of fresh wood and paint scent rushed to greet me, making my nose itch. Quickly rubbing the area under the bandage, I stepped into this home I had left nearly 2 months ago. The living room was more spacious than I remembered. The workers had indeed complied with my request to remove a non-load-bearing wall. Sunlight streamed through the newly replaced floor-to-ceiling windows, illuminating the polished wooden floor. The door to the ninja tools room was engraved with intricate sealing techniques, and the kitchen stove had been replaced with a larger model. I slowly walked through each room, my fingers gliding over the walls, furniture, and window frames. Everything felt both familiar and strange. The sheets in the bedroom were new yet arranged in the way I preferred. The scrolls on the bookshelf were in their original order. Even the refrigerator was stocked with basic ingredients, surely arranged by Madame Nara Yoshino. Finally, I stopped in front of the hidden compartment in the bedroom, performing the hand seals to unlock it. Inside, everything was intact: a bank book, confidential mission records, several specially made shuriken, and the only photograph left behind by my parents. My fingers brushed against the edge of the photograph as I exhaled, sealing the compartment again. "Engu, come here." A chunin stood outside. "The Hokage summons you." I frowned as I glanced at the time. It was just past 9. Tisk, not even giving me time to settle in. "Got it." A number of ninjas had gathered in front of the Hokage's office. I scanned the crowd and saw Asuma Hong and other Jonin present, along with that brat Naruto. Standing next to him was Lord Jiraiya. "Engu, over here." Asuma waved at me. I walked over and stood in line with the other Jonin. The acting Hokage Danzo had not yet appeared, and everyone was chatting in small groups. "What's going on?" I whispered to Asuma. "I heard it's about finding the 5th Hokage." Asuma lowered his voice. "Lord Jiraiya wants to take Naruto to find Lady Tsunade." I raised an eyebrow. Lady Tsunade, one of the legendary 3. She would indeed be a suitable candidate provided she agrees. Just then Danzo entered with 2 advisors. The meeting room fell silent immediately. "Ladies and gentlemen," Danzo's voice was hoarse yet powerful. "After discussion, we have decided to invite Tsunade to become the 5th Hokage. Jiraiya has volunteered for this task, and will take Uzumaki Naruto with him." Low murmurs arose among the crowd. I looked at Naruto. The kid looked excited, animatedly talking to Jiraiya. "Considering the potential dangers on the journey," Danzo continued, "we will dispatch a small team to protect them covertly." "And Gu Laichuan." I was taken aback. "Present. You are in charge of the team. Select 2 chunin to accompany you. Do not reveal your identities. They'll only intervene in times of crisis." My lips twitched. This meant I had to leave my newly relocated home to tail Lord Jiraiya and Naruto. What a joke. "Is there a problem?" Danzo's sharp gaze swept over. "No," I replied reluctantly, mentally cursing 1,000 times. After the meeting dispersed, I was about to leave when Jiraiya called out to me. "Hey, red-haired kid," he said with a smile, scrutinizing me. "I heard you're quite strong." I wouldn't say that, I replied, briefly, not accustomed to conversing with such a legendary figure. "Don't be nervous. We won't cause you any trouble." Jiraiya patted my shoulder. "But that kid Naruto might." "You know." I nodded, thinking this mission was going to be a real hassle. Not only do I have to covertly protect one of the legendary 3, but I also have to keep an eye on that unpredictable Naruto known as the Unexpected No. 1. Returning to the Nara house to pack the remaining items, my mood worsened. I had hoped to at least stay a few days in my new home, but now I was immediately off on a mission. "Is the senior back?" Shikamaru's voice came from the hallway. "How's the house?" "It's fine," I replied without looking up as I folded clothes. "I've been assigned a mission and will leave tomorrow." "What mission?" "Classified." I answered briefly before recalling something, and added it might take about a week. Shikamaru leaned against the doorframe, silent for a moment. "Is it dangerous?" I paused my movements and looked up at him. Shikamaru's expression was calm, but his fingers unconsciously rubbed the strap of his ninja tool pouch. "What are you worried about me?" I joked half-heartedly, regretting the words as soon as they left my mouth. Such a flippant tone was completely unlike me. To my surprise, Shikamaru did not retort as usual, but looked directly into my eyes. "Yes, I'm very worried." The air suddenly thickened. My fingers froze at the collar, and the area under the bandage on my nose itched furiously. Shikamaru's gaze was far too serious, leaving me unsure of how to respond. Idiot. In the end, I turned my face away and continued packing my things. What danger could there be following Lord Jiraiya? Shikamaru said nothing more, but came over to help me organize my ninja tools. We worked silently, but the atmosphere was not awkward. He was familiar with the arrangement of each of my weapons, and even knew I always hid a spare lollipop inside the inner side of my ninja tool pouch. Here, Shikamaru suddenly handed me a small package. Herbal tea, drink it on the way. I took it, and the scent of herbs immediately filled my nostrils. This aroma had become a symbol of the Nara household, reminding me of every morning and evening over the past month. Thank you. After finishing my packing, I offered to make one last dinner. In the kitchen, I meticulously prepared each ingredient as if I intended to fit every recipe into this one meal. Shikamaru leaned by the door, watching me busily, occasionally passing a plate or seasoning, working in perfect harmony like partners for many years. Your knife skills are truly impressive, senior. He commented. Shut up, don't disturb me. I retorted without looking up, but I subtly slowed my movements, allowing him to see more clearly. Dinner was sumptuous, almost banquet level. Madame Yoshino and Senior Nara Shikaku praised it endlessly, saying they would often come over to enjoy meals at my place. Shikamaru ate particularly generously, especially the teriyaki salmon. I had intentionally added extra sugar to suit his taste. Lee Chuankin's cooking is getting better and better. Madame Yoshino smiled. What if Shikamaru wants to eat in the future? He'll learn himself, I immediately replied, then saw Shikamaru making an exaggerated pained face. What a hassle. I should just go crash at your place, senior. Who would cook for you? I reflexively retorted, but mentally noted down a few dishes he liked. After dinner, Shikamaru insisted on seeing me back to my new home. The night was deep and the streets of Konoha were quiet and peaceful, with no trace of the battle from a month ago. On the roof of the hot spring inn, I crouched in the shadows, a lollipop in my mouth, my eyes half closed as I monitored the surroundings. For 3 days, Jiraiya and Naruto had been dawdling without a hint of urgency. As their secret guardian, I had to match their pace, tracking them during the day and keeping watch at night. Tisk, such a troublesome task. I rubbed my nose, the sulfur smell in the night air making the skin under the bandage itch. In the distance, I heard Naruto's loud voice. Perverted sage. Go soak again. Shut up, brat. I'm gathering materials. Jiraiya's voice was equally loud. I sighed. These two were practically broadcasting their location to all enemies in the world. But complaints aside, my senses were fully activated, chakra spreading around me like a web. Any unfamiliar chakra entering my range would draw my attention. The moon was obscured by clouds, and the inn's lights became the only source of illumination. I shifted my position, taking out a small bottle of herbal tea given by Shikamaru, which was almost empty. After taking a sip, the bitterness mixed with sweetness slightly relaxed my tense nerves. Suddenly, my alertness was triggered. 2 unfamiliar chakras appeared on the east side of the inn, powerful and dangerous. One chakra was cold and sharp as a blade, while the other was heavy and violent like a tidal wave. A ninja of this caliber could not be just passing by. I quickly put away the herbal bottle and formed hand seals, shadow clone jutsu. One clone stayed behind to continue monitoring, while my main body silently moved towards the east side. Under the cover of darkness, I concealed myself in a large tree and finally got a clear look at the intruders. They wore cloaks with a black base and red clouds, and beneath the hat, I could see the Sharingan along with an exaggerated large knife. The Akatsuki, Uchiha Itachi, and Kisame Hashigaki. My muscles tensed instantly. The appearance of rogue ninja of this level here could only mean one thing: they were after the 9 tails within Naruto. I must stop them. Kisame had already unsheathed his large knife, and Itachi's Sharingan glowed dangerously red in the darkness. They were less than 50 meters from the inn and could attack at any moment. There was no time to notify Jiraiya. I quickly devised a strategy to take the initiative, creating a disturbance to draw Jiraiya's attention while delaying them as much as possible. Fire-style Great Dragon Fire Technique. 3 fire dragons erupted from my mouth, each aimed at the 2 enemies and their escape route. Itachi instantly retreated, while Kisame blocked the flames with his large knife, both turning to look in my direction. Oh dear, we've been discovered. Kisame grinned, revealing his jagged teeth. A leaf, Jonin. Itachi's voice was chillingly calm. Dark Valley Lichuan. A chill ran down my spine. They actually recognized me. This was not good. It meant the Akatsuki had comprehensive intelligence on Konoha. At this late hour, you two arrived, uninvited. It's rather impolite, don't you think? I jumped down from the tree, deliberately raising my voice, hoping it would reach the inn. We just came to find someone. Kisame sauntered closer, carrying his large knife. If you don't want to die, step aside, red-haired kid. I snorted coldly, quickly forming hand seals, fire-style Phoenix Fire Jutsu. Dozens of flame-wrapped shuriken shot towards Kisame, while my main body dashed toward Itachi. I must first restrict that Sharingan. Itachi easily dodged my taijutsu attack, his 3-demo pupils slightly rotating. Jinjutsu. I immediately bit my tongue, using the pain to stay awake, and closed my eyes, relying solely on my senses to fight. Oh, interesting. Itachi's voice came from my right. You actually know how to counter the Sharingan. Tisk, how could one become a Jonin without some skill? I suddenly opened my eyes, sweeping my leg to push back Kisame, who was trying to get close. Two Shrank rogue ninjas surrounded me, and the situation was dire. But my goal was merely to delay until Jiraiya arrived. Water-style water shark bullet technique. Kisame suddenly formed hand seals, and a massive water-shaped shark lunged at me. I quickly jumped back while forming seals, fire-style fire dragon flame bullet. Water and fire collided, creating a cloud of steam. Under the cover of the smoke, I split into 3 shadow clones, launching attacks from different directions. Trivial techniques. Kisame's large knife swept through, instantly dispelling 2 clones. The third clone rushed towards Itachi, only to be pierced by a kunai. But this was a trap. The clone contained an explosive tag. Boom. In the cloud of the explosion, my main body lunged at Kisame, unleashing all my taijutsu. Fists, elbows, knees, each strike aimed at vital points. Initially, Kisame was able to block with his large knife, but soon he was forced into retreat by my speed. This kid's taijutsu. Kisame exclaimed, his eyes wide with surprise. Don't underestimate him. Itachi emerged unscathed from the smoke. His fire style and taijutsu are close to shadow level. Being evaluated by Uchiha Itachi as close to shadow level, I wasn't sure whether to feel happy or afraid. I panted as I adjusted my stance while sensing the direction of the inn, and finally a powerful chakra was rapidly approaching. Jiraiya is coming. Looks like we're being delayed. Itachi spoke calmly. Kisame, make it quick. Just the way I like it. Kisame licked his lips excitedly. Water-style great exploding water colliding wave. A massive amount of water materialized out of nowhere, rushing towards me like a tsunami. This scale of water style was simply absurd. I immediately formed seals and leaped. Fire-style great fire extinguishing technique. Fire clashed with the water wall and steam enveloped the area once again. I quickly moved under cover, but the Sharingan still caught my movements. Itachi suddenly appeared behind me, pointing a finger at the back of my neck. At the critical moment, a white-haired figure intervened between us. Lion's mane technique. Jiraiya's long hair pierced towards Itachi like steel needles, forcing him to retreat. Taking advantage of this chance, I created distance, standing back to back with Jiraiya. Sorry I'm late, kid. Jiraiya grinned. These 2 guys are tough to deal with, huh? It's manageable. I wiped the sweat from my forehead. Leave Kisame to me, you handle Itachi. Huh, are you sure? I briefly explained. Jiraiya laughed heartily. Great. I love that spirit. The battle reignited. I faced Kisame with all my strength, no longer holding back. Fire style and taijutsu alternated, each strike imbued with lethal determination. Kisame could still joke around at first, but as the battle progressed, his expression grew increasingly serious. Kid, you're much stronger than you look. Kisame's large knife grazed my shoulder, drawing blood. You're much weaker than you look. I retorted, delivering an elbow strike to his abdomen. Kisame grunted and retreated a few steps. Water style 5 shark jutsu. 5 water-shaped sharks leaped from the ground, and I quickly formed seals, fire-style flame bullet barrage. The precise fireballs hit the sharks one by one, and steam enveloped the area once more. Using the cover, I charged towards Kisame kunai, aimed directly at his throat. Jinjutsu chains of pain. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced my brain. My vision distorted as if nails were being driven into my limbs. Itachi's Jinjutsu. I gritted my teeth against the pain, biting my tongue again, but this time it had little effect. Your opponent is me, Itachi. Jiraiya's voice seemed to come from afar. The Jinjutsu loosened slightly, and I seized the opportunity to break free, but my movements were already sluggish. Kisame's large knife swept towards me. I barely managed to block with my kunai, but the immense force sent me flying, crashing through several trees before I finally stopped. I spat out a mouthful of blood, and my ribs were likely broken. Kisame slowly approached. It's over, red-haired kid. At that critical moment, a scene suddenly flashed through my mind. Shikamaru's lazy smile, when he said, "Yes, I'm really worried." Why was I thinking of him at a time like this? This strange thought gave me strength. I suddenly flipped over, forming seals with astonishing speed, fire-style great fire extinguishing technique. This was my self-created strength fire style, exploding after compressing chakra to its limit. A massive pillar of fire soared into the sky, completely engulfing Kisame. The entire night sky was dyed orange, visible for miles. Kisame. Itachi finally showed signs of urgency. I'm fine. Kisame leaped from the flames, charred all over, but still alive. This kid really packs a punch. Both Kisame and I had reached our limits, but the battle between Itachi and Jiraiya continued. Suddenly, I heard Naruto's voice from afar. Perverted sage. I'm here to help you. Don't come over, Naruto. Jiraiya shouted. Itachi's gaze shifted towards the source of the voice, the Sharingan, slightly rotating. Not good. He was going to make a move on Naruto. I gritted my teeth against the pain and formed seals again, fire-style Phoenix Fire Jutsu. The fiery shuriken flew towards Itachi. Although he easily dodged it, it successfully diverted his attention. Jiraiya seized the opportunity, toad mouth binding technique. The walls of the inn suddenly transformed into a fleshy wall enveloping all of us. This is the stomach wall of Mount Myobicus Toad. Today ends here. Itachi spoke calmly. Kisame, let's go. TCH, what a buzzkill. Kisame hoisted his large knife, casting a regretful glance at me. They'll play with you next time, red-haired kid. After a twist in space, the two vanished. The toad stomach wall slowly returned to normal, and we were back in the ordinary inn courtyard. They've left. Jiraiya dropped his battle stance and turned to me. Are you badly hurt? He'll survive. I stood up with difficulty, my ribs hurting badly. Naruto ran over from the corridor, his eyes wide. Who were those people just now? And red-haired big brother, you're super strong. Shut up, idiot. I frowned. If it weren't for your shouting, they might have retreated long ago. Naruto shrank back a bit, but soon became excited. But your fire style is super cool. It's even better than Sasuke's. Liachuan, you need treatment. Jiraiya checked my injuries, 2 broken ribs, a deep cut on your shoulder, and chakra depletion. It's just a scratch. I pushed his hand away. The mission continues. They might come back. Jiraiya shook his head. Rest for a day tomorrow. Your performance exceeded expectations. Danzo was right to send you here. I didn't respond, only gazing in the direction where the Akatsuki had disappeared. Enemies of that level. Konoha would face a more severe threat in the future than we imagined. Back in the room, I quickly treated my wounds and drank the last bit of herbal tea Shikamaru gave me. The scent of herbs slightly relaxed my taut nerves, but the tension from the battle still lingered. The images from Itachi's Jinjutsu. Why was it Shikamaru? In life-and-death situations, one should think of the most important person or thing. Could it be that troublesome brat means so much to me? Tisk. I rubbed my nose vigorously, trying to banish this absurd thought from my mind. Outside the window, the sky began to lighten before dawn. I leaned against the window, watching the distant mountain silhouettes. The mission had just begun, and it was already so troublesome. I wondered what that kid Shikamaru was doing back in Konoha. He was probably sleeping in late. Thinking of his lazy demeanor made me involuntarily smile. But then I quickly straightened my face. What was I smiling about? I must have been injured too badly, my mind wasn't clear. Lying down to rest, a wave of pain shot through my chest. But what hurt more was that inexplicable emptiness in my heart. As if something important was missing. I took out the last lollipop and popped it into my mouth, the strawberry flavor spreading in my mouth. That evening, as the mission concluded, I stood before Konoha's main gate, still bearing unhealed wounds. A week had passed since the battle against the Akatsuki, yet the ache in my ribs lingered, and the gash on my shoulder throbbed faintly with each breath. Senior Jonin of the Anko division, the gate-guarding Chunin, bowed respectfully. Was the mission successful? I replied, tersely unwilling to elaborate. I would draft my mission report tomorrow. I only wished at that moment to collapse somewhere quiet. Walking down streets still under reconstruction, I was warmly greeted by villagers. Several elderly women even set aside their chores to gather around me, asking whether I'd been injured and whether I'd join them for dinner. I managed polite replies, though the dust made my nose itch beneath the bandage. Young Retsukan, chuckled the vegetable seller, her eyes crinkling with mirth. Narakin's been lingering by the village gate every day lately. Waiting for you, no doubt. My steps faltered almost imperceptibly. Does he have nothing better to do? Oh, young men are always so stubborn with their words. The women exchanged knowing glances and smiled. Go on, don't keep him waiting. I quickened my pace to escape their overwhelming warmth, yet slowed again at the corner where the silhouette of the Nara residence emerged ahead, and a familiar figure leaned against the cherry tree beside its gate. Shikamaru. His hands were buried deep in his pockets. He gazed lazily upward, as if merely idling beneath the clouds. But the moment I drew near, he turned, his eyes brightening instantly. Back already. His tone was effortlessly casual, as though we'd parted ways only yesterday. Yeah. I halted, keeping a careful distance between us. What are you doing here? Just finished a mission, taking a breather. Shikamaru shrugged, his gaze sweeping over me. When it settled on the bandage across my shoulder, his brow twitched almost invisibly. Bad injury. Minor. Instinctively, I angled my body to shield the wound from view. Reports due tomorrow. Shikamaru nodded. No further questions asked. A brief silence settled between us, filled only by the mingled scents of cherry blossoms and herbal medicine. Strange. Though I'd only been gone 10 days, it felt longer. Have you eaten yet? Shikamaru asked suddenly. Not yet. Mother made beef stew, he said, turning toward home with easy nonchalance. Enough for 3 people. I paused for a heartbeat, then followed. After all, my own apartment held only cold stove and colder solitude. Or well, what excuse was I even making? The Nara household glowed with its usual warmth. When Lady Yoshino saw me, she gasped in delight and immediately set out an extra set of chopsticks and bowl. Father Nara was attending a meeting at the Hokage Tower, so only the 3 of us sat at the table. Retsukan's lost weight. Lady Yoshino piled my rice bowl high. Eat more. It helps the wounds heal faster. Thank you. I accepted the bowl with lowered eyes, ears warming. Being cared for like this still felt unfamiliar. Shikamaru sat across from me, lazily picking carrots from his plate. I noticed his fingernails were chipped, evidence perhaps of recent intensive jutsu use. You've been on missions too? I tilted my chin toward his hands. Yeah, some crank ones. Shikamaru glanced at his fingers. Helped deliver goods for Ino's flower shop. Utterly troublesome. Lady Yoshino shook her head, smiling. You volunteered, dear, and now pretend otherwise. A faint flush rose along Shikamaru's neck as he hastily shoveled several mouthfuls of rice. For some inexplicable reason, that expression struck me as endearing. I swiftly banished the absurd thought and focused instead on the stew before me. As promised, it was indeed enough for 3, as though prepared with my arrival already anticipated. After dinner, I offered to wash the dishes. Lady Yoshino went to prepare tea and sweets, leaving just Shikamaru and me alone in the kitchen. So he leaned against the counter, voice low. Who did you run into? The plate slipped slightly in my hands. What? Someone strong enough to wound you isn't ordinary. His gaze settled on my shoulder. Your report says suspected missing Nin, but crank missions don't involve enemies like that. I hesitated. Intelligence on the Akatsuki was classified, but this was Shikamaru. Akatsuki, I said simply. Uchiha Itachi and Kisame Hashigaki. Shikamaru's pupils contracted sharply. You fought them? Yeah. Bought time until Jirizuma arrived. I kept washing, pretending not to see his stunned expression. Nothing serious. Nothing serious. His voice rose, rarely so sharp. Those are. Keep your voice down. I shot him a glare. Lady Yoshino doesn't know the details of my assignment. Shikamaru took a slow, steadying breath, forcing calm. He reached for a rinsed plate, his fingertips brushing my wrist, sending a faint electric shiver up my arm. Next time, he paused. Be more careful. I grunted in reply, but warmth bloomed quietly in my chest. This sensation of being truly watched over wasn't unpleasant. After finishing the dishes, Shikamaru pulled me gently into the corridor with quiet mischief. Here, something for you. He withdrew a small jar from his weapon pouch. Family ointment, excellent for blade wounds. I accepted it, uncapped it, and inhaled its rich herbal aroma, identical to the scent clinging to Shikamaru himself. Thank you. And this too. He handed me a cloth-wrapped bundle. New herbal tea, calming blend specially formulated. I took the bundle, and then realized, how did you know I'd be here tonight? Shikamaru blinked. I didn't. I just prepare it every day. Every day? My pulse surged inexplicably. I masked it with a scoff, tch. How utterly idle. Shikamaru only smiled, not denying it. We sat side by side on the corridor floor, watching cherry petals drift silently into the garden. Moonlight shimmered across the pond's surface in silver ripples. Your house, Shikamaru said suddenly. Have you gone back to see it yet? Not yet. I sipped the tea he'd brewed, perfectly warm. Tomorrow. Oh, a faint knowing curve touched his lips. Then, would you stay here? The guest room's always ready. Yeah. Night deepened, but neither of us moved to rise. Occasionally Shikamaru asked about mission details. Oh, I shared what I could. Mostly though we sat in comfortable silence, listening to cicadas sing and distant laughter drift from neighboring homes. By the way, Shikamaru remembered aloud, there's a celebration after the Chunin exams, tomorrow night. Will you come? A celebration? Yeah, my promotion to Chunin. He scratched his head. Ino insisted. Utterly troublesome. I couldn't help but laugh. Since when do you listen to Ino? Who's listening? Shikamaru protested. It's just. She said she'd use the mind-body switch technique on me daily if I refused. Imagining it, I laughed harder, until the movement tugged at my ribs, drawing a sharp, involuntary gasp. Are you all right? Shikamaru leaned in, immediately, hand hovering midair, wanting to steady me, yet hesitant to touch. Fine. I caught my breath, only to realize how close our faces had drawn. Bathed in moonlight, Shikamaru's eyes held a deep, warm brown, mirroring my own reflection within them. Time seemed to pause, for a single suspended second. I caught the subtle herbal fragrance clinging to his skin, and the faint salty tang of sweat likely from today's mission. His breath brushed my cheek, warm, steady, intimate. Ahem. I jerked backward, feigning a fumble with my bandage. Tomorrow, the celebration. I'll be there. Shikamaru retreated just as quickly, ears blazing crimson. Oh, good. At Yakiniku Q, 6 p.m. An awkward silence fell. Then we both spoke at once. You? That? And froze simultaneously. Shikamaru gestured politely. Go ahead. I'll change the ointment. I held up the jar he'd given me, rising. Let me help. He stood too. You can't reach the wound on your back, right? He was right. During the clash with Kisame, I'd slammed hard into a tree. The injury there remained difficult to treat alone. I hesitated, then nodded. In the guest room, I removed my shirt and sat facing away from him. Though we were both men, sitting bare-chested beneath lamplight still stirred a quiet unease. The skin beneath the bandage felt faintly feverish. I hoped he wouldn't notice. Not light, either, Shikamaru murmured from behind, fingertips lightly tracing the bruising on my back. Does it hurt? It's fine. I tensed my muscles, trying to ignore the heat radiating from his touch. Coolness spread across my skin as his fingers worked the ointment in. His motions were gentle, careful not to cause pain, yet firm enough to ensure deep absorption. A strange, soothing comfort bloomed where his hands moved, coaxing my body to relax without consent. Do you often tend others' wounds? I asked, grasping for distraction. No. First time. His voice was closed low. I studied a bit. I closed my eyes, feeling the ointment begin to warm, penetrating deeper. Your technique is good. A soft chuckle escaped him, his breath grazing my nape, sending delicate shivers down my spine. His fingers moved on, to the knife wound on my shoulder. More sensitive, I instinctively tightened my muscles again. Relax. Shikamaru murmured, voice hushed. This part will sting a little. It did, sharply, then melted into a profound, easing warmth. I exhaled slowly, feeling fatigue and pain recede layer by layer. Amid that quiet comfort accident struck, I turned to reach for a cup of water, and my elbow knocked the ointment jar from the shelf. Shikamaru lunged to catch it, lost balance, and tumbled forward, landing squarely atop me. We collapsed onto the tatami together, him above me, arms braced on either side of my head. Time stilled again. Shikamaru's eyes widened, lips parted slightly in surprise. Our chests pressed flush, heartbeats hammering in tandem. His warmth seeped through thin fabric, mingling with the scent of herbs and the clean, unmistakable essence of youth. My mind went blank. I could only stare, dazed, as his face drew nearer. Children, I've cut some fruit. Oh my. Lady Yoshino's voice rang from the doorway, followed by the clatter of a dropped tray. Shikamaru recoiled as if shocked, and we scrambled apart, faces burning as fiercely as my hair. Two was just. Lady Yoshino stammered, backing away. The fruit, I'll slice more. The door clicked shut hastily, leaving Shikamaru and me staring at each other in stunned silence. Shikamaru broke the silence first, the ointments nearly applied. Yeah. I responded mechanically, still reeling from the collision. Shikamaru stood, smoothing his clothes. So, good night. Good night. After the door closed, I released a long, shaky breath and flopped backward onto the futon. What was that just now? My heart still raced wildly, the heat on my cheeks refused to fade. Unthinkingly, my fingers traced the places Shikamaru's hands had touched, still humming faintly with residual warmth. I recalled the flash that crossed my mind mid-battle with Itachi, the image of Shikamaru saying softly yes. I was worried. TCH. I rolled onto my side, burying my face in the pillow, its fabric infused with the Nara family's signature herbal fragrance, echoing the scent that clung to Shikamaru. That night, I dreamed strangely, standing beside Shikamaru on the banks of Inaka River. He turned and smiled then. An alarm jolted me awake. Dawn bled gray at the window. I was drenched in sweat and mortified by the unmistakable evidence of desire rising beneath my sheets. 30 seconds later, I stood under icy water, head to toe, before finally regaining composure. Drying off, I stared into the mirror, red hair tangled, faint shadows beneath my eyes, the bandage loosened by moisture. Worst of all, my lips curved in a foolish, unguarded smile. I'm doomed, I whispered. Dressed and quiet, I slipped from the Nara residence, determined to avoid confronting last night's lingering awkwardness. Konoha's early morning streets lay empty save for a few merchants setting up stalls. I jogged slowly back to my own home, needing solitude to untangle my thoughts. My new house stood silently in the pale dawn light, strangely unfamiliar yet hauntingly known. Opening the door, I was met with cool, hollow air, a stark contrast to the Nara home's embracing herbal warmth. I slumped onto the sofa, staring blankly at the ceiling. The Akatsuki battle, nearly dying beneath Kisame's blade. That accidental, breathless embrace. All paled beside a far more terrifying truth. Retsukan of the Anko division, 18-year-old Jonin, might possibly, perhaps, be falling for Shikamaru Nara, the most troublesome boy I knew. Damn it. The celebration at Roast Meat Q was exuberant. Ninjas filled the restaurant's largest private room, laughter mingled with the sizzle of grilling meat audible even beyond the door. I hesitated for 3 seconds at the entrance before pushing the door open. Senior brother Lai Chuan. Ino spotted me first and waved enthusiastically. Over here. Over here. The entire room fell silent in an instant, every gaze converging upon me. Instinctively, I touched the adhesive bandage on my nose. TCH. I should have declined this invitation. So the captain really came? Choji mumbled through a mouthful of grilled meat. Shut up and eat. Shikamaru kicked him lightly beside him, then nodded respectfully toward me. Senior brother. He wore deep blue casual attire. His hair, freshly washed, appeared softer and more tousled than usual. I stiffly took the empty seat beside him, and a waiter promptly arrived with cutlery and drinks. Never imagined an A and B level shinobi from the Dark Valley would attend our gathering, Tintin said with a smile. Wasn't he dragged here by Shikamaru? Kiba teased, and Akamaru barked in agreement. I shot Shikamaru a glare, but he feigned innocence. I didn't drag you. I merely extended the invitation. You came willingly, senior brother. Don't flatter yourself. I retorted, but only provoked a chorus of playful jeers. Ino leaned in conspiratorially. Captain Laichuan. Is it true you fought members of the Akatsuki? Really? Silence descended again as all eyes widened, fixed expectantly on me. I frowned. How had such classified intelligence leaked? False, I replied coldly. Spread that rumor again, and you'll run 100 laps around Konoha. Ino shrank back slightly, but her eyes gleamed with unmistakable disbelief. Shikamaru smoothly changed the subject. The meat's about to burn. For the rest of the evening, I remained mostly silent, offering only occasional measured replies. Watching these young ones chatter and bicker somehow felt soothing rather than irritating. Shikamaru sat beside me casually, placing perfectly grilled cuts onto my plate, his movements so natural, as if he'd done it 1,000 times before. Senior brother likes spice, right? He handed me a plate of tenderloin generously seasoned with chili. Yes. I accepted it, inwardly surprised he remembered such a trivial detail. Midway through the celebration, someone suggested heading to the hot springs. Everyone agreed, and I was half persuaded, half led away. Konoha's newly opened onsen was just a short walk from the restaurant. The cool night breeze gently dispersed the faint haze of alcohol. I'll take another bathhouse, I announced tersely, and immediately distanced myself from the boisterous group. Mist curled above the steaming water. I settled into a quiet corner, the heat instantly easing days of muscle fatigue. Closing my eyes, I heard only the murmur of flowing water and distant muffled voices. Mind if I join you? Opening my eyes, I found Shikamaru standing at the pool's edge, a towel wrapped low around his waist. Moonlight filtered through the open ceiling, tracing the subtle contours of his adolescent musculature. I turned my face aside and shifted slightly. Go ahead. He slipped into the water with a soft sigh of contentment. We soaked in silence for a while. Then unexpectedly he retrieved a small bottle from the edge. Care for some? Sake. I paused, then accepted the bottle. The sake slid down my throat, warm and sharp, harmonizing perfectly with the enveloping heat of the spring. The first bottle vanished swiftly. Shikamaru produced a second, as if by magic. When did you prepare this? I raised an eyebrow. Borrowed it during the party. He winked mischievously. The owner was too busy collecting payments to notice. Before we knew it, 3 bottles were gone. My head began to swim, my body floated weightlessly, profoundly relaxed. The spring's warmth and the sake's potency softened the habitual tension in my nerves. Hey kid, I nudged Shikamaru's shoulder. How does it feel, becoming a chunin? He pondered a moment. It's exhausting. More missions, greater responsibility. And yet my pay hasn't increased much. I scoffed. Save that complaint until you're a Jonin. Why did you senior brother want to become a Jonin? That question caught me off guard. Why? Memory offered only an unrelenting drive to grow stronger, and not to be alone anymore. I don't know, I murmured, gazing upward at the star-strewn sky. Perhaps it was simply the longing for belonging. The words escaped before I could stop them, and instantly I regretted them. How could such sentimentality slip from my lips? It must have been the sake. Yet Shikamaru didn't mock me, only murmured a soft, thoughtful Are you settling in well at the Nara residence? He asked suddenly. I turned to look at him, and saw an unusual gravity in his expression. Steam rose between us, blurring his features at the edges. Yes, I answered at last. Better than being alone. Shikamaru's eyes brightened, the corners of his mouth lifted faintly. For a fleeting moment it felt as though that simple admission had narrowed the space between us, though perhaps it was only illusion. Emerging from the onsen, my steps wavered unsteadily. The sake's aftereffect proved stronger than anticipated, the periphery of my vision blurred. Shikamaru steadied my arm just in time, preventing me from stumbling into the changing room. Senior brother, you've had too much. Nonsense. I shook off his hand, only to nearly collide with a locker. My tolerance is exceptional. Shikamaru sighed, retrieving my clothes. Lift your arms. No, that's the pant leg. With his assistance I managed, barely, to dress. Stepping outside the onsen, we found ourselves beneath the quiet night sky. Others had already departed, only Shikamaru and I remained. I'll walk you home, he said, his tone leaving no room for refusal. Unnecessary. I stubbornly stepped forward, then veered sharply off course. Where is my house exactly? Shikamaru shook his head, gently guiding my arm. This way. Nighttime Konoha lay serene and tranquil. Reconstruction had progressed well beyond the halfway mark. We passed beneath softly glowing street lamps. Passers-by cast curious glances, each met with a stern glare from me. Don't be so fierce, Shikamaru murmured. They're simply wondering why the famed A and BU of the Dark Valley appears so thoroughly intoxicated. Famed, I snorted. Who coined that title? Crimson-haired demon. Tempestuous god of flame. He counted on his fingers. Ino's collected quite a list. That gossip monger, rounding the final corner of my house, came into view. Moonlight shimmered silver across its newly repaired roof. The wind chime Shikamaru had gifted me swayed gently on the windowsill. Keys, Shikamaru held out his hand. I rummaged in my pockets, producing a jumble of odds and ends kunai shuriken candy wrappers. But no key. TCH, must have lost it. Shikamaru sighed, pulling a key from his own pocket. Knew this would happen. I made a copy when you moved back last time. Huh. My eyes widened. When did you? A secret. He grinned playfully and unlocked the door, ushering me inside. The interior was pitch black, save for slender ribbons of moonlight slipping through the curtain gaps. Shikamaru navigated effortlessly to the light switch as though this were his own home. Drink some water, he said, handing me a glass of warm water, then disappeared into the bedroom to prepare the bed. I sank onto the sofa, watching his silhouette move purposefully through the room, and a strange quiet certainty settled over me. This scene felt utterly natural, as if repeated countless times before. Shikamaru brewing tea for me at the Nara residence, now laying out my bedding here. When exactly had things shifted between us? All set, he emerged. Can you change on your own? Of course. I stood to prove it, only to nearly trip over the coffee table. Shikamaru steadied me with a resigned sigh. Fine, I'll help. I don't need your help, I protested, but the sake rendered my resistance feeble and unconvincing. With his aid, I donned my sleepwear and collapsed onto the bed, the world spinning dizzily. Shikamaru sat beside me, offering a cup of hangover tea. It'll ease the discomfort. I drank obediently, the bitterness tempered by a familiar herbal aroma. His fingertips gently brushed aside stray strands from my forehead, their touch astonishingly tender. Why are you so kind to me? The sake loosened my tongue, coaxing forth a question I'd never dare ask sober. His hand stilled for a breath. What do you think? I don't know, I admitted honestly. I'm not even worth the trouble I cause others. Fool. Shikamaru's voice was barely a whisper. Because I never heard the rest, overwhelmed by a sudden, irresistible wave of drowsiness. Just before consciousness dissolved, something soft and fleeting brushed my lips, gone in an instant. Good night, senior brother. Those were the last words I registered before slipping into darkness. At midnight, half awake and drifting, I sensed warmth beside me. Drowsily reaching out, my fingers encountered a human shape. Instinctively, I drew it closer, my arms instantly cradling, yielding living warmth. Senior brother, a familiar, sleep-thickened voice murmured. Shoo. I mumbled, burying my face against the curve of his neck. The scent was deeply familiar, a calming herbal fragrance. His body stiffened at first, then gradually softened, even leaning subtly into mine. His head rested beneath my chin, his soft hair tickled my skin. This is perfect, I thought hazily, before sinking once more into slumber. Morning sunlight stabbed painfully behind my eyelids. A throbbing hangover headache arrived on schedule. I groaned, attempting to roll away from the glare, only to find my arm pinned beneath something heavy. Blinking open, gritty eyes, I found a tangle of messy black hair filling my vision. Shikamaru was curled against my chest, cheek pressed to my sternum, one hand resting lightly on my waist. Our legs intertwined like two nested spoons. I snapped, fully awake. What in the world? Why was Shikamaru in my bed? And holding me like this, Carefully trying to withdraw my arm, I startled him awake. His drowsy eyes fluttered open and locked onto mine. His pupils widened in instant wide-eyed alarm. Gee, good morning, senior brother, he stammered, his ears flushing crimson before my very eyes. You? My voice hoarse with sleep rasped out. Why are you here? You were drunk last night. I brought you home. He tried to pull back, but my unconscious grip tightened, trapping him. With a soft exhale, he withdrew, and an awkward, charged silence bloomed between us. Fragments of memory reassembled. The onsen, the sake, the walk home, and that delicate dreamlike brush of lips. I hesitated. Think you kissed me, eh? His expression froze, then cycled rapidly from red to pale to crimson again, vivid as a flickering lantern. That was just a dream, he insisted, voice trembling despite his forced composure. Was it? I touched my lips, the sensation still hauntingly real. But seeing his flustered state, I chose, for now, to let him off the hook. Maybe. I stretched languidly, immediately protesting with a fresh wave of headache. What time is it? 9:20 a.m. Shikamaru glanced out the window. I should go. I'll worry my mother. He hurriedly straightened his clothes while I pretended intense fascination with the ceiling. Only after the door clicked shut did I exhale deeply and bury my face in the pillow, still faintly scented with his presence. What truly happened last night? Was that kiss real? Why did I hold him all night? And, more unsettling still, why did none of it feel unwelcome? My fingers brushed my lips again, my pulse quickening unbidden. I swung my legs over the edge of the bed and headed for a cold shower to clear my head. Today the square in front of the Hokage Tower was filled with people. I stood among the elite ninja feeling an itch in my nose beneath the band-aid due to the crowd's tightness. Today is a joyous occasion as Lady Tsunade officially assumes the position of the 5th Hokage. Silence. The voice of Tosuke Koharu echoed throughout the square. Next, the 5th Hokage will give a speech. Tsunade ascended the high platform, her green robe particularly striking under the sunlight. She surveyed the crowd, her gaze piercing. When her eyes swept across my position, they paused imperceptibly for a second, sending a chill down my spine. Thank you all for your trust. Tsunade's voice was clear and strong. Rebuilding Konoha is our top priority. To this end, I will adjust some personnel arrangements. I listened half-heartedly, my gaze unconsciously searching among the elite ninja, and there he was. Shikamaru stood beside Asuma, looking as if he hadn't slept at all. As if sensing my gaze, he slightly turned his head and winked at me. I immediately turned my face away, but my ears began to heat up. Ever since that drunken night, we hadn't spoken alone since. Next, I will announce a special appointment. Tsunade's voice suddenly turned serious. After careful consideration, I have decided to designate a Hokage candidate. Whispers erupted among the crowd. A Hokage candidate. This is a big deal. I perked up my ears in curiosity, wondering who it would be. Kakashi, Asuma, Ankakis Raikawa, elite ninja. My name detonated in my ears like a bomb. What? I widened my eyes, doubting my hearing. All eyes around me instantly focused on me, filled with surprise, skepticism, and the unmistakable displeasure of Danzo. Ankakis elite ninja demonstrated near shadow-level strength in the battle against the Akatsuki and fought alongside the 3rd Hokage during the Konoha collapse plan, which is commendable. Tsunade continued, her gaze locked onto me. I believe he has the potential to become the future Hokage. My mind went blank. Hokage? Me? What a joke. I'm just a hot-tempered, ordinary elite ninja who finds leading a team bothersome. How could I possibly become Hokage? Ankakis elite ninja, please step forward. Mechanically, I moved my feet, feeling as if my legs were filled with lead. As I walked up to the platform, Tsunade gave me a meaningful glance that clearly said, refuse, and I'll kill you. Thank you for your trust, Lady Hokage. I forced out a sentence, my voice dry and unrecognizable. Tsunade patted my shoulder and turned to the crowd. From today onward, Ankakis elite ninja will participate in more Hokage-related affairs to prepare for the future. The ceremony has concluded. The crowd gradually dispersed while I remained standing in place, unable to digest this fact. A Hokage candidate. Has Lady Tsunade lost her mind? How could I lead a village when I can't even control my own temper? Congratulations, Raikawa. Jiraiya appeared beside me at some point, grinning with a mischievous smile, the future 6th Hokage. Don't joke around like that. I gritted my teeth and said, what exactly is going on? Tsunade has taken a liking to you. Jiraiya shrugged. She said you have pure will of fire or something like that. Me? Will of fire? I was practically laughing out of anger. She must have mistaken me for someone else. Don't underestimate yourself. Jiraiya suddenly turned serious. Your performance against the Akatsuki and your determination to protect Naruto. These all show that you are a qualified candidate. I wanted to retort, but then I saw Shikamaru hovering nearby, seemingly torn between approaching and hesitating. Jiraiya followed my gaze and suddenly had an epiphany. I see, he lowered his voice. Is it because of that Nara kid? What? I turned sharply. What does he have to do with this? Jiraiya smiled even more meaningfully. A Hokage needs someone who can stabilize him. Tsunade probably thinks you found that person. I was left speechless, completely unsure of how to respond. Jiraiya laughed heartily and left, leaving me and Shikamaru, who was slowly approaching, exchanging glances. Congratulations, senior. Shikamaru's voice was calm, but his eyes were complex. A Hokage candidate. Don't you start too. I said, irritably ruffling my hair. I'm not suited for it at all. Shikamaru tilted his head, looking at me. Why not? You're strong, and the elders like you. But I stopped, unsure how to explain my inner resistance. What does it mean to become Hokage? More responsibilities, less freedom. And the distance between me and lower-ranked ninjas like Shikamaru will only grow. In short, I'm just not suited for it. I finally said, turning to leave. I'm going to find Lady Tsunade to decline. Suddenly, Shikamaru grabbed my wrist. Wait. His fingers were warm and dry, and where they touched felt like an electric current passing through. We both froze, and Shikamaru quickly released my hand, his ears turning red. Are you free tonight? He asked, staring at the ground. I want to ask a few tactical questions. As a Hokage candidate. Don't call me that. I instinctively retorted, then realized he was inviting me. What time? 7 o'clock. Training ground. Sure. After a brief conversation, we parted ways. I headed toward the Hokage Tower, my mind a tangled mess. Hokage candidate, Tsunade's decision, Shikamaru's invitation. Everything came too suddenly. In the Hokage's office, Tsunade was reviewing documents while Shizen stood nearby. Seeing me enter, Shizun wisely withdrew. I knew you would come, Tsunade said without looking up. Sit. I stiffly sat in the chair opposite her, unsure how to start. Finally, Tsunade put down her pen, her sharp gaze fixed on me. Do you want to refuse? Yes. I admitted honestly, am not suited to be Hokage. Why, oi? Am hot-tempered, impatient, hate paperwork. I counted on my fingers, and I'm completely clueless about politics. Tsunade snorted. All of these can be learned. What matters is your essence, your choices in critical moments, your determination to protect your comrades, and the villagers' trust in you. But, Raikawa, Tsunade suddenly became serious. Do you know why I chose you? I shook my head. Because I see the shadows of Shinju and Dan in you. Her voice softened. That pure passion, the resolve to sacrifice everything to protect those who matter. I was left speechless. Shinju and Dan, those were the brother and lover Tsunade lost. And also, Tsunade continued, you possess a quality that most strong individuals lack. What? You understand love. She smiled faintly, not an abstract love for the village, but that kind of love for specific people. This is important. Immediately, Shikamaru's face flashed in my mind, his lazy smile, the serious look in his eyes during battle, and the warmth from that night in my arms. Wait, what am I thinking? I don't understand what you mean. I stuttered. Tsunade gave me a meaningful glance. You will understand. Now, as a Hokage candidate, you will spend 2 hours every day learning to handle administrative affairs with me starting tomorrow. Yes. Leaving the Hokage Tower, I wandered aimlessly through the streets. When villagers saw me, there were more glances of awe and curiosity. The title of Hokage candidate felt like an invisible wall separating me from ordinary people. Turning a corner, I heard a familiar voice. So he's the Hokage candidate now. Ino's voice came from the flower shop entrance. Doesn't that mean? Mean what? This is the document that needs to be processed today. Silence placed a stack of scrolls towering to half my height on my desk, causing the top few to tumble to the floor due to instability. I stared at this mountain of paper, my lips twitching. All of it? I asked dryly. Just the first part, came the reply. Silence adjusted her glasses, a dubious smile playing at the corners of her mouth. The Hokage said to start with the simple tasks. Simple. I casually unrolled a scroll, and the dense small text instantly made my head spin. Comparative analysis and suggestions on the optimization of supply routes for the 3rd Patrol Team at the southeast border. What kind of simple is this? Tisk. I rubbed the adhesive bandage on my nose, which was particularly itchy due to my irritation. Can I request to go on a mission? Any mission would do, even in rank 1. Silence shook her head sympathetically. The Hokage said that for the next 2 weeks you need to stay in the office to study administrative procedures. 2 weeks. I nearly leapt from my chair. How could someone used to fighting on the front line sit in an office for 2 weeks? It was sheer torture. Ankakis Jonin, Tsunade's voice came from the inner room. If you have any objections, feel free to voice them directly. I gritted my teeth in response, resigned as I picked up my pen. Silence gave me an encouraging smile before returning to her own tasks. I glared at the first scroll, struggling to concentrate. The phrases danced before my eyes: supply line optimization, logistical cost analysis, ninja efficiency evaluation. My temples began to throb. Don't just look, make annotations, Tsunade said, having appeared behind me at some point. Use a red pen to mark the areas you think are problematic. I steeled myself to continue reading, forcing myself to draw question marks next to a few pieces of data. Tsunade picked up my annotated scroll and quickly skimmed through it. Why mark this? She pointed at one of my question marks. The supply frequency here is too high. I frowned. Under this arrangement, the ninjas won't have enough time to rest. Tsunade raised an eyebrow. Go on. Ninjas are prone to making mistakes when fatigued, especially in high-risk environments like the border. I pointed at another piece of data, and the allocation of resources here is unreasonable. The ratio of soldier food pills is too high, while medical supplies are too few. Tsunade smiled in satisfaction. Very good, your observations are quite accurate. This is the reason for the 2 casualties that occurred in the 3rd Patrol Team last month. She set down the scroll and handed me another. Now take a look at this. It's the analysis report on the movements of Sunagakure by the Umbu. Tell me your thoughts. This report was somewhat more interesting than the previous one. I read carefully about the troop movements and resource reserves of Sunagakure, certain details catching my attention. What are they preparing for? I pointed at a few pieces of data. These supplies don't seem to be for conventional warfare. They are more like for launching a surprise attack. Where at? I thought for a moment, suddenly recalling a possibility. It can't be Shosetsu Street, can it? I discovered a secret base of Sunagakure there during my last mission. Tsunade nodded in approval. Good. Most people overlook this point. Continue. Thus the entire morning passed in reading and discussing documents. To my surprise, this paperwork was not as boring as I had imagined, especially when discovering that certain intelligence aligned with actual mission experiences, providing a sense of puzzle-solving satisfaction. During lunch break, I rubbed my sore shoulders as I stepped out of the Hokage building. The sunlight was blinding, and I squinted, seeing a group of Jonin just returning from the training ground. Shikamaru was walking at the back talking to Ino. I instinctively moved towards them, but stopped halfway. Now that I was a Hokage candidate, was it appropriate to approach Jonin so casually? Just as I hesitated, Ino noticed me and nudged Shikamaru with her elbow. They halted, and Shikamaru turned to see me, his expression momentarily surprised, then quickly becoming reserved. Lord Ankaku, he bowed slightly, his tone respectfully unfamiliar. Lord, I frowned. Shikamaru had never addressed me this way. You all finished training? I asked dryly. Yes, my lord, Ino replied respectfully. We just completed team cooperation exercises. This overly respectful attitude made me uncomfortable. Wasn't Ino always teasing me without reservation before? Now what? Shikamaru, I called directly. Are you free this afternoon? Shikamaru seemed surprised by my question, blinking. I am, my lord. Don't call me my lord, I said irritably. Just call me senior like before. Yes, senior. An awkward silence suddenly enveloped us. Ino glanced between me and Shikamaru, her eyes darting as if brewing some mischievous idea. I'll be going now, she suddenly announced. Choji is still waiting for me to have lunch. Goodbye, Lord Ankaku. Goodbye, Shikamaru. With that, she dashed away, leaving Shikamaru and me standing there. Have you had lunch yet? I broke the silence. Not yet, Shikamaru scratched his head. What about you, senior? Neither. Want to go together? Shikamaru's eyes lit up. Sure. We went to the ramen shop we frequented. The owner was noticeably more respectful when he saw me, even going so far as to wipe down an already clean seat. Lord Ankaku, it's an honor. What would you like today? I suppressed my discomfort while ordering, noticing Shikamaru watching me secretly, a slight smile playing on his lips. What are you laughing at? I glared at him. Nothing. Shikamaru sipped his tea. Just thought. Senior seems unaccustomed to being called my lord. Of course, I lowered my voice. Suddenly everyone is acting so polite, as if I'm some fragile item. It's because your status has changed, Shikamaru said calmly. The Hokage candidate represents the village's future, so naturally everyone will show respect. I stared at him for a few seconds. Do you think so too? Shikamaru played with his teacup. I don't know. When the ramen arrived, we ate in silence. The once relaxed atmosphere felt blocked by some invisible barrier. I stole glances at Shikamaru's profile and noticed faint dark circles under his eyes. Been busy with missions lately? I asked. Yeah, a few crank ones. Shikamaru picked up a slice of chashu. But it's probably much easier than your clerical work. How do you know I'm doing clerical work? The whole village knows, Shikamaru laughed. The irritable red-haired Jonin being pinned at the desk learning paperwork has become the latest gossip. I nearly choked on my noodles. What? Who spread that? I don't know, Shikamaru blinked innocently. But I heard someone saw you making a nightmare face while staring at a pile of documents. Silence that girl. I gritted my teeth. Shikamaru finally laughed, that familiar lazy smile easing my heart. That's more like it. That previous overly respectful attitude was ridiculous. By the way, Shikamaru suddenly remembered something. I heard the Hokage is very strict. Absolutely a devil, I blurted out. This morning I had to review 12 reports, each with comments. Shikamaru listened to my complaints and interjected occasionally. Unconsciously, we fell back into our previous rapport, as if the title of Hokage candidate had never existed. The lunch break ended too quickly. When we parted, Shikamaru hesitated. Senior, are we still having lunch together tomorrow? Depends, I said, if Tsunade doesn't bury me under a pile of documents. Shikamaru smiled. Then I'll wait for you here tomorrow at noon. If you don't come, I'll eat alone. Returning to the Hokage building, the afternoon workload was even heavier. In addition to reading documents, I had to learn how to write formal notices and the proper use of the Hokage seal. Silence patiently taught me various formatting requirements, but I still made numerous mistakes. You can't use colloquialisms here, Silence pointed at my draft. Make it more formal. Tisk, so troublesome. I rake my hair. Considering the above situation, it is recommended to take immediate action. Is this all right? Much better, Silence nodded. The Hokage said you've made progress. By evening, I was finally allowed to leave. Tsunade gave me several documents to take home for study. I dragged my weary feet out of the Hokage building, but instead of heading straight home, I wandered aimlessly to the hot spring. A soak to relax seemed nice. The men's bath was not crowded, and amidst the swirling mist, I could only see a few blurred figures. I found a corner to sit down, letting the hot water relieve the fatigue of the day. Closing my eyes, the smile of Shikamaru from lunch flashed in my mind. Senior? A familiar voice made me open my eyes wide. Shikamaru stood at the edge of the pool, a towel wrapped around his waist, his hair slightly damp. The moonlight streamed through the open-air hot spring roof, outlining the boy's emerging muscle lines. You're here too. I tried to keep my voice calm. Yeah, just finished training. Shikamaru slid into the water sitting beside me. Didn't expect to run into you, senior. We soaked in silence for a while, the steam swirling around us. Occasionally, Shikamaru's shoulder brushed against mine, then quickly parted like a cautious probe. Is the paperwork going smoothly? Shikamaru broke the silence. It's all right, I replied briefly. It's a bit more interesting than I expected. You really are impressive. Shikamaru looked up at the starry sky. Nothing can defeat you. Quit flattering me. I retorted, but inwardly, I felt a strange satisfaction. Shikamaru smiled, that lazy smile that made my heart race. In the steam, his profile was particularly clear, water droplets clinging to his lashes, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. I'm serious, he turned to me. Not just anyone can be a Hokage candidate. Your selection means you are really special. Special? I never thought of myself as particularly special. Yet the earnest look on Shikamaru's face made me momentarily unsure of how to respond. What about you? I changed the subject. How's life as a Chunin? It's a hassle, Shikamaru sighed. More missions, more responsibilities, but the pay hasn't increased much. I scoffed. You said that last time too. Because it's the truth. Shikamaru splashed water on himself, but it's also quite fulfilling. We chatted about mundane topics, the atmosphere relaxed and natural. As we finished soaking, Shikamaru suddenly asked, Are you going home now, senior? Yeah. Should I walk you home? I raised an eyebrow. Isn't it the other way around? I should be the one walking you. Why? Because. I paused. Was it because I was a Jonin? Because I was a Hokage candidate? These reasons suddenly seemed ridiculous. Whatever, I finally said, let's go together. The streets of Konoha at night were quiet and peaceful. We walked side by side, occasionally bumping shoulders, then quickly pulling away. Passing by a dessert shop, Shikamaru stopped. Wait for me a moment. He dashed into the store and came out a few minutes later with 2 paper bags. Here. I took the paper bag. Inside were several glutinous rice dumplings, the kind filled with red bean paste that I love the most. Thank you. I was somewhat surprised that he remembered my taste. You've treated me to meals so many times. This little gift is only proper. Shikamaru bit into his dumpling. Delicious. Under the moonlight, his satisfied expression was vivid. When we parted at my doorstep, Shikamaru hesitated. Senior, are we still having lunch together tomorrow? Yeah, I nodded. Same place. Shikamaru smiled, waved, and turned to leave. I stood at the door watching his retreating figure until he disappeared around the corner. Back home, I spread out the documents Tsunade had given me on the table, but couldn't focus at all. My mind was filled with fragments of my day with Shikamaru. His discomfort when calling me my lord, the smiles over ramen, and the damp side profile in the hot spring. Tisk. I rubbed my nose, the skin beneath the adhesive bandage reddening from frequent contact. Outside the window, the wind chimed. Shikamaru gave me swayed gently. I walked over to gently touch it. The metal's coolness calmed me a bit. Since becoming a Hokage candidate, many things had changed. But some things, like my feelings for Shikamaru. Wait, what do I feel for Shikamaru? This question left me frozen in place. What do I feel for him? Is it concern from a senior to a junior? Friendship between peers? Or the memory of that drunken night, the kiss that felt both real and illusory? And this morning, my first thought upon seeing the pile of documents was, I wish Shikamaru were here. That night, I uncharacteristically found it hard to sleep. Tossing and turning, Shikamaru's figure lingered in my mind. It wasn't until dawn that I finally managed to fall asleep, dreaming of those brown eyes filled with laughter. Make way. Medical team. Where's the medical team? The urgent shouts shattered the tranquility of Konoha Hospital on that quiet morning. I lifted my head from a pile of documents and saw a group of ninjas rushing into the hall carrying a stretcher, blood dripping along the way. The orange figure on the stretcher made me spring to my feet. It was Naruto. What happened? I stopped the Chunin and asked. The Valley of the End. Sasuke. The Chunin gasped. Naruto fought him to this extent to stop him. I quickly followed the medical team and saw Naruto covered in wounds, the most serious being a horrifying penetrating injury to his chest. Tsunade had rushed over as soon as she heard the news and immediately took charge of the treatment. Enkaku, help me hold him down, Tsunade commanded briefly. I stepped forward to restrain Naruto's struggling body, and seeing his injuries up close shocked me. This was nowhere near the injuries one would sustain from a regular match. Did that kid Sasuke truly want to kill Naruto? Sasuke. Even in his unconscious state, Naruto continued to murmur that name, the pain in his voice far greater than the injuries on his body. The treatment lasted for a full 3 hours. When Tsunade finally announced that Naruto was out of danger, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. I stepped out of the ward and found a crowd gathering in the corridor. Sakura was crying. Kakashi leaned against the wall with a serious expression, and there was Shikamaru. I frowned. What are you doing here? Shikamaru leaned by the window, dark circles under his eyes. I heard Naruto was in trouble and rushed here. What's the situation? He's not dead, I replied briefly. What about Sasuke? He defected. Shikamaru's voice was unusually cold. He allied with Orochimaru. I clenched my fists, my nails digging deep into my palms. That Uchiha brat actually betrayed his comrades for power. He nearly killed Naruto. The Hokage has already organized a pursuit team, Shikamaru continued. I applied to join. What? I turned sharply to look at him. No way. Shikamaru blinked, seemingly not expecting my intense reaction. Why? My tactical abilities. I said no means no. I nearly shouted, drawing the attention of those around us. Shikamaru was stunned, and I was taken aback by my own reaction. Taking a deep breath, I lowered my voice. It's too dangerous. Orochimaru is not someone you can handle. But Sasuke is our comrade. Shikamaru looked me straight in the eyes. We can't just give up on him. I opened my mouth, but couldn't find any words to refute. The determination in Shikamaru's eyes reminded me of his vow to become a ninja capable of protecting his comrades when he became a Chunin. And now he was fulfilling that vow. Fine, do as you wish. I finally turned my face away, but don't die. If you do, I swear I won't let you rest in peace. Shikamaru smiled, that lazy grin that made my heart race. Don't worry, senpai. I'm best at handling troublesome matters. The pursuit team set out quickly. I stood at the village entrance watching Shikamaru's back disappear into the forest, my chest feeling as though a stone was pressed against it. The bandage on my nose began to itch again, and I rubbed it hard until my skin turned red. 3 days later, the pursuit team returned, but without Sasuke. Shikamaru had sustained some minor injuries, but looked even more exhausted. When I visited him in the hospital, he was staring blankly out the window. Did you fail, eh? I leaned against the doorframe and asked. Shikamaru turned his head, forcing a strained smile. Yeah, we were stopped by the Sound 4. If it weren't for the timely arrival of the sand reinforcement, we might not have made it back. I walked to his bedside to check his injuries. Thankfully, it was just some abrasions and chakra exhaustion. Niji was the worst off, Shikamaru continued, his voice low. And Choji, he took that pill to save us. I silently handed him a cup of water and sat down beside his bed. Shikamaru took the cup, our fingers brushing briefly, his fingertips cold. Naruto woke up. I told him. He insisted on going to find Sasuke, but Jiraiya-sensei held him back. Shikamaru chuckled bitterly, typical Naruto behavior. Tsunadesima decided to have Naruto accompany Jiraiya-sensei on a 3-year training trip. I said they'll set out tomorrow. 3 years. Shikamaru gazed at the cup, lost in thought. By the time he returns, we will have changed a lot, right? We fell into silence. Outside the window, the leaves rustled in the wind, as if whispering some unexplainable emotion. The next day, I stood by the window in the Hokage's office watching Naruto and Jiraiya leave. Naruto was still bandaged up, but walked with determination. Jiraiya's large hand rested on his shoulder, as if transmitting some kind of strength. Enkaku, Tsunade's voice came from behind me. I have a mission for you. I turned around, waiting for her instructions. We need to reinforce the border. Tsunade said seriously. Although the sand is an ally now, we must remain vigilant. I want you to guard the southeastern outpost for 3 years. 3 years. At the same time, Naruto is leaving. I frowned. Why me? Because you are one of my most trusted Jonin. Tsunade looked me in the eyes, and you need to gain more leadership experience. Becoming Hokage isn't just about strength. I couldn't refute this reason. But 3 years. That meant I wouldn't be able to see. When do we leave? I asked softly. In a week. Tsunade handed me a document. Detailed mission instructions are here. Prepare well. Leaving the Hokage building, I wandered aimlessly through the village. 3 years. What would Shikamaru be like when I return? 20 years old, he should be taller and stronger, right? Is he still so lazy? Will he still remember? I shook my head, interrupting my train of thought. Really, he's just a kid. Why do I care so much? Passing by the training ground, I saw Shikamaru instructing a group of genin. He wore a standard Chunin vest, his hair a bit longer than when I first met him, casually tied up at the back. In the sunlight, his profile was sharply defined, losing much of its childishness. Relax your wrist a bit more, he lazily guided a blonde girl. Shuriken aren't thrown with brute force. The girl nodded, blushing, while the other genin listened intently. I leaned against a tree in the distance and watched for a while, not wanting to disturb him. Shikamaru as a teacher looked quite fitting. In the following days, I was busy with preparations before departure. Organizing gear, handing over work, bidding farewell to the shops I frequented. The old ladies heard that I would be leaving for 3 years and bombarded me with various foods and daily necessities as if I were going to some wild land. Little Rika remembered to write often. One of the vegetable-selling old ladies wiped her tears. The wind and sand are strong over there, take care of your skin. The lady at the cosmetics store handed me a pile of skincare products. I thanked her one by one, but thought to myself, who would write to me? Who should I write to? On the night before my departure, I was doing a final check at home when I suddenly heard a gentle knock on the door. When I opened it, Shikamaru stood in the moonlight holding a small package. Can I come in? He asked. I stepped aside to let him in. Shikamaru glanced around my living room, his gaze lingering on the half-empty ninja tool rack, where most of the gear had already been packed. Leaving tomorrow? He asked. Yeah, early morning, I replied. Shikamaru nodded and handed me the package. This is for you. I opened the package to find a delicate herbal sachet and several packets of tea. The sachet emitted a familiar herbal scent identical to the smell on Shikamaru. I made it myself. Shikamaru scratched his face. The climate at the border is dry. This will help you relax. And these teas have been improved for a longer shelf life. I picked up the sachet and took a deep breath. That reassuring scent instantly filled my chest. For some reason, my nose under the bandage felt a little sore. Thank you, I said softly, carefully putting away the package. We sat in the living room momentarily speechless. Moonlight poured through the window, casting a silver patch on the floor. Shikamaru's fingers gently tapped the table, the rhythm slow and steady. 3 years. He finally broke the silence. It's quite long. Yeah. I will write to you, Shikamaru suddenly said, to report on the village's situation. If you are interested. I turned to look at him and found he was staring at his fingers, his ears slightly red. Do as you wish, I replied, trying to keep my voice steady, but don't expect me to write back. Shikamaru smiled. That's fine, I know senpai isn't good at expressing himself. TCH. We fell silent for a while. The night breeze blew through the window, carrying the chill of early autumn. Shikamaru's hair was tousled in a few strands, shimmering silver in the moonlight. It's getting late, he finally stood up. You have to travel tomorrow. I walked him to the door. Just before stepping over the threshold, Shikamaru suddenly turned back. Senpai. Make sure to come back. In the moonlight, his expression was unusually serious, his eyes shining brightly. My throat tightened, and I could only nod. I will. Shikamaru smiled, and then turned to walk into the night. I stood at the door watching his silhouette disappear around the corner, the sachet in my hand, exuding a warm herbal scent. The next morning, I left Konoha with my backpack. There was no crowd to see me off, only a messenger ninja sent by Tsunade to guide me out of the village. As I passed by the South River, I stopped and looked at the grassy area where Shikamaru and I often went, now deserted. 3 years. I touched the sachet in my arms and continued walking. Life at the border was more monotonous than I had imagined. The outpost was built on a cliff overlooking the direction of the sand. Daily work included patrolling, training the garrison, and checking the barrier. Occasionally there were minor conflicts, but overall it was peaceful. When the first month passed, I received my first letter. The envelope bore Shikamaru's familiar handwriting, and the content was surprisingly ordinary. He talked about the changes in the village, the new bakery that opened, Ino's flower shop expanding, and how Choji had gained a few pounds. At the end of the letter, he simply mentioned, I really miss Senpai's temper, which nearly made me throw the letter into the fire. But I didn't. On the contrary, I read the letter 3 times, then carefully folded it and placed it in my ninja tool pouch. Reply. No too troublesome. Besides, what would I write? I patrolled 5 times today. Ate a horrible soldier pill. Saw some boring desert scenery. But when I received another letter the following month, I still found a quiet corner to read it repeatedly. This time Shikamaru included a few photos of Konoha, the completed Hokage Rock, the new training grounds, and a picture of him playing chess with Asuma. In the photo, Shikamaru posed in a victory gesture while Asuma looked frustrated. I stared at that photo for a long time before finally slipping it into my mission log. Days passed by like this. Shikamaru's letters became a fixed expectation, arriving once a month without fail. The content ranged from village gossip to tactical analysis, and sometimes he would even attach a few Sudoku puzzles to entertain senpai. I still rarely replied, at most writing read or too easy. But on his birthday, I made an exception and sent a small package of spicy soldier pills, knowing he liked that flavor. In the letter I received a month later, Shikamaru wrote, Senpai's gift nearly made me spit fire. Choji took a bite and has been crying ever since. And there was an exaggerated doodle of a tearful Choji on the back of the letter, which made me laugh. In the 3 years, Konoha underwent many changes. Tsunade stabilized the political situation, and a new generation of ninjas gradually grew. From Shikamaru's letters, I learned that he had been promoted to special Jonin and was participating in more important missions. Ino and Choji were also developing, and Naruto would occasionally send letters back to the village, reportedly progressing rapidly. As for me, apart from occasional small-scale conflicts, it was overall peaceful. The border defense team I led became an elite force. Even the Sans patrol teams would deliberately avoid our routes. Sometimes in the deep of night, I would take out that slightly faded sachet, inhaling the gradually fading herbal scent, remembering a certain figure from Konoha. In the spring of the 3rd year, Tsunade sent a transfer order summoning me back to the village for a debriefing. After handing over my duties, I set off on my way back with a simple backpack. 3 years had passed, and the wind and sand of the desert had left some marks on my face, but my steps remained steady. The gates of Konoha were more magnificent than I remembered. The chunin guarding the gate had been replaced, and upon seeing my forehead protector, he respectfully bowed. Welcome back, Anko Kusama. Oh right, I am now a candidate for Hokage. This identity had been almost forgotten at the border, where no one mentioned it. The village had changed quite a bit. Several new shops had opened and the layout of the streets had been adjusted. I walked straight to the Hokage building preparing to report to Tsunade first. On the steps in front of the Hokage building, a tall figure was lazily basking in the sun. He had changed out of the dark blue Chunin vest into the special Jonin uniform, his hair longer than before, casually tied at the back. His profile was sharper with a more defined jawline, completely shedding the childishness of his youth. It was Shikamaru. He seemed to sense my gaze and turned his head. Time seemed to freeze in that moment. His eyes were still that deep brown, but they held more maturity and steadiness. "Senpai," he stood up, a familiar lazy smile creeping onto his face. "Welcome back." I stood there suddenly at a loss for words. The exchange of letters over the past 3 years felt like there was an invisible barrier between us at this moment. He had grown taller, nearly meeting my gaze, and his shoulders had broadened, exuding a calm demeanor. "Your letters have become increasingly short," I finally said. "The last month had even just half a page." Shikamaru smiled. "Because I knew you were coming back soon, it's more fun to say it in person." He jumped down the steps, his movements more agile than 3 years ago. "The Hokage went to a meeting at Shurut Street and won't be back until tomorrow. Your debriefing report can wait a bit." I nodded, suddenly realizing that the scroll in my hand had dropped to the ground. We both bent down to pick it up, our fingers brushing in the air. A jolt of electricity spread from the point of contact, and I quickly withdrew my hand, but Shikamaru nonchalantly picked up the scroll and handed it to me. "Are you hungry?" he asked. "I know a new izakaya that's pretty good." "Yeah." The izakaya had a simple decor, and there weren't many customers. Shikamaru chose a corner seat and skillfully ordered a few dishes and some sake. "Do you come here often?" I asked. "Occasionally." Shikamaru poured me some sake. "I come to drink with Ino and the others after missions." I noticed his pouring technique was steady, indicating that his alcohol tolerance had improved over the past 3 years. After the dishes arrived, we ate and chatted with Shikamaru, doing most of the talking while I listened. He recounted the changes in the village over the past few years, the current situations of people we both knew, and some interesting mission experiences. "Last month, we caught a gang stealing chakra metal. The leader turned out to be an old man in his 60s, claiming he wanted to resurrect some ancient weapons." Shikamaru shook his head. "What a hassle." I snorted. "That sounds easier than your mission to bring Sasuke back when you were 12. Speaking of Sasuke, Shikamaru's expression turned serious. "There are rumors that he has appeared with Orochimaru, but no one can confirm it." I frowned. "Does Naruto know?" "He probably doesn't. He's still training with Jiraiya. I heard he's coming back soon." We silently drank for a while. Shikamaru's alcohol tolerance had indeed improved. After 3 cups, his face remained normal, while I already felt a slight warmth. "How is life on the border, senpai?" he suddenly asked. "It's fine," I answered briefly. "Quiet. Do you miss the village?" I glanced at him. "Sometimes." "Sometimes, huh?" Shikamaru played with his cup. "I've been wondering every month when senpai would come back." Those words made my throat tighten, and I quickly took a sip of sake to cover it up. Shikamaru, however, continued to talk about other topics, as if nothing had happened. By the time night fell, we had drunk quite a bit. I rarely indulged like this, but tonight seemed particularly easy to get drunk. Perhaps it was because Shikamaru kept pouring for me, or perhaps the 3 years apart made me want to linger a bit longer. "We should head back." I finally stood up, but nearly bumped into the table. Shikamaru steadied me in time. "I'll walk you back." The streets of Konoha were quiet and peaceful at night. I walked unsteadily, and Shikamaru's hand was firmly supporting my elbow. As we passed my house, he continued to walk forward. "Wrong way." I mumbled. "Your house hasn't been lived in for 3 years. It must be filled with dust," Shikamaru explained. "Let's go to mine first." I wanted to argue, but the alcohol made my brain sluggish. By the time I realized it, we were already standing in front of the Nara family's guest room. The room was tidy and clean, as if someone had been regularly cleaning it. "I come by occasionally to tidy up." Shikamaru handed me a set of pajamas, thinking that senpai might come back at any time. After changing into the clothes, I sat on the edge of the bed feeling dizzy. Shikamaru brought me a cup of hangover tea, and I obediently drank it. The taste just like 3 years ago. "Get some sleep," Shikamaru said softly. "Tomorrow we'll take you to meet Hokage-sama." He turned to leave, but for some reason I grabbed his wrist. "Wait." Shikamaru turned around, looking at me in confusion. Moonlight spilled through the window onto his profile, outlining a perfect silhouette. I suddenly realized that this once lazy kid had grown into a reliable man. "Thank you," I finally said, "for those letters." Shikamaru's eyes sparkled in the darkness. "You are welcome, senpai." He gently pulled away from my hand, closed the door, and left. I fell onto the bed, surrounded by the familiar herbal scent. Was this Shikamaru's room? Or had he prepared it especially for me? The alcohol made thinking difficult, and I quickly sank into a deep sleep. In my dreams, I returned to the border outpost, holding a letter I had read countless times. The handwriting on the letter suddenly came to life, forming Shikamaru's face as he smiled at me and said, "Welcome back, senpai." Morning sunlight slipped through the narrow gap in the curtains, spilling across the room. I opened my eyes and stared at the unfamiliar ceiling. 3 seconds passed before it dawned on me this was a guest room in the Nara residence. Last night's drinking had been excessive, memory fragmented, just as Shikamaru handed me that cup of sobering tea. TCH. I massaged my temples. The throbbing headache of a hangover arrived right on schedule. A faint itch stirred beneath the bandage on my nose. I reached up and felt it, loose, nearly detached. Light footsteps approached outside the door, followed by a soft knock. "Senior, are you awake?" Shikamaru's voice drifted through the door, languid, yet edged with quiet amusement. My reply was terse, hoarse with sleep. The door opened. Shikamaru entered bearing a tray laden with miso soup, steamed rice, and grilled fish. He wore casual home attire, his hair tousled, clearly having just risen himself. "Breakfast," he said, setting the tray on the small table beside the bed. "My mother prepared it specially, said it was to welcome you home." I gazed at the meal for 2 silent seconds. Steam curled from the miso soup, carrying its warm, familiar aroma. It had been 3 years since I tasted Mrs. Yoshino's cooking, and yet she still remembered my preferences. "Thank you," I murmured, reaching for chopsticks, only to find Shikamaru's gaze fixed steadily on my face. "What is it?" I frowned. "Your bandage." He gestured lightly toward his own nose. "Need a fresh one?" I instinctively touched my nose and realized the bandage had fully peeled away at the edges. TCH. I'd forgotten to replace it after last night's drunken haze. "I'll do it myself." I reached for my ninja gear pouch, then recalled my luggage remained abandoned in the living room. Shikamaru had already turned and pulled a small box from the drawer. "Here, bought these earlier." I took it. Inside lay several pale green bandages faintly scented with herbal bitterness. I peeled off the old one and applied a new. Delicious. Shikamaru sat beside the bed, chin resting in his palm, watching me eat. My response was brief, but the corner of my mouth lifted almost imperceptibly. After breakfast, I changed into spare combat gear. Last night's clothes reeked of alcohol. Shikamaru, ever thoughtful, had laid out clean ones. The man reflected in the mirror, red-haired, sharper featured than 3 years prior, bore subtle traces of border winds and desert dust upon his face, yet his eyes remained piercingly keen. "The Hokage has a morning meeting. We must leave early," Shikamaru said, leaning against the doorframe. "She specifically instructed me to bring you along." "What meeting?" "Analysis of recent Sunagakure movements, and—" Shikamaru paused. "Your official report on duty assignment." TCH. Of course, I couldn't evade it. Securing my forehead protector, I followed Shikamaru out the door. Konoha's morning bustled far more than the frontier. Villagers were already immersed in the rhythm of their day. Passing the marketplace, several elderly women spotted me instantly and swarmed forward with delighted cries. "Retsukawa's back. You've lost weight. Food's poor on the border, isn't it? Dine with us tonight. We'll braise beef just for you." I managed the effusive greetings as best I could, while the bandage on my nose began itching anew. Shikamaru stifled a chuckle beside me, earning an immediate glare. "What's so funny?" "Nothing," he shrugged. "Just that your popularity among the elders hasn't faded a bit." Silence. Before the Hokage tower, a Chunin guard snapped to attention upon seeing me. "Lord Enkiku, welcome home." I nodded once and followed Shikamaru inside. The corridor bustled with comings and goings. Many shinobi cast curious glances our way. The sudden return of the Hokage candidate, vanished for 3 years, was undeniably noteworthy. Tsunade's office door stood open, voices rising in animated debate. As we reached the threshold, we found her seated at the table with several Jonin maps unfurled before them. Sunagakure's supply lines are clearly extending northward. This contradicts standard defensive deployment. Kakashi's voice emerged from within. "So I suspect they're planning something," Asuma added. Tsunade looked up, spotted us, and waved us in. "Retsukawa, come in." I stepped inside. Every gaze converged instantly upon me. Kakashi gave a quiet nod. Asuma grinned and waved. "Perfect, you're just in time. We're reviewing Sunagakure's movements," Tsunade said, gesturing to the maps. "You spent 3 years on the frontier. What have you observed?" I moved to the table, scanned the maps, and immediately pointed out several inaccuracies. "That supply station was decommissioned last month. Sunagakure has established a concealed alternate route," I said, picking up a pen and sketching several new lines across the map. "And patrol frequency has increased, especially around the full moon." "Full moon? Any particular reason?" "Uncertain, but every full moon Sunagakure shinobi grow markedly more vigilant." I recalled, we once tracked a small unit, yet they vanished without trace, as if urgently recalled. The meeting lasted all morning. I delivered a detailed briefing on frontier conditions. Tsunade, in turn, assigned heightened surveillance duties. When others departed, Tsunade detained me. "Have you drafted your official report yet?" "Tonight." Tsunade snorted. 3 years gone, and you still loathe paperwork, I see." "Always have." She shook her head and drew a thick stack of documents from her drawer. These are pending initiatives requiring the Hokage candidates' review. Complete them by tomorrow. All of it. All of it. Tsunade's triumphant smile widened. Welcome home, Retsukawa. Perhaps skip the welcome. Retsukawa muttered inwardly. Stepping out of the office, I found Shikamaru leaning against the corridor wall holding 2 cups of tea. How did it go? He offered me one. I accepted it, took a sip. It was the familiar herbal brew, perfectly steeped and warmed. A nightmare. I echoed his habitual sigh. This much paperwork means no sleep tonight. Shikamaru smiled. I can help. You? Yes. Even special Jonin now assist with documentation, and I'm deeply familiar with Sunagekure intelligence. I can help you prioritize key points. I hesitated, then glanced again at the towering stack and nodded. By evening, we'd carried the files to a small conference room in the Hokage Tower. Shikamaru somehow produced dinner. Did you prepare this? I raised an eyebrow. Knew you wouldn't have time to eat. He opened a file and began sorting. Let's start with the frontier reports. I know this section well. We've been over our work. Shikamaru's efficiency proved startling. He swiftly distilled core insights and flagged inconsistencies others might overlook. I composed the final report while he supported our collaboration flowed with unexpected synchrony. Outside, dusk deepened. One by one, lights flickered off across the Hokage Tower, until only our room remained aglow. Last one. Shikamaru closed the final file and stretched. Finally done. I checked the time. It was nearly midnight. So late. Shikamaru scratched his head. My parents will have locked up. I doubt they're even awake. I gathered the papers and rose. Then we'll go to my place. Is that all right? It's not like you haven't stayed before. I grabbed my coat. Let's go. Konoha's streets lay hushed and empty beneath the lamplight, casting long, still shadows. We walked side by side. Shikamaru yawned occasionally, his hair stirring softly in the night breeze. Senior's house. Uninhabited for 3 years. Will it even be livable? He asked. I tidied it yesterday, I replied tersely. Essentials are in place. In truth, I'd lied. I hadn't set foot inside, not once. Yet some stubborn pride refused to let Shikamaru think me unprepared. Pushing open the front door, a wave of stale, dusty air rushed out. I exhaled sharply, of course. My memory had betrayed me. Clearly no hand had disturbed this place in 3 years. Shikamaru lingered at the threshold, lips curving faintly upward. Tidied. Silence. I shot him a glare and stepped inside. The living room's still usable. I switched on the light and brushed dust from the sofa. Shikamaru, however, had already located the broom and begun sweeping. What are you doing? Can't very well sleep in dust, can we? He didn't look up. Fetch a bucket of water, please. I froze for 2 seconds, then went to the kitchen. In half an hour, we'd given the living room and bedroom a cursory cleaning. Enough at least to spend one night. Does the bathroom work? Shikamaru asked. Should do, I'll check. I inspected the pipes. Fortunately, the water supply remained intact. While Shikamaru showered, I sat on the living room sofa listening to the muffled rush of water, and suddenly realized this was the first time another person had ever moved, about slept, lived, even briefly, within these walls. Before, silence reigned absolute, so profound I could hear my own breath. Now water dripped, footsteps echoed, and Shikamaru hummed softly under his breath, a dissonance both alien and strangely comforting. When Shikamaru emerged, he wore borrowed sleepwear. My clothes hung loosely on him, the collar slipping down to reveal the delicate line of his clavicle. He rubbed his damp hair, droplets tracing paths down his neck and vanishing beneath the fabric. Your turn, senior. I looked away and retrieved clean clothes, retreating into the bathroom. Hot water washed away fatigue, but my thoughts churned. Tonight Shikamaru would sleep here, in the next room. TCH. What am I even thinking? Emerging from the bathroom, I found Shikamaru had already made up the sofa. He intended to sleep there. You take the bedroom, I said, frowning. But this is your home. No arguments, go sleep. Shikamaru studied me, then smiled. Then why not share the bedroom? The bed's large enough. I froze. The bandage on my nose itched fiercely. Fine. Whatever you like. I turned and switched off the light. In darkness, we lay on opposite sides of the bed, separated by a careful, unspoken distance. Moonlight seeped through the curtain's edge, painting a slender silver line across the floor. Senior. Welcome home. I turned my head and saw his profile bathed in moonlight, a quiet, tender smile playing on his lips. In that instant, 3 years of separation dissolved like mist. My voice dropped low. I'm home. The morning sunlight filtered through the gaps in the curtains, spilling into the room. As I groggily opened my eyes, my consciousness still hazy, I first sensed a strange touch, as if I were cradling something warm in my arms. I looked down and froze instantly. Lu Wan was curled up in my embrace, his head resting against my chest, one hand draped over my waist. And I, in an undeniably possessive manner, was holding his shoulder, my chin almost resting on the top of his head. His breath was even and warm, brushing against my collarbone, the faint scent of herbs lingering in the strands of his hair. What the hell is going on? I abruptly released my hold, wanting to retreat, but discovered Lu Wan's arm was still wrapped around my waist, and any slight movement would surely awaken him. The nose under the bandage was itching like crazy. I resisted the urge to rub it, my mind racing. We clearly slept separately last night. How did it turn out like this when I woke up? At that moment, Lu Wan stirred slightly, his eyelashes fluttering, and he slowly opened his eyes. Our gazes met. His eyes, illuminated by the morning light, revealed a warm brown hue, still carrying the drowsiness of just waking up. We locked eyes for 2 seconds, then he lazily said, "Good morning, Senior." His tone so natural, as if we woke up like this every day. "Morning," I responded dryly, my voice an octave lower than usual. It seemed Lu Wan finally realized how ambiguous our position was. He blinked, then slowly withdrew his hand, yawning. "I slept well." I replied stiffly, quickly rolling off the bed, pretending to adjust my clothes to cover my flushed ears. Lu Wan sat at the edge of the bed, ruffling his messy hair, a faint smile playing on his lips. "Your bed is more comfortable than I imagined." "Shut up." I walked out of the bedroom without looking back. "Go wash up. Oh, we have work today." 2 weeks later, at the Hokage building. The secret message from Tsunegakure has been confirmed. They are indeed preparing for some sort of ceremony, but the specifics are still unclear. I handed the document to Tsunade. The border troops have increased their vigilance. Tsunade took the document, glanced through it quickly, and nodded in satisfaction. "Well done, Lai Chuan. You've been much steadier in high-level meetings these days." I let out a light hum, noncommittal. These 2 weeks have indeed gone smoother than expected. Although Danzo occasionally raised difficult questions in meetings, with 3 years of intelligence from the border, I could always provide answers that silenced him. But that old guy Danzo is still relentless. Tsunade scoffed, tapping her fingers on the table. Yesterday, he suggested re-evaluating the candidates for the Hokage successor. Let him evaluate. I leaned against the wall with my arms crossed. "I won't yield anyway." Tsunade raised an eyebrow. "Oh, so confident." "It's not confidence." I looked out the window. "It's just unnecessary to back down." In these 2 weeks, I gradually found my rhythm in Konoha. Every morning, I went to the Hokage building with Lu Wan, handling documents, attending meetings, and occasionally leading short-term missions. Some nights I would return home, while other times I would be forced by Lady Jiraiya to stay for dinner. Lu Wan always found various reasons to coincidentally escort me home, or just happen to come to my place to discuss tactics. For instance, last night, he stayed at my house until midnight under the guise of researching a new formation, ultimately reluctantly staying over. "By the way," Tsunade suddenly said, "that kid Lu Wan has made significant progress recently." Asuma suggested letting him participate in higher-level task planning. "What do you think?" I paused slightly. "He has the capability." "You seem to trust him a lot," Tsunade remarked with a knowing look. "I'm just speaking the truth." I turned my face away. "His tactical mind is top tier among the younger generation." Tsunade smiled and didn't say anything more. In the evening, I exited the Hokage building and found Lu Wan leaning against the cherry blossom tree at the entrance waiting for me. He was dressed in a deep blue special Jonin uniform, his hair, much longer than 3 years ago, casually tied back. The afterglow of the sunset bathed him, outlining a soft silhouette. "Is the meeting over?" He walked over and casually took the document bag from my hand. "Yeah," I replied briefly. Danzo brought up the issue of the Hokage successor again. Lu Wan frowned. "That old guy really won't let go." "It doesn't matter," I shrugged. "He can't do anything to me." Lu Wan glanced at me and suddenly laughed. "Senior, your tone now has the momentum of a Hokage candidate. Cut it out." I glared at him, but my lips involuntarily curled up slightly. We walked side by side on the way home, the sunset stretching our shadows long. Lu Wan occasionally talked about today's tasks or the new shops in the village. I mostly just listened, occasionally responding a few times. "By the way, my mom said she's making hot pot tonight and insisted you come." Lu Wan suddenly said. "Again?" I raised an eyebrow. "Didn't we just have it last week?" "She said you're too thin and you definitely haven't eaten well at the border." Lu Wan mimicked Lady Jiraiya's tone. "Little Lai Chuan needs to eat more." "TSK." I turned my face away, my ears feeling slightly warm. Lu Wan looked at me with a soft gaze, smiling. "You're doing well now, Senior." "Doing well how?" "Just being back like this." I fell silent for a moment before finally giving a gentle As the sun set, the lights of Konoha gradually lit up. We continued walking forward, our shadows overlapping on the ground, indistinguishable from whose was closer to whom. "Lord Hokage, I want to take on a mission." I stood in front of Tsunade's desk, my hands pressed firmly on the surface, my tone leaving no room for refusal. Tsunade lifted her head from the pile of documents, raising an eyebrow at me. "What? Is the work of a Hokage candidate too easy?" I pointed to the neatly stacked reports on the desk. "I've already finished processing the documents, and I haven't touched my ninja tools in half a month." "A rank, preferably a pursuit type," I stated directly. "No need for a partner." Tsunade narrowed her eyes. "No need for a partner. Are you sure?" She scrutinized me for a few seconds before finally pulling out a scroll from her drawer and tossing it to me. "There's a group of wandering ninjas at the border of the Land of Rain who have raided a merchant convoy from the Land of Fire and it's suspected that a rogue ninja is involved. The intel shows they are moving towards the land of grass. Your task is to intercept them and bring back a live captive for interrogation. I took the scroll, a slight smile forming at the corners of my mouth. Simple. Don't be careless. Tsunade tapped the desk. Even though it's just an A rank, the opponent may have special abilities. I turned to leave the office, not noticing the thoughtful gaze Tsunade cast after me, nor the soft words she spoke to Shizen Go-check, who has been paying attention to the movements of Retsukawa's missions recently. Meanwhile, at the root base, Danzo listened to his subordinates report, a cold smile appearing on his wrinkled face. Going on an A-rank mission alone. How arrogant. He slowly stood up, his cane tapping against the ground. Notify Snake Fong to wait at the border of the land of grass. Yes, the Umbu ninja bowed in acknowledgement, but hesitated. But what if Lord Hokage finds out? Find out. Danzo sneered. Isn't it normal to encounter accidents during missions? The next morning at the gate of Konoha, I checked my ninja tool pouch, ensuring each kunai and shuriken was in optimal condition. With a lollipop in my mouth, the sweetness and minty freshness helped me focus. Hey senpai. A familiar voice called from behind. I turned around and saw Shikamaru standing there with his hands in his pockets, dark circles under his eyes, as if he hadn't slept well. What are you doing here? I frowned. I heard you're going on a mission, he shrugged. I came to see you off. I'm not going away for long. I scoffed, continuing to sort my gear. Shikamaru said nothing, just walked over and handed me a small cloth bag. Take this. I took the bag and opened it to find Nara family's specially made ointment and a few packs of medicinal tea. Mind your own business, I said, but still tucked the bag inside my ninja tool pouch. Shikamaru smirked. Come back early, and my mom said she's making a salmon feast next week. Got it. I waved my hand, leaped onto a branch, and said I'm off. At the border of the land of grass, deep within the dense forest, I crouched on a high tree branch, closing my eyes to sense the chakra around me. There were 5 targets, all above the average ninja level in chakra, with one particularly cold presence, likely belonging to the rogue ninja. Found them. I vanished from my spot in an instant, appearing behind the target team in the next moment. The last ninja at the back didn't even have time to turn around before being struck down silently by my chop to the neck. Enemy attack. The remaining 4 quickly scattered, and one bald, burly man immediately formed a hand-seal earth-style rock pillar spear. Sharp stone spikes erupted from the ground, and I nimbly jumped, throwing 3 kunai tied with explosive tags into the air. Boom. Amidst the explosion smoke, a shadow rushed towards me. It was that rogue ninja. His hands transformed into claws, aiming straight for my throat. Die Konoha's lapdog. I sidestepped to avoid countering with an elbow strike to his ribs, hearing a clear crack of bones. The rogue ninja let out a muffled grunt, but sneered, spitting out a mouthful of blood. You fell for it. Suddenly the ground beneath me softened, turning into a quicksand pit. It was a trap. Fire-style great fireball technique. The massive fireball rushed towards the quicksand, the high temperature instantly evaporating the moisture. I took the opportunity to leap out of the encirclement, but my right arm was still grazed by a sudden gust of wind, blood dripping down my arm. TSK. I licked my lips, my fighting spirit rising. Is that all you've got? The ensuing battle was without suspense. Despite their coordinated efforts, any tactics were futile in the face of the absolute difference in strength. 5 minutes later, the last enemy was pinned down by my kunai at his throat, trembling as he surrendered. Who sent you to attack the merchant convoy? I asked coldly. "You don't know. We were just paid to do the job." Who paid you? A man in a mask, his voice was hoarse. He said that after we succeeded, someone important from Konoha would come to assist us. I narrowed my eyes. Someone important from Konoha. Just then, an unfamiliar chakra suddenly flashed through the forest. Someone was watching. I quickly turned my head, catching a glimpse of a shadow disappearing into the trees. Without hesitation, I threw a shuriken, pinning it precisely in the path the person was about to take. Move another step, and the next one will be aimed at your throat. The shadow froze. I dragged my captive closer, finally seeing the individual's attire. A tight black suit, an animal mask typical of Umbu attire, but the patterns on the mask. Did Danzo send you? I sneered. The individual remained silent, but the trembling fingers betrayed his nervousness. Go back and tell your boss. I yanked off his mask, revealing a young and pale face. Next time you want to kill me, remember to send someone competent. With that, I knocked him unconscious and tied him up with my captive. The mission was completed fairly smoothly. Although I had sustained a minor injury, I had caught a lead on Danzo, which was enough for Tsunade to work with. I wiped the blood from my arm and pulled out the ointment Shikamaru had given me, skillfully applying it to the wound. The cool sensation of the ointment alleviated much of the pain, and I couldn't help but chuckle softly. That kid is actually quite useful. That night in the Hokage office, Tsunade slammed her fist on the table after hearing my report, causing several cracks to appear in the solid wood surface. That old man Danzo. She laughed in anger, daring to target a Hokage candidate. I leaned against the wall, my right arm's wound already bandaged. The captive and the one from Root have been detained separately, The interrogation team is handling it. Very good. Tsunade calmed down, a sharp light flashing in her eyes. This time, he won't escape. She looked at me, her tone softening a bit. You did well. Go rest for now. I nodded and turned to leave. In the corridor, moonlight streamed through the windows, casting a long shadow on the ground. Shikamaru leaned against the window, tossing a shogi piece in his hand. Did you finish the mission report? He asked. Yeah. How's the injury? Just a minor one. Shikamaru walked over and suddenly poked at my right arm. Ow, what are you doing? I exclaimed. A minor injury. He raised an eyebrow, who was just grimacing a moment ago. Are you looking for trouble? I raised my hand to give him a playful slap, but he dodged nimbly. My mom said that a person who is injured can't eat spicy food. Shikamaru shook the food box in his hand. So tonight's supper is tea rice. Who wants supper? I added. Your favorite. Give it here. Shikamaru smiled, his eyes particularly bright under the moonlight. We walked side by side on the way home, our shadows overlapping on the ground, indistinguishable from each other. In the few days since returning to Konoha, everything appeared calm on the surface, but beneath the water dark currents surged. Rumors about my excessive methods during missions and suspected abuse of power began to quietly spread among some ninjas and a small number of villagers. The content was vague, yet precisely insinuated that I had become arrogant and uncontrollable due to my status as a candidate for Hokage. The origin was hard to trace, but that familiar nauseating root style had almost solidified. The progress of the interrogation team was slower than expected. The root ninja had undergone rigorous anti-interrogation training, while the wandering ninja knew very little, only repeatedly confirming that the contact person was a hoarse-voiced big shot from Konoha. Tsunade's fingers tapped on the table, her expression somber. Danzo is very cautious and has left no direct evidence. Although these rumors are crude, they are effective. He is testing our reactions and shaking the foundation of trusting you. I leaned against the window of the Hokage's office, watching several blurred figures in the training ground below. He knows we are interrogating and is using these tactics to buy time or provoke us into making mistakes. What are your plans? Waiting is not my style. I turned around, my gaze sharp. He likes to hide in the shadows and play tricks. I will thoroughly unearth him. Late at night, at the outskirts of the root base, the moonlight was fragmented by the dense tree canopy, casting shadows on the entrance's rock wall, which was covered in sealing techniques. Two root ninjas stood like statues, their presence completely merging with the darkness. I lurked in the higher shadows, my pupils adapting to the faint light. Conventional infiltration was impossible. The defenses here were tighter than those of the Hokage's building. But Danzo, in his arrogance, believed that no one would dare to intrude into his forbidden territory. I formed a minimal hand seal, not for an attack, but to adjust my chakra frequency to almost match that of the trees beneath me. This was a technique learned from 3 years of observing nature at the border. It couldn't achieve complete invisibility, but significantly reduced the probability of being detected by sensing barriers. Like a falling leaf, I silently glided down, precisely landing in the visual blind spots of the two guards. Whoosh! 2 fine needles soaked in a potent anesthetic shot out from my sleeve, silently embedding into the sides of the guards' necks. Their bodies stiffened, then they collapsed, and I quickly dragged them into the bushes. It took some time to break the entrance seal. I clicked my tongue, gathering chakra at my fingertips and precisely cutting into several critical nodes. The rock wall silently slid open, revealing a cold, damp staircase extending downward. True darkness swallowed me. The inside of the base was more suffocating than I had imagined. The cold stone walls could not hide the faint smell of blood beneath the scent of disinfectant. The archive room was piled high with documents recording countless dark missions, assassinations, framing human experiments, conspiracies against the Uchiha clan. Shocking. I quickly photographed key evidence with a mini camera, my fingertips brushing over the yellowed pages, cold and sticky. Behind a secured compartment, I found what I was looking for: a detailed plan of Danzo colluding with Hanzo of the Salamander to frame the Akatsuki, and several records regarding the Sharingan transplant experiments signed by Orochimaru and Danzo. This is enough. Just as I tucked the last document into my arms, a piercing alarm suddenly echoed through the corridor. Tiskai triggered it after all. I was not surprised that Danzo's lair was not so easy to enter and exit. Countless shadows surged from all directions, shurikens and kunai raining like raindrops. I abruptly pushed off the ground, unleashing fire release, great dragonfire technique, the scorching fire dragon instantly engulfing the enemies in the narrow corridor, temporarily clearing a path. Stop him. Kill without mercy. The cold command echoed through the corridor. More root ninjas rushed and working in concert, weaving a deadly web of ninjutsu and taijutsu. I fought while retreating, sustaining several new injuries. My arm was sliced open by a wind blade and blood stained my sleeve. But my gaze grew colder, my movements faster, and with each strike one enemy fell. I cannot be trapped here. Spotting an opening, I dashed toward another fork in the path. According to my memory of the map, it led to the waste disposal channel, which, although a dead end, had a thinner rock wall leading to the outside. He went that way. Activate the trap. The ground beneath me suddenly lit up with intricate sealing runes, a powerful suction force, trying to bind my chakra and actions. So annoying. I gritted my teeth, hands forming seals, rapidly compressing a large amount of chakra before exploding it instantly. Fire release, flame explosion. Boom. The violent explosion not only shattered the sealing technique, but also blasted open a gap in the side wall. Amidst the swirling smoke and dust, I leapt out, without hesitation, the cold night wind filling my lungs. Behind me were the frantic shouts of the root ninjas and the silhouettes of more pursuers. I could not return to the Hokage's building. I must not bring trouble back. I dashed toward the training ground, the sound of slicing air pursuing closely behind me. The next morning at dawn, in front of the Hokage building's bulletin board, a crowd of shocked ninjas and villagers gathered. The board was covered with photocopies of the documents I had brought back last night, each stamped with Root's unique seal and Danzo's coded signature. Conspiracies, betrayals, human experiments. One after another, irrefutable evidence piled high. Public opinion turned overnight. The rumors of yesterday were crushed by a more brutal truth. Panic and anger spreading among the crowd. Who is Danzo? How could he? Is this all true? It's terrifying. He must be severely punished. The atmosphere in the high-level conference room was as heavy as iron. Danzo sat at the table with a pale face, his cane hitting the ground heavily. Absurd. This is a blatant frame-up. Akatsuki's member Yakushiji intruded into the Roots' territory last night, stealing and forging documents with the intent to overthrow Konoha. His heart is condemnable. The two advisors, Shimura Kamachi and Mito Gate, also had grim expressions, clearly thrown off balance by this sudden exposure. Frame-up. Tsunade laughed coldly, slamming a stack of original documents on the table. How do you explain these handwriting seals and chakra signatures? Or do you mean that Orochimaru is also a collaborator brought in by Yakushiji to frame you? Danzo was left speechless, his single eye flashing with resentment. I stood beside Tsunade, my arm's wound already rebandaged, coldly looking at him. Do we need to have the captured root ninja and wandering ninja identify you again in front of everyone? At that moment, Danzo suddenly exploded. He knew there was no way out, tearing off the bandage over his right eye to reveal a crimson Sharingan, while his right hand formed seals, wind release vacuum, great sphere instantly roaring towards Tsunade and me. Watch out. I pushed Tsunade aside but got grazed by the sharp wind blades at my side, blood gushing out immediately. The conference room erupted into chaos. Danzo, you dare! Tsunade shouted in anger, crushing the conference table with a powerful punch. Danzo took advantage of the chaos and rushed toward the window, with several loyal root ninjas appearing to block the pursuers. Don't think you can escape. Ignoring the sharp pain in my waist, I pushed my body technique to the limit, catching up to Danzo in the blink of an eye, kunai aiming directly at his back. Danzo turned to block the Sharingan, spinning wildly, trying to cast Jinjutsu. But I was prepared, biting my tongue to stay alert, my assault growing more ferocious. We fought from the conference room all the way to the rooftop, the sound of metal clashing incessant. You disaster. Without you, Konoha should have been thriving under my leadership. Danzo seemed insane, the technique of his Anaji already activated. Your leadership only plunges Konoha into deeper darkness. I sidestepped his desperate strike, kunai aiming at an extremely tricky angle to slash upward. Thrust. The kunai precisely pierced the vital point below his right eye. Powerful chakra surged in, instantly damaging his meridian system. Danzo's movements suddenly froze, the light of his Sharingan dimming. He looked down in disbelief at the kunai embedded in his body, then raised his head to look at me, the last image in his single eye reflecting my cold face and Tsunade's approving gaze behind me. Konoha does not need someone like you. He rasped out his last words. TSK. I tightened my wrist, utterly ending his life. Danzo's body heavily fell, blood gradually spreading on the rooftop of the Hokage building. The sunlight pierced through the clouds, illuminating the rooftop. I gasped for breath, the wound on my waist still bleeding, yet my body felt an unprecedented lightness. The shadow that had long loomed over Konoha was finally eradicated. Tsunade walked to my side, glancing at Danzo's corpse, her expression complex, ultimately turning into a sigh. She patted my shoulder. Well done, Retsukawa. She turned to the stunned crowd below, who had rushed over, her voice clear and firm, resonating throughout the area. Shimura, Danzo conspiring to betray the village with irrefutable evidence has been eliminated. This matter ends here. The crowd fell silent, then erupted into various discussions, but more so a sense of relief spread among them. I stood at the edge of the rooftop, gazing down at the gradually reviving Konoha, feeling the warmth of the sunlight. A storm had finally passed. In the next moment, my body swayed, the dizziness from blood loss hit me. Hey! Tsunade quickly supported me. Medical team. Hurry! In my blurred consciousness, I seemed to see Shikamaru hastily pushing through the crowd, a rare look of anxiety on his face. TSK. I'm going to get lectured by the kid again. In the aftermath of Danzo's death, Konoha seemed to shed an invisible shackle. The atmosphere inexplicably lightened. In the high-level meeting, the forces that had once either openly or covertly followed Danzo had completely lowered their flags, turning their gazes towards me with either awe or scrutiny. The Nara Yamanaka and Akimichi clans explicitly expressed their support, and the bond of the Ino Shikacho trio appeared even more solid due to Shikamaru's influence. Unintentionally, I seemed to have truly gained a certain prestige befitting a Hokage candidate, but I knew it was far from enough. Danzo's desperate counterattack before his death, the razor-sharp wind blades that nearly succeeded, and the sense of helplessness when facing Akatsuki members earlier, all felt like thorns piercing my heart. Power still required to be more absolute, more unshakable. In the dead of night at my home, after confirming that there were no prying eyes around, I silently walked into my bedroom. Fingers pressed in a specific sequence on an inconspicuous scratch on the wall, and with a barely audible click, a bookshelf quietly slid open, revealing a narrow secret chamber that could only accommodate one person. This is my domain, known to no one. The air was permeated with a faint burnt smell and a strong residual aura of chakra. In the center of the secret room, intricate ceiling formations were inscribed on the ground to suppress energy leakage. I sat cross-legged, closed my eyes, and sank my consciousness within. 3 years on the border. Aside from executing missions, I devoted all my free time to the ultimate exploration of fire release. Ordinary fire release has its limits, so what if it were infinitely compressed? To condense the violent flames to their utmost, eliminating all impurities and superficiality, leaving only the purest and deepest core of destruction. In my palm, a flicker of scarlet flame danced into existence. I concentrated all my spirit as a vast amount of chakra surged in like a tide, forcibly squeezing and compressing that ball of flame. The color of the flame began to change, shifting from scarlet to dark red, then to a profound purple, ultimately transforming into a flickering black that seemed capable of absorbing all light. Black flame. It quietly hovered in my palm, devoid of the explosive sounds of ordinary flames, instead exuding a heart-stopping silence. Yet the temperature around me suddenly soared, the air distorting from the heat, and the specially designed walls of the secret chamber emitted faint, strained vibrations. I cautiously injected a thread of chakra into the black flame. It swelled slightly, as if it possessed life, emanating an aura of destruction. Maintaining its existence consumed an astonishing amount of chakra and mental strength. I attempted to shape it, stretching it into fine threads or compressing it to the size of a bullet. Each fine adjustment carried immense risks. If it slipped out of control, the backlash could evaporate both me and this chamber. Its lethality was hundreds of times stronger than ordinary flames. Once it touched a target, it would rapidly spread until everything was incinerated, capable of igniting even chakra. If paired with wind release, it could be dispersed to create a black sea of flames that devours everything. If precisely shot after extreme compression, it would become an indestructible fireball. This is the final trump card I prepared for myself. The prolonged concentration caused beads of sweat to form on my forehead, forcing me to dissipate the black flame and catch my breath. The nose under the band-aid itched more due to the nearby high temperatures. Just then, a faint knocking sound came from outside the secret chamber, accompanied by Shikamaru's lazy voice. "Senpai. Still busy? I brought you a late-night snack." My heart jolted, and I quickly reined in all chakra fluctuations, ensuring no traces were left before getting up to open the secret chamber door. Shikamaru stood in the bedroom, holding a tray, a hint of fatigue on his face. "Why aren't you asleep this late?" I sidestepped to block the entrance to the secret chamber, trying to sound as natural as possible. "Mom made soup and insisted I bring it to you, saying you've looked unwell lately." Shikamaru placed the tray on the table, glancing at the beads of sweat on my forehead and my slightly pale face. "Have you been practicing on your own again? You look awful." "It's nothing, just researching a new fire release form." I spoke vaguely as I walked to the table, picking up the soup bowl. The warm, delicious soup eased some of my fatigue. "Don't overdo it, it's a hassle." Shikamaru yawned and naturally sat down by my bed. "Danzo just fell, and the situation hasn't stabilized yet. You shouldn't wear yourself out first." "I know my limits." I sipped the soup, but my mind was occupied with the next development of the black flame. We chatted about trivial matters in the village and upcoming official duties. Shikamaru seemed genuinely tired as we spoke. His voice gradually diminished, and he eventually slumped onto my bed, his breathing becoming even and long as he fell asleep. I looked at his defenseless, sleeping face. In the light, his eyelashes cast shallow shadows, and his slightly long black hair spread out on the pillow. I intended to wake him, but glancing at the heavy night outside and remembering he had specially brought soup for me, I ultimately just clicked my tongue and adjusted his blanket. After returning the tray to the kitchen, I handled a few urgent documents that had been sent in. By the time I returned to the bedroom, it was already early morning. Extreme fatigue surged like a tide. My mind was a blur, and I nearly forgot that there was another person lying on the bed. Habitually, I removed my outer garments, pulled back the covers, and lay down. Almost the moment my head touched the pillow, my consciousness sank into darkness. In the haze, I felt the warmth of the bed as if there were a heat source beside me, instinctively leaning toward it, finding the most comfortable position, and falling deeply asleep, completely forgetting that the other name for that heat source was Nara Shikaku, a night without dreams. Consciousness gradually returned from a peculiar sense of weight and warmth. As I groggily opened my eyes, the familiar patterns of the ceiling came into view. Then the sensations became clearer. My chest felt heavy, making it somewhat difficult to breathe, accompanied by a damp, warm touch. I looked down. A messy head of black hair occupied my field of vision. Nara Shikamaru's head was unceremoniously resting on my chest, drooling as a few strands of hair stuck to my skin. My sleepwear, which I had unconsciously torn open during the night due to the heat, was wide open, exposing most of my chest. What was even more alarming was the clear, slightly reddened bite mark imprinted near my collarbone on the left side of my chest. A small patch of suspicious wetness spread beside it. I was momentarily petrified, my brain buzzing as it completely crashed. What is going on? Just then the head on my chest stirred. Shikamaru let out a muffled murmur, his eyelashes fluttering as he slowly lifted his head. His eyes were still heavy with sleep, clearly not fully awake, and a layer of mist clouded his brown eyes. He instinctively smacked his lips, as if savoring something, before focusing his gaze on my exposed chest and that fresh bite mark. Silence. A deathly silence. 3 seconds later, Shikamaru blinked. Instead of any panic or embarrassment, he lazily curled the corners of his mouth and poked the muscle beside the bite mark with his index finger, his voice hoarse from just waking up and tinged with a hint of teasing. "Oh, your chest muscles are quite soft, no wonder it's so comfortable to sleep on." Nara Shikamaru. My thunderous roar almost blew the roof off. Not really. I shoved him off me, sitting up abruptly, hastily pulling my sleepwear tighter, pointing at the bite mark, my fingers trembling with anger. "You bastard. What did you do? What is going on?" Shikamaru, having been shoved to the other side of the bed, rubbed his shoulder and wore an innocent yet infuriating expression. I don't know. Maybe I got hungry after falling asleep, dreaming about eating glutinous rice balls." "I didn't ask you to eat rice balls. I didn't ask you to drool." I grabbed a pillow and smashed it down on him. Shikamaru laughed and dodged, his movements so nimble that he hardly seemed like someone who had just woken up. Sorry, senior. It was an accident." In the midst of our playful scuffle, we hurriedly got up to wash up. I scrubbed at the bite mark in the mirror, my skin reddening, and the mark not fully disappearing, ultimately having to raise my collar higher, my expression so sour it could scare a child. Shikamaru, meanwhile, was leisurely brushing his teeth, a perpetual smirk tugging at his lips. As we left, I shot him a fierce glare. "If you dare say anything outside, I'll kill you." "Yais." Shikamaru nodded dismissively, but his gaze drifted to the back of my neck, a glimmer of mischief flashing in his eyes. On the way to the Hokage building, I exuded a low pressure, trying hard to ignore the cheerful guy walking beside me. We bumped into Ino, who was holding a large bouquet of freshly cut flowers. Upon seeing us, her eyes instantly brightened, darting back and forth between Shikamaru and me, finally locking onto my neck area where I was trying to hide. Her face lit up with extreme excitement, as if she had uncovered a monumental secret, her mouth forming an O, but the next second, she forcibly restrained herself, clearing her throat in a feigned calmness. "Good morning, Shikamaru, Captain Renkawa. The weather is really nice today." But that wildly upturned corner of her mouth and her sparkling eyes completely gave her away. "Morning," I replied, tersely, pulling Shikamaru, who still wanted to chat, away quickly. I could still feel Ino's burning, inquisitive gaze on my back. She definitely saw something. I muttered through gritted teeth. "Saw what?" Shikamaru feigned ignorance. Once we entered the Hokage building, the atmosphere was even more off. The first familiar face I encountered was Kakashi. He leaned against the corridor wall, his visible eye curving into a crescent. "Yo, Renkawa, Shikamaru, good morning." His gaze swept over my neck, adding meaningfully, "Looks like you had a great rest last night." My forehead throbbed with veins. Next was Asuma. He was with kunai, and upon seeing us, especially my proud-looking Shikamaru beside me and my dark expression, he paused for a moment before revealing a look of realization, laughing as he patted Shikamaru's shoulder, winking at me. "Young man, it's good to be energetic, but you should also be mindful of the impact." Kunai's face flushed slightly as she lightly punched Asuma. I thought, "What are you all talking about?" Finally, it was Tsunade. When I submitted my report, she glanced at it, and then raised her head, scrutinizing me with a penetrating gaze for a few seconds, particularly at my neck area. Then she let out a snort, her voice low, yet audible enough for the silence in the office to catch. "Looks like some people had a very intense sparring session last night. Make sure to state clearly in the mission report whether it was an injury incurred during duty or personal reasons." Shizun was stifling a laugh beside her. I could no longer endure it. What on earth is wrong with these people? Why do they all have such strange looks? Is that bite mark really that obvious? I suddenly turned and rushed out of the Hokage office, heading straight for the bathroom at the end of the corridor, slamming the door shut and locking it. I leaned in front of the mirror, anxiously tugging at my high collar, carefully examining the bite mark. Though it was still there, logically speaking, it shouldn't have drawn so much attention. Could it be? I abruptly turned around, facing away from the mirror, twisting my head to awkwardly catch a glimpse of the reflection behind my neck. Right below the collar, and at the hairline's edge, a vividly clear and ambiguous roseate hickey was boldly stamped there. Boom! My face instantly flushed, bright red steam almost visibly rising from my head. Nara Shikaku. You scoundrel. I yanked the door open, my fury ablaze, chakra uncontrollably spilling out, the temperature around me rising sharply, causing several Chunin passing by to press themselves against the wall. Shikamaru. I roared, my voice echoing through the Hokage building corridor. Get out here. I saw Shikamaru peering out from another office. Upon seeing my murderous expression and my nearly fiery eyes, he instantly grasped that the jig was up. His expression changed and he turned to run. Senior, calm down. Let me explain. It was an accident. It really was an accident. He shouted in a plea while sprinting down the corridor at the fastest speed of his life. An accident? He'll show you what an accident is. If I don't turn you to ashes today, I'm not Renkawa of the Dark Valley. I roared, instantly condensing a blazing fireball in my hand and unhesitatingly hurled it. Hey, wait. This isn't right. Help. Lord Hokage. Murder. Shikamaru narrowly dodged the fireball, which smashed against the wall, leaving a charred mark. He didn't dare look back, fleeing wildly while I chased him closely, causing chaos wherever we passed. The entire Hokage building echoed with my furious roars, Shikamaru's screams, and the muffled laughter of the surrounding ninjas. This was destined to be a chaotic and utterly unserious day in the Hokage office. On a sunny afternoon, I held a strawberry-flavored lollipop in my mouth, hands in my pockets, surveying the newly built training ground. A group of young ninjas, just graduated from ninja school, were engaged in basic shuriken practice under Irika's guidance, chattering excitedly with overflowing energy. Keep your hands steady. Keep your eyes on the target. Irika patiently instructed. One little ninja, whom I think was called Passerby, couldn't think of a name, clumsily threw a shuriken, which flew awkwardly towards me. I tilted my head slightly, and the shuriken grazed my red hair before embedding itself with a thud into a wooden post behind me. Oh, I'm sorry. Big brother and goo. Passerby hurried over to apologize, his eyes filled with nervousness. I clicked my tongue, switched the lollipop from my left side to my right, bent down to pick up the skewed shuriken, and casually flicked it with a whoosh. It accurately struck the target in the distance. Focus, little one, I said expressionlessly. Yes, big brother and goo. Passerby's eyes lit up instantly, as if receiving great encouragement, and he hurried back with enthusiasm. Irika smiled wryly at me. I nodded and continued to walk away, still chewing on my lollipop. The sweet strawberry flavor spread in my mouth, slightly suppressing the faint itch deep in my throat. In fact, I have a smoking habit. At the age of 16, due to some messy missions and pressures, I inexplicably got into smoking. Later, I found that some little ninjas liked to follow me around, and I thought it was bad for them to smell smoke, so I started carrying lollipops. This not only helped alleviate my smoking cravings, but also, okay, I admit sweets can be quite addictive too. Although my favorite is actually mint hard candy, for some reason, I always ended up buying strawberry-flavored ones. I would only find a secluded corner to smoke when I was alone, dealing with piles of documents, or patrolling late at night, watching the smoke slowly rise, allowing my thoughts to clear a bit. Occasionally, I would join Asuma, the two old smokers, hiding on the rooftop of the Hokage office, or in a corner of the training ground, puffing smoke, while chatting about missions, complaining about troublesome little ninjas, and even more troublesome superiors. Hey, still having candy? Asuma's voice came from behind. He walked over with a smile, and naturally handed me a cigarette. Let's go somewhere else, there are too many kids here. I took the cigarette, casually tossing the nearly finished lollipop stick into the trash can, and followed him down a secluded alley. Huh. I lit the cigarette, took a deep breath, and the familiar taste of nicotine flooded my lungs, pushing down that inexplicable restlessness. You're the only one who can let me bum a couple of smokes, Asuma said, blowing out smoke rings with a laugh. Red is really strict now, and that little guy Shikamaru is cunning. He always finds out where I hide my cigarettes. Your hiding places are just too bad, I retorted bluntly. Hey, you little punk. Asuma punched my shoulder playfully. By the way, are you free this evening? Same old place to get together. Just us old folks, Kakashi guy Red and Shinjin will all be there. Another get together. How many times this month? It's rare to have some free time. Besides, I heard you finally finished all those overdue reports. That's worth celebrating. Asuma winked. It settled then. Later at the izakaya, the small private room was filled with swirling smoke and lively chatter. Familiar faces were almost all present among the elite Jonin of Konoha. Asuma, Kakashi, Gai, Red, Jin, Nara Shikaku, and Yamashiro. Everyone had taken off their serious ninja uniforms, dressed casually, gathered together to drink and chat. The atmosphere was vibrant. I sat by the door, cigarette in my mouth and a cup of sake in hand, listening to Asuma and Jin bragging about their past mission experiences. Kakashi has always held on to his book, but would occasionally chime in with precise jabs. Guy, on the other hand, was enthusiastically trying to recommend his youth training plan to everyone, only to be playfully shut down by Red. Speaking of which, Light Chuan, Nara Shikaku poured me a drink and teased with a smile. You are now a Hokage candidate. Shouldn't the brothers show you some respect from now on? Not just respect. I shot him a glance and blew out a smoke ring. If you want to fight, just say it. Haha, still the same, always ready to explode. Yamashiro laughed heartily. But seriously, you were a lot more lively when you were younger than you are now. Moi. Red curiously looked over. Lai Chuan was very lively as a child. Not just lively. Asuma immediately perked up, slamming his thigh, and started to spill the beans. This kid was the notorious troublemaker of our generation. He could do anything, causing chaos wherever he went. I clicked my tongue, realizing I couldn't stop him in time. Is that true? Even Kakashi lifted his head from the book, revealing an intrigued eye. Absolutely true. Asuma's spit flew everywhere. You guys have never seen it. When he was 7, he sneaked and stuffed chili powder into the third Hokage's pipe, making the old man tear up and chase him all over the Hokage building. Puffed. Red couldn't help but laugh. And there's more. When he was 8, after the training ground was freshly painted, he snuck out at midnight and used kunai to draw a huge crooked graffiti of the Hokage rock, even making the third Hokage's beard look extremely long. He was caught the next day and punished to clean the toilets for a month. Laughter erupted in the room, Guy laughing so hard he pounded the floor. Oh, is this what youth rebellion looks like? So passionate. I felt veins popping on my forehead and glared at Asuma. He completely ignored it and continued his endless chatter. And that's not all. The most incredible thing is, every time he got caught causing trouble, he would run to the old lady's house by the Nango River. I don't know what kind of charm he gave those old folks, but they treated him like a treasured grandchild. When the third Hokage went to catch him, he almost got driven away by those old ladies with their canes. Huh, there was such a thing. I never would have guessed. Lai Chuan, you actually had this move. Are you an old lady killer, or what? Everyone laughed uproariously. I wished I could dig a hole to hide, only to gulp down my drink to mask the embarrassment. How many times does Asuma have to bring up these old stories? But speaking of which, Jin wiped away the tears of laughter. Lai Chuan's cooking skills are truly commendable. Last time we returned from a mission, I had a meal at his place, and the taste was incredible. Even better than the style chef. Really? And you can cook? Hidden talents, huh? The topic quickly shifted to my cooking skills. Not only can I cook, Asuma once again played the informant. This kid lives alone and takes good care of himself. Braised pork, teriyaki, salmon, beef stew. He excels at everything. Especially his desserts. His rice dumplings are more authentic than sweet chestnuts. Next time, let's have a dinner at your place. You must show off your skills. It's settled then. We'll go next time on leave. A group of people cheered loudly, completely disregarding my opinions as the person involved. Since I was indeed the youngest among them, these shameless seniors felt no pressure to cheer. As the drinks flowed, everyone became slightly tipsy. Someone suggested heading to the hot springs to sober up, and it was unanimously approved. A group of people marched towards the nearby hot spring. In the men's bath, the hot water steamed, making it so comfortable that one couldn't help but sigh. I leaned against the edge of the pool, closing my eyes to relax, listening to Asuma and Jin still bantering. Speaking of which, Lai Chuan, Jin's voice, slightly intoxicated, suddenly said, "When did you get your physique to be this good? This chest." I suddenly opened my eyes and saw Jin, Asuma, and even Kakashi, their gazes vaguely resting on my chest, submerged in the water. Get lost, I said, annoyed, sinking further into the water. Hey, don't be shy. Let the seniors appreciate it. Nara Shikaku, who had drunk too much, cheerfully leaned over. I heard that yesterday, Shikamaru. He didn't finish his sentence, but the implication was clear, and a few unscrupulous guys immediately burst into knowing laughter. I instantly darkened my face. Do you want to die, eh? But it was already too late. Asuma suddenly grabbed my arm from the left, Jin lunged from the right, and Yamashiro blocked in front. Brothers, go. Let's see if the Hokage candidate's muscles are solid. Hold him down. Hey, you bunch of perverts. Let go. I struggled violently, splashing water everywhere. However, having drunk too much, my limbs felt weak, and with 3 or 4 people holding me down, I couldn't break free. Several claws unceremoniously groped and pinched my chest and arms. Wow, what a texture. Truly lives up to its reputation. Extremely elastic. Kakashi stood by with his book Make Out Paradise, but the eye he revealed was crescent-shaped, clearly enjoying the spectacle. Guy on the side shouted enthusiastically, "Oh, is this the collision of youthful bodies? Bastards. Fire style. Hey, do you want to cook us alive in the hot spring with fire style?" Calm down. Lichuan. A chaotic siege and counter-siege unfolded in the men's bath with screams, laughter, and splashes echoing, drawing curious glances from the neighboring women's bath. It eventually ended with me kicking Asuma into the water and elbowing Xianjin back. "You bunch." I gasped, climbing out of the hot spring, grabbing a towel to wrap around myself, my face a mix of red and black, unsure if it was from anger or the heat. The main culprits were still laughing in the water, gasping for breath. Ha ha ha. Getting anxious. The texture is indeed quite nice. It was worth it. I glared at them fiercely, deciding to keep my distance from this group of drunkards. However, the alcohol and the earlier commotion clearly fueled these elite Jonin's competitive spirit even more. Just after coming out of the hot spring and getting dressed, Guy was the first to jump into the empty space in the yard, striking a classic pose. "Yo, Lichuan, let's have a passionate and spirited spar. No ninjutsu, just pure taijutsu." "Bring it on. I'm not afraid of you," I answered without thinking, still fuming. "Count me in." Asuma was also eager to try. "Me too." Xianjin joined in the excitement. "Humph." Kakashi, who had closed his book at some point, showed a bit of interest in his gaze. What followed was a spar intended to be a unknown duel that quickly devolved into a chaotic free-for-all. A group of elite Jonin averaging over 25 years old fought like genin under the moonlight in the courtyard, kicking up dust occasionally, mixed with shouts of "Take this. Monkey steals peach. You little brat are playing dirty. Ha ha ha, this is exhilarating." There was no pressure of tasks, no constraints of identity, only the exhilarating punches, evasions, and the carefree banter among comrades. By the time everyone lay exhausted on the ground staring at the starry sky, the effects of the alcohol had mostly dissipated. "Huh, so refreshing." Asuma lay flat and said, "Next time, I will definitely win against you." Guy was still not willing to admit defeat. Kakashi somehow pulled out Make Out Paradise again. I lay among them, my chest gently rising and falling, looking at the familiar starry sky of Konoha above, and I couldn't help but smile. Though troublesome and noisy, having this group of idiots gather like this occasionally didn't seem too bad. As for whether I'd wake-ups are all over tomorrow and that dinner that was forcefully agreed upon, Tisk'll deal with that when the time comes. A searing headache pierced through my skull, as if 1,000 exploding tags had detonated simultaneously inside my head, or as if I'd been trampled repeatedly by Choji Akimichi's human bullet tank. I groaned, reluctantly dragged from the depths of slumber back into reality. My first sensation was a deep, pervasive ache, especially across my shoulders and back, as though last night hadn't been spent drinking and soaking in hot springs, but locked in brutal combat with a Jinchuriki. My second sensation was claustrophobia, crushing, suffocating closeness. With great effort, I pried open eyelids that felt glued shut, and instead of the familiar ceiling of my bedroom, what met my gaze was Asuma's unshaven jaw. He lay sprawled across my bed, limbs splayed, one thick arm draped heavily across my chest. No wonder I dreamed of suffocation. Frowning darkly, I shoved his arm aside and pushed myself upright. The sight before me jolted me fully awake. My blood pressure spiked instantly. My bedroom, or rather my entire home, had been utterly overrun. On the floor, Gunma Shiranui and Aoba Yamashiro sat back-to-back, curled tightly in sleep. Gunma even clutched one of my cushions, muttering dreamily, "A pair of kings." In the corner, Hatake Kakashi leaned against the wall, head tilted sideways, nodding rhythmically. As if even in slumber he insisted on preserving his elegance. And this was only the beginning. Gritting my teeth against both pain and rising fury, I shuffled barefoot out of the bedroom, only to find the living room far worse. Kakashi himself reclined on the sofa in an absurd contortion, his upper body resting on the cushion, his lower half suspended midair over the armrest, his battered copy of Ika Paradise lying face down across his nose, rising and falling with each breath. But the most outrageous sight was Mike Guy. He lay sprawled across the hallway leading from the entryway to the living room, in a textbook big character pose, clad in his signature green spandex, drooling freely, grinning with feverish, unself-conscious zeal, one leg casually draped over the low decorative cabinet by the entrance. My temples throbbed violently. What in the world? Hadn't they all gone home last night? Then how, why were they all here? And more importantly, how did they even get in? I'd locked the door. Did Guy blast it open with Daylight Tiger? No, the door looked perfectly intact. Did Kakashi use his Sharingan to replicate my ki? The air hung thick with the pungent reek of alcohol, sweat, and the stale, heavy musk of too many men crammed together overnight. I clenched my fists, veins pulsing like angry rivers across my forehead, My nose, still tender beneath its bandage, itched fiercely at the foul air. Ugh, water. Kakashi mumbled faintly from the sofa. Genma rolled onto his side, murmuring, "One more cup." I drew a slow, steadying breath, suppressing the violent urge to incinerate every single one of these nuisances with a fire release technique. Kill them. Too much noise. Tsunade would lecture me endlessly. Toss them out. Each one weighed a ton, utterly exhausting. TCH. Inconvenient beyond measure. In the end, I chose the path of least resistance, deliberate absolute indifference. With a blank, impassive expression, I carefully stepped over the tangled sprawl of unconscious bodies, taking meticulous care not to tread on any limb, especially not on Guy's fervently grinning face, and made my way inch by painstaking inch into the bathroom. Warm water cascaded over me, easing the pounding in my skull and the dull ache in my muscles. I stared into the mirror at my own pale, hangover-ravaged face and the faint bruised shadows beneath my eyes, then exhaled another sharp, dismissive tsh. After a swift shower, I dressed in a clean black high-collared shirt and standard shinobi trousers, feeling at last marginally human again. Emerging from the bathroom, I found the others still deeply asleep, snoring in overlapping dissonant harmony. My stomach growled embarrassingly loud. Last night had been all drinking and brawling, scarcely a bite of real food. Resigned, I entered the kitchen and opened the refrigerator. Thankfully, my recent grocery stock remained plentiful. Hoping these drunkards would rouse themselves to forage for food was as futile as expecting Danzo to rise from the grave and perform a tap dance. I set a pot of water to boil, rinsed the rice, and began cooking kanji. With practiced ease, I retrieved miso paste and tofu from the cupboard, then finely chopped scallions and dried kelp. Meanwhile, I heated a frying pan and cooked several perfect soft-boiled eggs, sizzling gently as their rich aroma began to fill the air. On impulse, I dug out a packet of instant roasted nori from a forgotten corner. Simple, quick, gentle on the stomach. A generous, if begrudging, gift to these fools. As I carried the first bowl of miso soup from the kitchen, I noticed Genma, closest to the doorway, had already sat up sniffing the air with dazed, bewildered curiosity, so fragrant. I'm dreaming of my mother. Like dominoes toppling, the scent of food soon roused the others, first from the floor, then from the sofa. Ugh, my head. Where is this? The Retsu River residence. Why am I sleeping on the floor? Guy? Your feet stink. Get them off me. Chaos erupted. Groans, protests, and frantic scrambling filled the living room. I set the soup bowl down on the table with a firm, resonant thud. Silence fell instantly. Every pair of bleary, hungover eyes snapped toward me, wide with confusion and a flicker of guilt. Awake. I swept a cold, unblinking gaze across them. Then go wash your faces and eat. Afterward, leave. Immediately. No embellishment. No negotiation. Yet these starved wolves understood perfectly. They staggered upright, stumbling toward the bathroom, nearly coming to blows over who got first use of the sink. By the time I emerged with bowls of kanji and golden-edged soft-boiled eggs, they'd managed, barely, to compose themselves, circling my small dining table like eager, oversized dogs, some squatting, others standing where chairs were lacking. I portioned out the food, then took my own bowl of kanji and leaned quietly against the kitchen doorway to eat. Watching these elite Jonin, who normally commanded awe and authority, devour their meals with zero decorum, slurping and chewing noisily, was strangely grounding. Whoa, Retsu River. This kanji is phenomenal. The eggs are perfectly soft-centered. This miso soup is incredible, better than my wife makes. Hey, don't use Ika Paradise as a coaster. Asuma slurped his broth, gave me a muffled thumbs up, and grinned, thanks bro. You saved my life. Otherwise Red would have barred me from the house. Kakashi ate with unhurried grace, his single visible eye crinkled warmly. Your skill lives up to its reputation. Next mission's lunchboxes are yours. Dream on, I scoffed. But watching the pots, bowls, and plates vanish under a whirlwind of hungry hands, my lingering irritation quietly dissolved. Once the feast ended, the group departed, sated, shameless, and thoroughly unrepentant. Thanks, Retsu River. Next time we'll drink here again. Don't forget the beef stew next round. I escorted the motley crew to the door and shut it firmly behind them. At last, silence. Surveying the wreckage of my living room and bedroom, I pinched the bridge of my nose. Fine. I'd clean it up tonight. I glanced up at the wall clock, already significantly later than my usual departure time. I swiftly packed my shinobi gear, slipped a fresh strawberry lollipop between my lips, suppressed the lingering tang of tobacco and sake, grabbed my coat, and stepped outside. Sunlight stabbed sharply into my eyes. I squinted, quickening my pace toward the Hokage Tower. Another day, another stack of paperwork, another roster of missions, and those ever-present, ever-exasperating colleagues and subordinates. TCH. Life was chaos incarnate, yet somehow, inexplicably, not entirely unbearable. 3 months have passed since the last gathering. In this brief span of time, the celestial phenomena in the ninja world have been thoroughly disrupted, dark clouds gathering ominously at an astonishing rate. The shadow of the Akatsuki organization is no longer confined to rumors. The one-tailed Shikaku was forcibly extracted, and the Kazekage Gaara experienced a brush with death, ultimately relying on Granny Kyo's forbidden technique, exchanging her life for his to miraculously regain his vitality, leaving Sunagakure severely weakened. Bad news followed one after another: the 2 tails, 3 tails, 4 tails, 5 tails, 6 tails, 7 tails. The Jinchuriki of various major ninja villages were continuously ambushed, the news of the tailed beasts being forcibly taken away, falling like cold snowflakes upon the tables of the higher-ups of the 5 great nations, bringing a piercing chill. In fact, the author is too lazy to write. Konoha is also shrouded in this gloom. Intelligence reports like death warrants were sent into the Hokage's office, and the atmosphere grew heavier by the day. During a highly risky tracking mission targeting Akatsuki members Haiden and Kakuzu, I happened to pass through the mission area due to another urgent task, and sensed an unusually large amount of malevolent chakra forcefully intervening and joining Asuma's team. After a fierce battle, although we were unable to capture those 2 immortal monsters, we managed to avoid the worst outcome. Asuma, clutching his throat that was nearly slashed by a curse, was dragged from the battlefield amidst my furious shout, "Aren't you idiots going to wait for reinforcements?" However, the greatest shock came from Amigakure. Lord Jiraiya infiltrated alone to gather intelligence, but what ultimately came back was the grim news confirming his sacrifice. The news was strictly sealed, but the sorrow and anger flowing among the higher-ups had nearly solidified into a tangible substance. That kid Naruto was immediately sent to Miyaboku Mountain carrying a deep sorrow and a resolute determination to grow stronger, beginning his training in sage arts. The world seemed to have been pressed on the fast-forward button, crazily sliding into an unpredictable abyss. Hokage Tower evening. I placed the last approval document regarding the reinforcement of border barriers on Tsunade's desk. The office was filled with swirling smoke, not from tobacco, but from the calming incense lit by Tsunade, yet it could not disperse the heavy atmosphere. There was an unmistakable weariness and sorrow in her eyes, but her spine remained straight. "You've worked hard," she said, her voice slightly hoarse. Her gaze swept over the documents before quickly signing her name. For the time being, raise the alert level to the highest. All Jonin are to cancel their leave and be on standby at all times. "Understood," I replied shortly. The air was thick with unspoken pressure regarding Lord Jiraiya, the Akatsuki, and the potential war looming ahead. We all knew it, yet did not mention it at this moment. As I left Hokage Tower, the sky had completely darkened. The streets of Konoha were still brightly lit, and the villagers appeared to bear smiles reminiscent of the past. But upon closer observation, one could see the increased number of patrolling ninja teams, and the air was permeated with a barely perceptible sense of tension. This tranquility felt like a fragile facade before the storm. I did not head directly home, but took a detour to the southern riverbank. The lollipop in my mouth seemed to have lost its previous sweetness, reduced to a mere mechanical licking. Finding a secluded corner and confirming that no one was around, I pulled out a cigarette pack from the depths of my ninja tool bag and lit one. The crimson glow flickered in the night, nicotine flooding my lungs slightly, suppressing the restlessness in my heart, and an indescribable sense of powerlessness. Even someone as formidable as Lord Jiraiya and the Akatsuki pain. What kind of monsters are they? Sure enough, you're here. A lazy voice came from behind me. I paused, not turning around, merely exhaling a puff of smoke. How did you find me? Shikamaru strolled over and sat down beside me, hands in his pockets, mimicking my gaze at the dark river surface. "Asuma-sensei, I said he saw you heading this way, and you didn't look too good. Besides," he shrugged, "when you're feeling down, you tend to hide away to smoke." I clicked my tongue and moved the cigarette to the hand farthest from him. "Stop acting so smart." Silence spread between us, punctuated only by the subtle sound of the flowing river and the hissing of the burning tobacco. "Is the situation really that bad?" Shikamaru suddenly asked softly, his tone lacking its usual laziness, replaced by an unusual seriousness. I replied, not offering much explanation. This information was not something he should be fully aware of at this moment. He fell silent for a while, then pulled out a small paper bag from his pocket and handed it to me. "Here." "What?" "It's the shop's new chestnut buns, not too sweet." He paused and added, "Healthier than smoking." I looked at the bag containing the still warm buns, then glanced at the cigarette that was about to burn out, ultimately extinguishing the butt on a nearby stone and accepting the paper bag. Taking a bite, the soft and fragrant sweetness was indeed not overly cloying. "Mind your own business," I mumbled vaguely. Shikamaru did not retort, only smiled. We sat side by side on the riverbank, sharing a bag of chestnut buns, both of us remaining silent. The distant lights of Konoha reflected on the river pulled into fragmented streams of light, flickering. A tremendous crisis loomed like dark clouds, but at this moment on this familiar riverbank with a companion who was too lazy to speak, yet would bring you snacks that weight seemed a little more bearable. Until the buns were finished, I stood up and brushed off the grass clippings on my pants. I'm leaving. We walked back to the brightly lit village one after the other in silence. The shadow of the Akatsuki loomed like a tangible leaden cloud weighing heavily over Konoha and pressing down on the shoulders of everyone in the Hokage building. Documents surged like an endless tide from border alerts, ally coordination, to wartime resource allocation and emergency plan revisions. My desk was nearly submerged and the end of work hours kept getting postponed, ultimately leading to me bringing files home to continue processing. Thus, the frequency of Nara Shikamaru appearing at my doorstep increased remarkably. "Senpai, you haven't eaten yet, have you? My mom sent this for you." In the evening, he would show up punctually with a food box, his tone lazy, yet his gaze unceremoniously squeezed through the door. "TCH, just leave it there." I didn't look up, my pen swiftly gliding over the supply list. He didn't disturb me, instead setting the meals on the dining table. Sometimes it was a delicate bento made by Lady Jinai, other times it was a meal packed from Barbecue Q, and once it was an omelet rice he had clumsily made looking questionable, but surprisingly tasty. Then he would naturally sit down in the chair or sofa opposite me, pulling out his own documents or chess manual, claiming that working together boosts efficiency. The only sounds left in the air were the rustling of papers and the scratching of my pen, occasionally mixed with the light tapping of his fingers on the table as he pondered, and my annoyance manifested in the crunching of lollipops, a craving for smoke. But Shikamaru was present, so I refrained. When I finally lifted my head from the pile of documents, my neck stiff, and saw the moon was already high in the sky outside. Shikamaru often slumped on the sofa, his head bobbing as he dozed off, or he struggled to maintain focus while studying a chess endgame. "Hey kid, it's late, time to go back," I said, rubbing my temples to send him off. He always took a moment to respond, lifting his head slowly, bleary-eyed as he glanced outside, then yawning widely. It's so late. What a hassle walking home at night is so tiring." Then things began to feel off. On the first day, he brought a blanket to the guest room only to accidentally knock over a cup, soaking the entire bed. On the second day, the guest room window mysteriously wouldn't shut properly, allowing the night breeze to howl and making it impossible to sleep. On the third day, he even found a reason to say the ceiling of the guest room made strange noises, suspecting it was mice or something else, claiming it was uninhabitable. Once was an accident, twice was coincidence, but the third time. I crossed my arms looking at Shikamaru, who stood at my bedroom door holding a pillow with an expression of, "I can't help it," my brow furrowed tightly. "Nara Shikamaru." I squinted, my tone dangerous. "You can't be doing this on purpose, can you?" He blinked, his expression innocent to the point of purity. "Senpai, how could you think that? Am I that kind of person? It's just that I've been unlucky lately, running into little accidents. I don't want to disturb you, so should I sleep on the sofa?" "Sleep on the sofa." Then he would definitely wake up with a sore back, and if Lady Jinai asked, it would seem like I was mistreating him. TCH. I ultimately succumbed, irritably running my fingers through my hair, shifting to the side. "Come in. If you snore or steal the blanket, they'll kick you out." "Yes, yes." He grinned, the corners of his eyes curving up as he slipped in, dutifully making the bed on the other side of mine. Thus sharing a bed became an unspoken norm. At first I remained tense, turning my back to him, trying to sleep close to the edge of the bed. But this guy was surprisingly well behaved, when asleep, breathing steadily without tossing about. Over time, weariness drowned my vigilance, and I grew accustomed to having an additional source of warmth beside me, even unconsciously drawing closer to that warmth on particularly cold nights. Just like tonight. The intense work had drained my last ounce of energy, and I was nearly asleep as soon as my head hit the pillow. In the deep silence of the night, moonlight streamed through the curtain gaps, gently illuminating the tatami. After confirming that Shikamaru's breathing had become long and steady for a while, he who should have been asleep slowly opened his eyes. He turned slightly, propping up his head, and under the faint moonlight gazed intently at the sleeping face of the person beside him. His usually furrowed brows relaxed, his sharp crimson eyes covered by his eyelids, losing that intimidating aura, revealing a rare tranquility, even fragility. His red short hair was somewhat disheveled against his forehead and cheeks, rising and falling slightly with each breath. His lips were unconsciously slightly parted, appearing much softer than usual. Shikamaru's gaze meticulously traced the contours of that face, from the strong brow bone down to the small band-aid on the bridge of his nose, and finally to the sharply defined yet relaxed chin. All the laziness and facade faded from Shikamaru's eyes, leaving only an almost overflowing deep and tender affection. Really? So assertive during work, able to shoulder so much alone, yet look so unguarded when asleep. Shikamaru's fingertips twitched almost uncontrollably, reaching out, wanting to touch that rebellious strand of red hair, to gently smooth the brow that occasionally furrowed in sleep, to confirm whether the skin's temperature matched his imagination. But in the end he restrained himself and drew back his hand, simply watching quietly. His gaze lingered greedily on that face, as if wanting to carve every detail into memory. Lately I've been getting more tired. The dark circles under my eyes are getting heavier. I just knew I was being strong-headed, never acknowledging that the paperwork would never end. Luckily I could still use this clumsy excuse to stay. At least I can watch you sleep well at least. I can be a little closer. Shikamaru's lips curled into a faint yet incredibly tender arc. At times like this I feel like you're not so far from me. You want use that senpai tone to tell me to mind my own business. Just quietly here within my reach. You foolish senpai. When will you discover that? My little accidents are not clever at all. Discover that I'm not staying because I'm afraid of walking home at night. Discover me. Shikamaru sighed, silently, ultimately carefully pulling the blanket up, gently covering my shoulder that had been exposed, from turning his movements soft, as if afraid to disturb a fragile dream. After doing all this, Shikamaru lay back down, still facing me, closing his eyes, feeling the steady breathing and warmth beside him, while the turbulent world outside gradually calmed miraculously. It's fine just like this. Good night, Richuan-senpai. The brief period of tranquility lasting half a month was shattered by a deafening explosion. In the distance, amidst the rumble of collapsing buildings and the terrified screams of villagers, came the cry, "Enemy attack." It's Akatsuki. The communication channel was in chaos, filled with urgent reports from frontline ninjas and cries of despair. Tsunade's voice echoed throughout the village via the sound amplification technique, calm, yet imbued with unprecedented gravity. All non-combat personnel immediately proceed to the shelters. Combat personnel engage the enemy according to the established plan. Notify the Hokage candidate Enku Retsukawa to head to the front line immediately. I swiftly tore off the combat vest hanging on the chair, getting dressed in an instant with my ninja tool pouch slung at my side. The lollipop in my mouth was crushed, and I casually tossed the stick into the trash bin. My nose, covered by a band-aid, itched violently from the acrid smell of gunpowder and the aura of killing intent in the air. Finally, they have come. I whispered to myself, with no trace of fear in my eyes, only the long-suppressed battle intent and a chilling, murderous aura. I had never relaxed during this half-month of calm. The power forged in the secret room, capable of incinerating everything, had long been yearning for a true trial. In an instant, my figure vanished from my home, rushing to the front lines in a few swift movements. The sight before me was hellish, with a massive centipede-like summoned beast wreaking havoc and several figures clad in black with red clouds. The 6 paths of pain were ruthlessly eliminating the resisting Konoha ninjas with overwhelming strength. Captain Enku. It's Lord Retsukawa. The struggling ninjas looked at me as if seeing a pillar of support. I did not respond, my gaze locked onto the figure who had effortlessly sent several umbu, flying with a strange repulsive force. It was him, the one who killed Lord Jiraiya. Everyone fall back. Evacuate the civilians. Leave this to me, I commanded coldly, my voice not loud, yet carrying an undeniable authority and a reassuring power. But Captain, they follow the orders. I interrupted, my subordinates concerned, my hands already forming seals. A massive chakra surged forth from my body, the surrounding air distorting due to the rising heat. The indifferent gaze of Devapath turned to me, the ripples of his Rinnegan devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Another one come to die, eh? Come to die? I smirked coldly. I'm here to send you to your graves. Fire-style great fireball technique. The first move was a probing attack. Several blazing fire dragons roared towards Devapath. However, as they approached him, they were all repelled by an invisible barrier, scattering into a shower of sparks. Useless, Devapath stated calmly. Is that so? I narrowed my eyes, instantly altering my tactics. My figure vanished like a wraith and reappeared at the side of the animal path, skilled in summoning techniques. So fast, a ninja exclaimed. My kunai aimed directly at the vital spot of the animal path, but was blocked by the suddenly appearing giant rhinoceros-summoned beast. Without hesitation, I formed seals with my left hand, wind-style vacuum wave. The razor-sharp wind blade sliced through the rhinoceros' tough hide, but more summoned beasts emerged. Troublesome, I clicked my tongue, realizing I had to prioritize eliminating this summoning source. Yet the attacks from the other pain were already upon me: the human path's taijutsu, the hungry ghost path's absorption, the Azura path's missiles. Their coordination was impeccable, the assault like a torrential storm. I moved rapidly amidst the 5-person siege, alternating between taijutsu body flicker technique and conventional ninjutsu. Every dodge and counter was perilously close, yet executed with pinpoint precision. Ordinary attacks had minimal effect on them. The abilities of the Rinnegan were exceedingly troublesome. No wonder they were able to push Lord Jiraiya to his limits. I mused internally, my gaze sharpening. It was time. After narrowly dodging a volley of missiles from the Azura path, I used the explosion smoke to create distance. My hands pressed together as massive chakra began to compress and gather into my palms at a terrifying speed. No longer red, but deep and dark. Black flame net binding. I shouted, slamming the compressed black fireball down towards the ground. The pitch-black flames moved like living creatures, swiftly spreading across the ground. Not burning, but transforming into countless chains of black flames that accurately wrapped around the legs of the 6 paths of pain. What is this? The hungry ghost path attempted to absorb it, yet the black flames seemed to be an ethereal substance exuding substantial heat and binding force, unable to be completely absorbed. The hell path and human path were momentarily immobilized, tightly bound by the black flame chains. Deva path frowned slightly, activating universal pull once more to repel the black flame chains wrapping around him, but the chains did not dissipate. They merely slowed for a moment before wrapping around him again. Cannot be completely repelled. A glimmer of surprise flickered in Deva path's eyes. Now's my chance. I seized this fleeting opportunity, my figure shooting like an arrow towards the most troublesome animal path. In my right palm, another highly compressed ball of black flame was already formed, emanating a destructive aura. Black flame piercing. The pitch-black flame projectile, like the decree of death, silent, yet swift as lightning, instantly pierced through the summoned beasts attempting to block my path, and accurately struck the chest of the animal path. There was no violent explosion, only a sickening, sizzling sound. The animal path's movements suddenly froze as he looked down at the ever-expanding void in his chest, its edges flickering with black fire, while the surrounding flesh and clothing visibly turned to ash. In the blink of an eye, the animal path completely vanished, leaving only a small cloud of ashes drifting in the air. A momentary silence enveloped the battlefield. He's down. Captain Retsukawa took one out. The Konoha ninjas erupted in cheers. Yet I did not relax in the slightest. For Deva Path's gaze was now fully fixed on me, the cold Rinnegan finally revealing a true emotion called concern. You are very dangerous. Deva Path slowly raised his hand. Must be eliminated. An even stronger repulsive force began to coalesce. I wiped the blood from my cheek where a flying rock had grazed me, my chest heaving slightly from the intense chakra consumption, but the flames in my eyes burned even more fiercely. The black flames danced at my fingertips, as if possessing life. Eliminate me. I grinned, revealing a nearly manic smile. Then let's see you try pain. The battle had just entered a fever pitch. My shadow-level strength combined with this devastating new technique turned my clash with the 6 paths of pain into the most eye-catching focus on this chaotic battlefield. The battle with the 6 paths of pain had reached a boiling point. The violent powers of black flames and universal pull clashed repeatedly, tearing the earth apart and vaporizing the air. I danced around them with speed and strength that exceeded the ordinary shadow level, the black flames transforming into roaring dragons to attack, forming indestructible shields to block, or wrapping around like maggots to break through that annoying repulsive defense. The animal path had been incinerated, and I found an opportunity against the Azura path, destroying half of its body with a concentrated black flame blast, causing its movements to slow. Yet Deva path remained the greatest threat, his power seemingly endless, wielding the Rinnegan's ocular techniques with divine skill. Useless. Deva path repelled my black flame assault once more, coldly proclaiming, in the face of divine power, all resistance is futile. Divine. I spat out a mouthful of blood, panting slightly from the intense chakra output and dodging several wounds from other pain's ambushes, stinging painfully. You think you can call yourself a god while hiding in your shell and farting? I pressed my palms together again, heedless of the faint pain in my meridians, pouring more chakra frantically into the deep darkness in my palms. The surrounding scene began to distort, not due to high temperatures, but because the extreme energy density at the core of the black flames started to affect space itself. Black Flame Ultimate. Just as I was about to unleash my strongest strike, with all my might, Deva Path's Rinnegan shone with an unprecedented light. He slowly floated into the air, arms outstretched, in indescribable suffocating terror instantly enveloping the entire battlefield. Feel the pain. Universal pull. This time it wasn't a targeted repulsion, but a destructive, indiscriminate, all-encompassing rejection. Boom. A terrifying shockwave, indescribable in words, suddenly erupted from him. The earth shattered like fragile cookies, crumbling and lifting. Surrounding buildings were instantly ground to dust. The air, compressed to extremes, formed visible white air rings, ruthlessly pushing outward with unstoppable force. Damn it. My pupils constricted as I channeled all my chakra into defense, forming a solid barrier of black flames before me. However, this force exceeded all expectations. The black flame barrier trembled violently upon contact with the shockwave, emitting a mournful cry as it crumbled under the strain in less than 2 seconds. The terrifying repulsive force slammed into me. PFF. It felt as though I had been hit by a mountain flying at high speed. I spewed a mouthful of blood, the sound of my ribcage cracking echoed, and my body was uncontrollably smashed away, crashing through wall after wall, until I was finally buried beneath the rubble. Agonizing pain engulfed my body, and my consciousness was on the verge of fading. I struggled to crawl out from the debris, but felt as though my body was too heavy to obey. At that moment, several cold, pitch-black metal rods fell from the sky, piercing through my shoulders, arms, and thighs with precision, pinning me firmly to the ground. The intense pain and the sluggish sensation from my chakra being forcibly disrupted made my vision darken, nearly causing me to faint. Through the swirling smoke, I saw Devapath slowly descending towards me, his Rinnegan devoid of any emotion, only an indifferent judgment. It's over. Just as he raised his hand, preparing to deliver the final blow, a furious and resolute roar came from a distance. Let him go. A golden figure like sunlight piercing through the haze charged into the battlefield at an astonishing speed, delivering a powerful punch towards Devapath. Naruto Uzumaki has arrived. The upcoming battle belongs to him. In Sage Mode, Naruto engaged in an earth-shattering duel with Pain. I watched that golden figure clash fiercely with Pain, the earth explosion, star rising only to be cracked. I wanted to struggle to get up to help, but the black rods pinning me down not only sealed my chakra, but also carried a chilling force that continuously eroded my consciousness and strength. Every attempt to move brought about piercing pain and a deeper sense of helplessness. Bastard. I growled unwillingly as blood continuously spilled from the corner of my mouth. I don't know how long it was before a figure rushed to my side. Retsukawa. It was Tsunade. Her face was pale, clearly exhausted from maintaining medical ninjutsu for the entire village and treating the slug she brought for Naruto. She saw my pitiful state pinned down by the black rods, and a flash of heartache and anger crossed her eyes. I can still fight. I gritted my teeth, attempting to pull out the black rods. Fight. What do you think you're doing? Stay still. Tsunade shouted sharply, her tone tinged with undeniable concern. She examined my injuries, her expression darkening further. The chakra channels are severely disrupted, internal bleeding, and your bones. These black rods are troublesome. She attempted to treat me, but the sounds of battle and explosions continued to echo from afar. Tsunade, leave this to me. You go help everyone. Naruto's voice rang out. Tsunade looked at me, and then back at Naruto in the distance, a look of determination flashing in her eyes. She suddenly raised her hand, swiftly striking the side of my neck with a precise chop. You. I hadn't expected her to act, and my vision went dark. The last thing I heard was Tsunade's apologetic whisper. Sorry, you need to rest now. The rest, leave it to them. Darkness and endless darkness. When I regained consciousness, the first thing I smelled was the distinct scent of disinfectant, and the sound of medical machines beeping rhythmically reached my ears. I struggled to open my heavy eyelids, seeing the familiar ceiling of Konoha Hospital. My whole body felt as if it had been completely disassembled and then awkwardly reassembled, every part aching, especially my chest and the area where the black rods had pierced, sending waves of dull pain and itch. My chakra flow was sluggish and unbearable. You're awake. A familiar, slightly hoarse voice sounded beside me. I turned my head with difficulty to see Shikamaru sitting in a chair beside my hospital bed, dark circles under his eyes, looking more haggard than I, the injured one, but he visibly relaxed when he saw me open my eyes. How long was I asleep? My voice was extremely hoarse. 2 days. Shikamaru handed me a cup of warm water with a straw. Drink some water. I took a few sips from his hand, the burning sensation in my throat easing slightly. What happened afterwards? Pain. Naruto, that kid. Shikamaru briefly explained what happened after I fell unconscious, how Naruto fought fiercely against Pain and ultimately used his own version of Takenjutsu to persuade Nagato, the real Devapath, who then used the outer path samsara of heavenly life technique to revive everyone who had died in this battle, including Kakashi. Konoha was saved, in a way no one could have predicted. I listened in silence, my emotions complex. Relief, comfort, yet tinged with an indescribable sense of frustration and an unwillingness to be saved by my juniors to the very end. Everyone is busy rebuilding. Shikamaru looked at me, his tone calm, yet resolute. Your current task is to lie down and recover properly from your injuries. Don't think about leaving the hospital early. Tsunadesima has given a strict order, and he paused, glancing away. You almost scared everyone to death, senior. The last sentence he said lightly, but I still caught it. I clicked my tongue, turning my head to look out the window. The sun was shining brightly, and the sounds of reconstruction filled the air, full of vitality and hope. Though the process was tortuous and the cost was heavy, as long as I was alive, yet the threat of Akatsuki had not ended. This war had just begun, and I needed to grow stronger. The leaves began a difficult, yet rapid reconstruction atop the ruins. The scars left by Pain's assault were not merely material, but deeply psychological as well. That sense of powerlessness was like a cold, poisonous thorn embedded deeply in the hearts of every ninja who had endured that disaster, especially mine. During those days lying on the hospital bed, aside from enduring the itching and pain of my body, healing, the only thing replaying in my mind was the moment I was crushed by Shinra Tensei, pinned to the ground by a black rod. I needed power, a more absolute and unbreakable power. The current black flames were insufficient, far from enough. At the very moment I was discharged, I headed straight to the Hokage's office. Tsunade was dealing with a mountain of reconstruction paperwork. Upon seeing me, she put down her pen and scrutinized me, asking, "How's your recovery? Don't push yourself too hard." "I won't die," I replied succinctly, cutting directly to the chase. "Lady Tsunade, I need some time to enter seclusion alone." "Seclusion?" Tsunade raised an eyebrow. "To develop new techniques." My tone left no room for negotiation. The existing methods are still lacking when facing true strong enemies. Pain was just the beginning. The Akatsuki had more monsters. I had to become stronger. Tsunade silently looked at me, her gaze sharp as if trying to discern my true state. In the office, only the faint sound of papers rustling remained. "What do you plan to do?" she finally asked. I laid out the ideas I had long envisioned in my mind, not only for the further development of black flames, but also for deeper concepts regarding the ultimate fusion and transformation of wind and fire chakra. These were not mere fantasies. They were the embryonic forms I had been contemplating for 3 years at the border, even earlier, just lacking an opportunity and sufficient time to bring them to reality. I described several key techniques I envisioned. Tsunade's expression grew increasingly serious as she listened. She was well aware of the immense risks and high chakra consumption involved in developing these techniques, which could even backfire on oneself. "How confident are you?" she asked in a low voice. 50%, I stated honestly, "but it must be done. Next time I cannot fall down so helplessly again." After a long silence, Tsunade sighed heavily, rubbing her forehead. "I understand. I will arrange for you to use the most remote old training ground at the village's edge, with a barrier set up to ensure no one disturbs you. For any resources needed, just request them from the logistics department with the highest authority." "But Renkawa," she raised her eyes, her gaze incredibly serious, "come back alive. Konoha cannot afford to lose another Hokage candidate, and I certainly do not want to see that kid Shikamaru come looking for me in desperation." I was taken aback when she suddenly mentioned Shikamaru, then nodded. "I understand." The old training ground was soon cleared and reinforced with powerful soundproof and protective barriers. I brought in the necessary supplies and dove into isolation for my training. Days turned into a simple cycle, refining chakra, conceptualizing technique structures, practicing, failing, adjusting, and then practicing again. The process was far more arduous and dangerous than I had anticipated. Attempting to stabilize the tumultuous fire and sharp wind chakra in a vortex form, a minor misstep in control triggered a violent explosion, sending me flying and crashing against the barrier, leaving me with ringing ears for half a day. While practicing the Dragon Flame Hurricane Lock, the high-speed rotating wind pressure blades nearly severed my fingers, and a slight misjudgment in controlling the flames could burn my own meridians. The most dangerous attempt was with the prototype of the Heat Howl Cannon. Mimicking the energy of the tailed beast bomb was extremely unstable. The compressed chakra ball nearly erupted in my hands just before being launched. In a critical moment, I forcibly altered its trajectory towards the sky, and the violent explosion even shook the entire barrier, sending scorching shockwaves downward. I quickly turned my head to dodge, but a sharp fragment of high-temperature wind pressure grazed my jaw, leaving a burning sting. TSK. I wiped my chin, my fingertips stained with bright red blood. A wound about an inch long lay across my jawbone, flesh torn, nearly injuring my artery. I simply used medical ninjutsu to stop the bleeding without excessive treatment. This scar would serve as a reminder of the danger and uncontrollability of power. Sweat, blood burns, and countless instances of chakra exhaustion passed swiftly in a near self-abusive training regimen. Yet I could clearly feel that I was growing stronger at an astonishing pace. My understanding and control of the two chakra attributes reached unprecedented heights. Those techniques that once existed only in my imagination began to show their monstrous forms bit by bit. When wind and fire wheel dance, scorched earth barrier unfolded, the area within dozens of meters instantly became a forbidden zone. The ground blackened and cracked, and the air distorted and steamed. The Dragon Flame Hurricane Lock finally succeeded in coalescing, intertwining the dual dragons of wind and fire, exuding a chilling aura of restraint and destruction. The Flame Wind Mirror Wall successfully blocked my full-powered attack with regular fire techniques and rebounded with a scorching wind blade. The microcontrol of the wildfire breath became increasingly exquisite. As for the Heat Howl Cannon, although still unstable, the power it unleashed was already astonishing enough to startle even myself. The abilities were a gift from the author to the protagonist, all cleverly thought up by myself, feeling quite cool and somewhat over the top. When I finally managed to execute these new techniques with relative stability, and my chakra volume and control precision reached a new level, my seclusion ended. I stepped out of the training ground barrier filled with the scent of burning and high temperatures. The sunlight was a bit blinding. The new skin at the scar on my chin felt slightly itchy, a mark left by power. It was time to return to the people in Konoha who awaited me. I just wondered what expression that trouble-loving guy would show upon seeing this new scar on my chin. As my retreat came to an end, I stepped back into the streets of Konoha, dragging a slightly fatigued, yet powerful body, and distinctly sensed the surrounding gazes were somewhat different. The reconstruction progress was rapid. The streets had roughly regained their former appearance, and some newly built shops had already opened. The villagers hurried along, yet they bore a resilience born from surviving a catastrophe. However, when they saw me, besides the usual reverence, there seemed to be an added, more pronounced fear. I instinctively touched my chin. The new scar had already healed, leaving a faint pink inch-long line along the edge of my jawbone. It wasn't too conspicuous, but perhaps due to its location or the sharp aura emanating from my body still unsettled from the development of new techniques, my already somewhat cold appearance looked even more ferocious. A little girl was playing with a ball in the street. Upon seeing me approach, she dropped the ball in fright. Her big eyes instantly filled with tears, and she ran off, crying to find her mother. TSK. Do I look that much like a monster that eats children? My mood inexplicably soured. I quickened my pace, eager to report back to the Hokage's office, and then perhaps I could find a moment to grab a smoke or a lollipop to calm my nerves. However, when I pushed open the door to the Hokage's office, what greeted me was not Tsunade's greeting, but a mountain of documents that nearly buried the entire desk and even piled onto the nearby chairs and small tea table. The scale was several times more exaggerated than what I had seen before my retreat. The strong scent of paper and ink was almost suffocating. Tsunade was buried deep in the highest pile of documents with only a tuft of golden hair visible. Shizune was busy at the side, holding a stack of new files, her dark circles evident. Upon seeing me enter, she merely nodded weakly, her eyes filled with sympathy. Retsukawa, you're back. Tsunade's voice came from behind the pile of files laced with exhaustion. Just in time, these. She finally lifted her head, pointing at the overwhelming amount of documents in front of and around her. And those piles over there all need urgent attention. They've piled up for too long. They must be dealt with today. I looked at the sheer volume of documents that could nearly bury me alive, and my jaw scar seemed to twitch. Retreating for cultivation and battling with dangerous chakra had not made me flinch, but at this moment, facing this purely endless paperwork, I felt a long-lost genuine fear. All of it. My voice was hoarse. All of it. Tsunade said decisively, rubbing her temples. The backlog of post-war summaries, resource redistribution plans, revisions of diplomatic documents with various allied nations, detailed deployment plans for new defensive barriers, and a preliminary plan for potential future wars. Oh, right, and an assessment report on the resources consumed during your retreat, which you need to write yourself. I felt a wave of darkness before my eyes. Today, you might as well kill me. A strong instinctual impulse seized me in an instant. Run. Without a moment's hesitation, I turned expressionlessly and strode toward the massive window of the office. Hey, Retsukawa, where are you going? The documents aren't. Tsunade's voice came from behind me. Ignoring her, I abruptly pushed the window open, and without a second thought leaped out under Shizune's astonished gaze. The wind howled in my ears as I gracefully landed on the street below, drawing several startled exclamations. I dusted off non-existent dust from my hands, took a deep breath, and felt the outside air was much fresher. Yes, this is the way it should be. After all, I've already reported back. Those documents, even a glance would shorten my lifespan. I could go find a summa for a smoke or check if that bunch of kids in the training grounds were slacking off. In short, the further I was from that document hell, the better. Having made up my mind, I shoved my hands into my pockets and began to stroll leisurely around the village, intentionally avoiding the direction of the Hokage's office. I first headed to the Jonin lounge, which was empty. I visited several training grounds I often frequented, only to see a few Jonin classes practicing. Strange, I should have run into a few idle Jonin around. Passing by a newly opened dumpling shop, I finally spotted a familiar face, Yamashiro Aoi. He was holding a skewer of dumplings, and upon seeing me, he froze for a moment, then smiled. Hey, Retsukawa, you're back from retreat. Oh, that chin of yours. It's nothing, I interrupted him, directly asking, have you seen Asuma or Kurama? Asuma. I think he was dragged by Kurenai to help set up a new home. Kurama. Probably on a mission. Aoi mumbled through a mouthful of dumplings. Why? Looking for them for something. Nothing. I thought to myself what terrible luck I had. After wandering for a while, I had nearly circled half of Konoha. Those seasoned Jonin who usually love to gather and chat seemed to have all collectively vanished today, as if they had made an appointment. Even the most enthusiastic guy was nowhere to be found doing his usual exercises. An ominous premonition gradually surfaced in my heart. Just as I was considering whether to muster the courage to find Asuma at his new home, a lazy voice that sent chills down my spine came from the shadow of a side alley. "Oh, lost Hokage candidate, are you here to gauge the people's sentiments?" I stiffly turned my head. There stood Kakashi leaning against the alley wall, still holding that tattered copy of Makeout Paradise with his exposed eye curving into a crescent, clearly having watched me for quite some time. "Kakashi," I eyed him warily, "what are you doing here?" "Well, I just finished a mission and saw someone wandering around the village like a headless chicken, specifically avoiding the Hokage's office," Kakashi said, closing his book with a relaxed tone. "And you look so grim. Did the mountain of documents scare you again?" "Mind your own business." "Wait a minute." Kakashi's voice carried a hint of amusement. "Just right, I also have something to report back at the Hokage's office. Want to come with me?" "Not going." "Don't be so cold." Kakashi ambled over, throwing an arm around my shoulder, which I half-heartedly dodged. "I heard you developed a new technique." "Amazing. No wonder you're the Hokage candidate. Come on, let's go back and discuss it in detail. I want to learn too." He half-forced, half-persuaded me toward the direction of the Hokage's office. I tried to struggle, but this guy was surprisingly strong, and the expression on his face that said "I'm just curious" and kind-hearted infuriated me even more. "Let go, Kakashi." "Oh, come on, it's just normal for colleagues to share insights with each other." "I don't want to share." "Hokage-sama will be very pleased to see you so proactively returning to work." I finally understood. This guy wasn't just passing by. He was the rascal sent by Tsunade to drag me back. "You did this on purpose." I gritted my teeth. Kakashi blinked innocently. "How could that be? I just happened to run into a lost colleague and kindly brought him back." "It's over." With this old fox on my tail, there was no escaping. I was practically escorted back to the Hokage's office by Kakashi. Along the way, he kept complimenting my new scar as very masculine, making me look more reliable, making me so angry I almost blasted him with my new technique right then and there. Once again, standing in front of that dreadful office door, I took a deep breath and pushed the door open with a resolve akin to facing death. The mountain of documents still loomed ominously. Tsunade stood with her arms crossed behind the desk, her face dark enough to rain. Shizen stood beside her, casting me a good luck glance. "Oh, back already?" Tsunade's voice was icy. "Finished gauging the people's sentiments, Dark Valley Retsukawa. Or should I say Hokage candidate?" I turned my face away in silence, jumping out the window to escape. "Huh." Tsunade slammed her palm on the desk, the solid wood groaning under the pressure. "You've gotten bold, huh? You dare to run in front of me. Do you think developing a few new techniques makes you exceptional? Each of these documents pertains to the village's safety and reconstruction progress. Which of these isn't urgent and important? And you just ran without even looking? Where's your sense of responsibility? Where's your accountability?" She grew increasingly agitated, stepping over the desk to grab my collar with one hand, while the other coalesced a terrifying chakra into a fist. "Lady Tsunade, calm down," Shizen exclaimed in fright. I felt my pupils constrict, knowing that this punch would not feel good. "What do you think being a Hokage candidate is? Is it for you to show off and act like a hero? Is it to get a little achievement and strut around? This is responsibility. The responsibility to handle everything, even if buried under documents. This is responsibility that must be shouldered even if you dislike it and aren't good at it. Wake up." Bang. A heavy punch wrapped in chakra, but skillfully controlled and force, landed squarely in my abdomen. Ugh. I grunted, my stomach churning, painfully bending over as cold sweat broke out instantly. This punch hurt far more than pain's almighty push. "Now." Tsunade released my collar, pointing at the pile of documents with an undeniable voice. "Sit down. If you don't finish them, don't think about stepping out of this door." Shizen, watch him." Having said that, she angrily returned to her chair, continuing to handle the documents in front of her, no longer sparing me a glance. Rubbing my aching belly, I grimaced and straightened up, looking at the endless mountain of documents. I glanced at Shizen, who wore an expression of "I can't help you," and at Kakashi, who stood at the door with a gleeful, crescented smile. It's over. I was utterly done for. Resigned, I sighed, pulled out a chair, sat down heavily, picked up the top document, and glared fiercely at its cover, as if that would make it disappear. By the time I finally struggled out of that despairing sea of documents, the outside world had already fallen into darkness. My neck was as stiff as a rusted puppet, my eyes dry and swollen, and my mind buzzed with a chaotic clash of various data clauses and formulas. I didn't know when Tsunade had left. Only Shizen remained, forcing herself to organize the final archive documents. Finally, it's over. Shizen sighed heavily, almost collapsing onto the ground. I tossed aside my pen and leaned back in my chair, feeling utterly drained. It was more exhausting than battling pain. My stomach had long been hungry, and now only a wave of overwhelming drowsiness remained. "Good job," I said hoarsely to Shizen, standing up and walking out unsteadily. "Lord Anko, are you all right?" Shizen asked with concern. I won't die, I waved my hand dismissively, leaving the Hokage building without looking back. The cool night breeze slightly eased my fatigue, but a strong desire for sleep surged like a tide. All I wanted was to collapse onto my not-so-soft but undeniably familiar bed and sleep until the end of time. I stumbled home in a daze, almost lacking the strength to push open the door. The room was pitch black silent except for the sound of my own breathing. I couldn't be bothered to turn on the lights, navigating to the bedroom by memory, my mind in a haze with only the words sleep flashing repeatedly. I faintly saw a blurred figure by the bed, seemingly sitting. Was it that brat Shikamaru? Had he come again? Whatever let him come or not, at this point, even if Sage of Six Paths were sitting on my bed, I wouldn't have the energy to care. I instinctively shed my outer jacket, tossing it carelessly onto the floor, then like a toppled wooden post, I fell straight toward the bed. Beneath me seemed to come a muffled, startled gasp and a soft sensation. But I was far too tired. Of fatigue had completely overtaken my brain, and my eyelids felt too heavy to lift. I subconsciously felt that this pillow was somehow warmer than usual, more resilient, and carried a familiar, reassuring herbal scent. I mindlessly snuggled in, finding the most comfortable position, as if embracing a large humanoid comfort pillow, wrapping my arms and legs around the thing beneath me, and almost the next second my consciousness sank into an endless dark sleep. I can't do this anymore. Why do I keep wanting to write about this shared bed scenario? Shikamaru, who had been used as a cushion, became completely stiff after the initial shock and sense of suffocation. He had worried that it was too late and that I might have forgotten to eat due to being busy, which I indeed had, so he had brought a late-night snack. After waiting for a long time, without seeing me return, thinking I might be trapped by paperwork again, he simply decided to study the chess strategies while waiting, but accidentally fell asleep leaning against the headboard. Then, he was thoroughly crushed by a senior who had descended from the sky, utterly exhausted. Say, senior. He struggled to squeeze out a sound from his chest, trying to push the person on top of him away. But the person pressing down on him was soundly asleep, breathing steadily and deeply, their warm breath fanning against his neck, bringing a slight shiver. Moreover, this guy didn't look strong, but his weight and muscle density were no joke. He felt as heavy as a rock, pinning Shikamaru tightly, rendering him completely immobile. Shikamaru gave up on struggling and let out a resigned sigh. In the darkness, he could barely make out the sleeping face close at hand through the faint moonlight seeping in from the window. His brows were slightly furrowed, even in sleep, due to exhaustion, and the new scar on his chin glimmered faintly in the moonlight, adding a rugged wildness to his usually sharp features. And fragility. His breathing was steady, and he appeared to be in deep slumber, seemingly unaware of what he was using as a human mattress. How could he be this exhausted? How much paperwork did Lady Tsunade make him handle? Shikamaru's heart involuntarily raced. The position they were in was far too ambiguous, their bodies pressed closely together with hardly a gap. He could clearly feel the rise and fall of the other's chest, the warmth radiating through the thin fabric, and even the smooth contours of solid muscles. The unique scent of smoke, ink, and sunlight, which belonged solely to Riku, enveloped him completely. But it was so warm. He tried to look away, but at this distance and angle, no matter how he looked, all he could see was the other's defined jawline and the collarbone peeking out from beneath the slightly open neckline, along with those unusually soft lips that were so close. What if it wasn't me who walked in? A strange fluttering and a thrill of excitement surged within him. This feeling of being completely enveloped by the other's scent and warmth was unexpectedly not unpleasant, even making one yearn for more. Shikamaru cautiously adjusted his position, trying to ease the numbness in his arm, then almost held his breath as he gently, ever so lightly, moved his hand, which had been resting against the other's chest, upwards, hesitating for a moment before finally resting it softly and tentatively on the other's back. Feeling that the other had not awakened, only unconsciously nuzzling closer to his neck, Shikamaru's lips curled into a gentle arc in the darkness. Shikamaru closed his eyes, no longer attempting to struggle or escape, but rather relaxing his body, allowing the heavy warmth to press down on him. The comforting scent filled his nostrils, and the steady rhythm of the other's breathing in his ears enveloped him in a strange, satisfying tranquility, as if all the troubles and work were isolated outside of this world. Drowsiness gradually washed over him, and Shikamaru gave up thinking, tilting his head slightly to the side, resting it against the other's forehead, and fell into a deep sleep in this overly intimate embrace. Consciousness was awakened by an unprecedented warmth. Unlike the usual abrupt awakening, it was slow, as if gradually surfacing from the warm depths of the ocean. The first sensation to return was touch. My cheek was pressed against a soft and slightly cool fabric, while a clean, refreshing scent tinged with faint sunlight and herbs lingered at the tip of my nose, quite pleasant. The mattress beneath me was extraordinarily comfortable, warm and elastic, gently rising and falling with my steady breaths. Wait a minute. Rising and falling. I abruptly opened my eyes, and what came into view was a deep blue cotton fabric along with a small patch of pale skin at the nape of someone's neck, slightly rising and falling with their breath. My brain crashed for 3 seconds. Then the blurry memories of last night surged back like a tide, a mountain of documents jumping out of the window to escape being caught by Kakashi Tsunade's fist, the endless paperwork, crawling home like a dead dog, seeing a figure by the bed, and then I collapsed directly. The place I fell seemed to be. I stiffly and very slowly lifted my head. The first thing I met was a pair of brown eyes filled with heavy sleepiness, yet brimming with helplessness and a hint of indescribable amusement. Nara Shikaku was staring at me, his eyes clear, evidently having been awake for a while. And I was almost completely sprawled on him, my head having just lain on his chest, one arm draped over his waist, and one leg unceremoniously pressing against his calf. I had turned him into a large pillow, firmly trapping him beneath me. "Good morning, senior." Shikamaru's voice was hoarse from just waking up with unmasked teasing. "Are you satisfied with my mattress service?" My face instantly flushed bright red, my ears burning as if I could fry an egg on them. I jolted away from him as if shocked, and due to the sudden movement, I nearly fell off the bed. "You?" "Three." I pointed at him, and then at myself, my tongue seemingly knotted, unable to utter a complete sentence. My nose under the band-aid was itching like crazy, and my heart was pounding like a drum. Shikamaru leisurely sat up, stretching what seemed to be a bit numb shoulder and arm, his tone languid, yet each word struck deep. "You returned last night like a gust of wind, and fell down like a mountain, almost crushing the air out of me. Then you held on to me without letting go no matter how much I pushed. Tisk, I didn't expect you to be so enthusiastic while sleeping." "Shut up." I snapped back in anger, grabbing a pillow and throwing it at him. "Who told you to sleep on my bed so casually?" Shikamaru skillfully caught the pillow, hugging it to his chest, tilting his head to look at me with an innocent yet sly gaze. "I was just being kind and bringing you a midnight snack, but ended up falling asleep. Who knew I would be used as a human heating pad by some ungrateful person? And besides," he pointed to a food container that had rolled onto the floor, "the midnight snack is already cold and someone didn't even touch it." I then noticed the food container on the floor and my stomach now empty and protesting. My momentum instantly halved, but the heat on my face showed no signs of abating. "Then, couldn't you just leave on your own?" I argued weakly, my gaze drifting, unable to look at him. "I wanted to." Shikamaru sighed, raising his hands in a gesture of helplessness. "But someone is as strong as an ox, holding me so tightly that I can't move at all. No matter how much I called out, you wouldn't wake up. I had no choice but to make do with it." As he spoke, he even deliberately rubbed his chest. "It's just a bit uncomfortable if senior's bones are too hard." "You?" I was so angry that I wanted to pounce on him and strangle him, but as soon as I moved, I felt the places that Tsunade had beaten me last night still aching, and my action halted. Shikamaru noticed my slight anomaly, and the teasing on his face faded a bit, his brow slightly furrowing. "What's wrong? Are you injured?" "It's nothing." I quickly denied, jumping off the bed, turning my back to him, pretending to straighten my clothes that didn't need straightening. "It's just a bit of concern from that old hag Tsunade." A few seconds of silence followed behind me, then Shikamaru's voice sounded knowingly. "Oh. Is it because you were caught after escaping from the documents again? Mind your own business." I could feel his gaze on my back, carrying a hint of amusement and some other indescribable emotion. The atmosphere in the room was awkward, yet intimate. The air became thick and sticky. "Ahem." I forced myself to break the silence. "I'm going to wash up." I almost fled into the bathroom, splashing cold water on my cheeks forcefully to barely lower the heat on my face. Looking at my reddened ears and the scar on my chin in the mirror, I couldn't help but click my tongue. What a huge embarrassment. I actually used him as a pillow and hugged him all night. After dawdling and finishing my wash, I found that Shikamaru was no longer in the bedroom. There were faint sounds coming from the living room. I walked over to see that he had already cleaned up the cold midnight snack and was standing in the kitchen, skillfully heating miso soup on the stove with a frying pan next to him, cooking eggs and sausages. Morning light streamed through the window, casting a soft golden hue over his lazy silhouette. The scene inexplicably felt warm. Hearing my footsteps, he didn't turn around, lazily saying, "Awake. Just in time, breakfast will be ready soon. You can't go to work on an empty stomach, can you, Hokage candidate?" I leaned against the kitchen doorframe, watching his back, the embarrassment and anger in my heart strangely easing a lot. Forget it, arguing with this brat would only end up exhausting myself. I replied softly. Breakfast was simple but warm and very comforting. We sat face to face at the dining table, quietly eating. No one mentioned the awkwardness from last night, and this morning, as if it were just an insignificant dream. After finishing the last bite of fried egg, Shikamaru set down his chopsticks and looked at me. "Are you still going to the Hokage office to face the mountain of documents today?" My expression fell, and I nodded in resignation. "Sigh, what a hassle. Shikamaru sighed, too. Then, as if suddenly remembering something, he took out a small, exquisitely packaged box of candy from his pocket and handed it over. Here. What is this again? I saw it on the road. New mint hard candy, refreshing and invigorating. His tone was casual. I noticed you seem to prefer mint flavor. Eating strawberries all the time can get boring, right? I was taken aback for a moment and took the candy box. He actually noticed. I do prefer mint flavor, but I had just gotten used to buying strawberries. Thanks. I stuffed the candy box into my pocket and stood up. I'm leaving. Shikamaru stood up as well, starting to clean the dishes. I walked to the door, hesitated for a moment, then turned back to say, "Don't wait so late next time. Ooh, just go back by yourself." Shikamaru paused for a moment, still facing away from me, and his lips seemed to curve slightly. It depends on my mood, doesn't it? What if I accidentally fall asleep again? Do as you please. I slammed the door, cutting off his voice, filled with amusement as I walked down the morning street, feeling the box of mint candies in my pocket, and the scar on my chin seemed less bothersome. Tisk, troublesome little brat. The dark clouds hovering over the leaves did not disperse with the settling dust of reconstruction. Instead, they grew heavier and more oppressive. Bad news from various places tightened around like ropes. The fragile balance among the 5 great nations was on the verge of collapse, and the air was thick with the ominous prelude to a storm. Eventually, news came that the 5 Kage summit hosted by the Iron Country was about to convene. On the side of Konoha, Tsunade decided to attend in person, while I, as the Hokage candidate, would serve as her guard and assistant. The night before departure, I checked my ninja tools and personal items for the last time. The power of the black flame flowed quietly within me, and the newly developed techniques were rehearsed repeatedly in my mind. But compared to the storm I was about to face, another matter pricked at my heart like a tiny thorn, subtle yet impossible to ignore. Shikamaru had been coming to my house more frequently these days, but he spoke less than usual. He still brought late-night snacks, helped organize documents, and sometimes even sat quietly beside me, watching me pack my luggage with a complicated expression, as if he had something to say, but held back. In the room, it was just the two of us, the soft light unable to dispel the subtle silence. I inserted the last kunai into my leg pouch, straightened up, took a deep breath, and turned to Shikamaru, who was leaning against the wall, lost in thought as he gazed out the window. "Hey, Shikamaru." He turned his head, his gaze a bit unfocused. I stared at him, feeling a slight itch under the band-aid on my nose. My throat bobbed as I asked a question that had been circling in my heart for a long time, but felt absurd to voice. "Do you like me?" The air instantly froze. Shikamaru clearly hadn't expected me to ask so directly. He was taken aback for a moment, and then the habitual laziness and nonchalance on his face faded away like the receding tide. He did not look away. Instead, he met my gaze steadily, his brown eyes clear and deep under the light, reflecting my slightly nervous yet forced calm face. He did not hesitate and gently nodded. Yes. A simple word, yet it stirred up tremendous ripples within my heart, like a stone thrown into a calm lake. He really admitted it. Even though I had anticipated the answer, hearing it made my heart skip a beat and my ears began to heat uncontrollably. I turned my face away, unable to look into those overly honest eyes again, my gaze wandering around the room. At the ceiling, the bookshelf, the cup on the table, the gaps in the floor. Just avoiding landing back on him. My fingers unconsciously fidgeted with the strap of the ninja tool pouch. Do you know that I am 6 years older than you?" My voice was a bit dry, trying to maintain the usual calm tone, even carrying a hint of senior lecturing, attempting to erect a barrier with the age difference. 6 years. He's still just a kid who recently became a special Jonin. I know. Shikamaru's voice was calm, even carrying a hint of ease, as if he had put down some heavy burden. "You're 22, and I'm 16 this year, so there's a 6-year difference." "So what?" "So." I was caught off guard by his defiant retort and became more frustrated, my gaze continuing to drift around the ceiling. "So you are still young, and many feelings might just be impulsive or confusing dependence with other emotions. I'm your senior, so it's only natural that I take care of you. I like you, senior, and it has nothing to do with age or status." Shikamaru interrupted me, his tone still steady but exceptionally firm. "It's not because you are the Hokage candidate that I like you. It's because you are Akatsuki's Retsukawa, the one I know who is hot-tempered yet soft-hearted, who cooks for me." When did this guy become so eloquent? My face grew hotter, feeling as if I was being overwhelmed by his straightforwardness. And he took a step forward, closing the distance slightly. I could clearly smell the scent of herbs coming from him. Liking someone is just liking them. Why overthink it? It's such a hassle. I was left speechless by his remark about the hassle. The anxiety and awkwardness in my heart were inexplicably eased. I looked at him again and found that he slightly tilted his head, his ears turning red, clearly not as calm as he appeared. Our eyes met, and the room was quiet enough to hear our heartbeats. The heavy topics of war, responsibility, and the future seemed to fade away for a moment. In the end, I was the first to falter, looking away once more, my voice lowering, filled with a strange awkwardness and Compromise. In any case, let's talk about this when I return from the 5 Kage summit. Now is not the time to consider these matters. I paused, adding in a tone that felt like I was trying to convince him and myself, let's not rush to conclusions. Let's both think about it carefully. Shikamaru looked at me, his eyes lighting up for a moment before returning to his lazy demeanor, though his lips curved slightly. All right. After all, I've long since made up my mind. But if Senior says to wait, then I'll wait for you to come back. He stepped back, creating distance again, as if the earlier boldness and closeness had just been my illusion. Take care on your journey, Senior. Don't push yourself too hard. I replied softly, feeling the inexplicable heaviness in my chest dissipate considerably. The 5 Kage summit was held in the cold castle of the Iron Country. The atmosphere was even tenser than expected, with currents of suspicion, accusations, and exchanges of interest surging beneath the seemingly calm surface. I stood behind Tsunade, feeling the scrutinizing gazes from the other 4 Kage, and their guards, some of which were filled with disdain and wariness. Tsunade displayed the strength and wisdom of the Hokage, while I supplemented crucial information or showcased necessary strength to intimidate when the moment called for it. The meeting was laboriously progressing towards the topic of forming a ninja alliance to combat the Akatsuki organization. However, just as the meeting reached a critical stage, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The space distorted strangely, and a figure wearing an orange mask with a swirling pattern cloaked in black with red clouds appeared without warning in the center of the 5 Kage summit's round table. Uchiha Madara, he declared himself. In that instant, my body had already moved. Without a moment of hesitation, black flame instantly gathered and compressed in the palm of my right hand. A silent, yet deadly black flame, piercing, shot forth like black lightning tearing through space, aimed straight at the masked man's heart. However, contrary to my expectations, I did not feel the impact of a hit. The black flame effortlessly pierced through his body, striking the wall behind him and silently melting a charred hole. Yet the masked man, Uchiha Madara, still stood there unharmed, as if my attack was merely an illusion. Phasing. My pupils constricted suddenly. What kind of technique is this? Madara's gaze seemed to linger on me for a moment before his low, oppressive voice came from behind the mask. A nice attack, but a pity. He ignored my second attack entirely and turned to the astonished and angry 5 Kage, announcing in a tone that sounded like the harbinger of doom, the Eye of the Moon plan to collect all tailed beasts, initiate infinite Tsukuyami, and create a world without war, only a dream of peace. And to achieve this plan, he would declare war on the entire ninja world. The 4th Great Ninja War had officially begun. After his announcement, he gave me a meaningful glance, or rather at the black flame gathering in my hand, before his form distorted once more, as if merging into the reflection on the water's surface, disappearing into the air, leaving behind a room filled with deathly silence and chilling cold. The black flame in my palm slowly extinguished, leaving a lingering heat. That moment of confrontation made me acutely aware that the upcoming war would involve an opponent far beyond my imagination. Infinite Tsukuyami. War. I clenched my fists, my nails digging deep into my palm. Yet inappropriately, the night before I left home flashed through my mind. Shikamaru's honest brown eyes, and his words, "I'll wait for you to come back." The result of the 5 Shadows Conference is a heavy, distrust-laden pact, forged out of necessity. The 5 great nations, along with numerous smaller countries, will establish the first-ever ninja alliance on neutral ground in the Iron Country to collectively confront the Akatsuki organization, or rather to oppose the entire world declared upon by the masked man who calls himself Uchiha Obito. The proposal put forth by Reikage to protectively detain the 8 Tails Jinchuriki Killer Bee and the 9 Tails Jinchuriki Naruto Uzumaki was met with strong opposition from Tsunade. The eventual compromise reached was that both would be jointly protected by the alliance and serve as vital strategic assets in the war rather than mere prisoners. This laid the first unstable crack in the alliance. With this heavy pact and an even heavier sense of foreboding, we returned to Konoha. There was scarcely a moment to catch my breath as the entire village sprang into action like a finely tuned machine, entering the highest state of wartime readiness. The order of peacetime was completely shattered, replaced by a militarized regime prioritizing efficiency above all. The Hokage building became one of the command hubs for the alliance, with the main headquarters located in the Iron Country, and Tsunade practically lived in her office, the atmosphere increasingly heavy. As the Hokage candidate and a key commander in the Konoha army, I was engulfed in a sea of duties far greater and more complex than at any previous time. Establishing the alliance's framework, organizing the various units and personnel allocations, coordinating supplies and transportation routes, constructing defensive works, sharing and analyzing intelligence, and the endless bickering and coordination with liaison officers from Sunagakure, Iwagakure, Kirigakure, and Kumogakure. Countless pressing issues crashed upon me like raging waves, one after another. My life was simplified to the extreme wake-up dash to the Hokage building handle seemingly ever-multiplying documents, attend one urgent meeting after another, discuss tactics with senior advisors like Nara Shikaku and Inazuka Kiba, inspect the ninjas' preparation at the newly established joint training ground, respond to various requests and problems, then return to the Hokage building to process newly generated documents. Round and round it went. Sleep was compressed to the limit. I often dozed off for a moment while slumped over my desk or leaning against the wall. The speed at which I consumed lollipops was astonishing, yet I could scarcely find a moment to smoke. Asuma would occasionally pass me a cigarette in silent understanding, and we would stand in a corner of the hallway or on the rooftop, silently finishing it, quickly exchanging a weary yet resolute glance before diving back into our respective tasks. The scar on my jaw seemed to grow colder and harder under the relentless fatigue of sleepless nights. I had almost forgotten what I looked like in the mirror and had no heart to consider if it made me appear more intimidating. All my energy and thoughts were consumed by the word war. Personnel lists, supply inventories, deployment maps, enemy analysis. These constituted the entirety of my world. As for the brief yet earth-shattering conversation with Shikamaru the night before leaving Konoha, the words about liking and waiting had long been buried deep in my mind, covered with a thick layer of dust. Now was not the time to think about such things. War was approaching, and I had to concentrate all my spirit. Shikamaru was equally busy. As one of the top tactical minds of the younger generation, he was assigned to the Alliance's staff, following his father Nara Shikaku, in formulating macro strategies and specific tactics. We would occasionally run into each other at the Hokage building or the staff headquarters, often just exchanging a hurried nod, sharing a knowing yet weary glance, with no time for further conversation. Sometimes late at night when I returned home, I would find a warm meal box left at the door or a simplified intelligence summary he had annotated on the table. There were no messages, but everything was understood in silence. However, while Konoha and the entire alliance were frantically preparing for war, shadows were also gathering. In a dark underground base, the forbidden technique of Edo Tensei was being enacted on a large scale. Soil and offerings mixed, and under the guidance of seals, the long-deceased powerful spirits were forcibly summoned back to the world. Akatsuki members like Deidara Sasori Nagato, even including the past Kage of various villages, the 7 ninja swordsmen, and countless formidable ninjas who had gained fame in previous wars. They bore expressionless faces, their eyes flickering with the dim glow unique to Edo Tensei, becoming mindless tools of slaughter, obeying only the commands of the summoner. Meanwhile, the cultivation of the outer paths golem and white zetsu reached an astonishing scale. 100,000 white zetsu were growing and taking shape underground, possessing the ability to mimic others, making them excellent weapons for infiltration and destruction. A net of destruction targeting the entire ninja alliance, and even the entire ninja world, had quietly spread, waiting for that man who calls himself Obito to give the order. The Konoha Command Center was not blind to these movements. Through the sensory abilities of the Yamanka clan, the tracking of the Inazuka clan, and the fragments of intelligence returned by infiltrating ninjas, the fact that the enemy was gathering an unusually large force mixed with the aura of the deceased hung over every high-ranking member of the alliance, making the already tense atmosphere nearly suffocating. But the arrow was already on the bowstring, and it had to be released. The massive machine of the alliance had already started with no turning back. All anxiety, unease, and fear transformed into a more frenzied drive for preparation. I stood atop the walls of Konoha, gazing at the forest in the distance, slowly sinking into twilight. Clutched in my hand was an encrypted document I had just received regarding suspected sightings of Edo Tensei ninjas, my fingertips turning slightly white from the pressure. The wind carried the chill of late autumn, stirring my somewhat long red hair. The scar on my jaw sent a slight sting. It's coming. This time it was not merely about the survival of a village or an individual, but a war concerning the future shape of the entire world. And I must stand at the forefront to protect and to fight with these hands. As for the personal feelings that I had deliberately buried deep within, perhaps only after surviving this war would I be qualified to touch upon them. Due to laziness in writing, I have deleted a significant portion of the battle scenes and simplified many aspects which may lead to discrepancies with the original plot. Is it acceptable to have private settings? Well then, since you haven't responded, let's assume you agree. Now here comes the main narrative, definitely not an attempt to increase word count. At last, with a sharp alarm ringing and dust rising from the distant horizon, the fourth great ninja war officially began. Enemy attack. Position confirmed. Large enemy forces detected from multiple directions, southeast, northwest, and directly north. It's white zetsu. Numbers cannot be estimated. Communications team, immediately contact headquarters and all units. Engage the enemy according to the first contingency plan. The fourth great ninja war erupted suddenly and fiercely at a time when no one could accurately predict it. The The massive war machine of the Allied forces roared to life. The ninja units that had been deployed along various battlefronts began to engage in combat, like precisely tuned gears following the predetermined tactics. Roars the explosive sound of ninjutsu, the clash of weapons, and the screams of the dying instantly replaced the brief silence, turning the vast battlefield into a bloody meat grinder. The unit I belonged to was responsible for assault and support on the central front. The black flame no longer needed to hide. It had become the most fearsome harvesting weapon on the battlefield. Where the wind fire wheel dance and scorched earth barrier were deployed, patches of white zetsu turned to charcoal in the oxygen-deprived and 1,000 soft degrees heat. The dragon flame cyclone accurately bound those troublesome Edo Tensei ninja, burning their spiritual bodies and disrupting their chakra, creating opportunities for the sealing team. The flame wind mirror wall repeatedly deflected deadly attacks coming from awkward angles and returned the searing wind blades to the enemy. The battle was intense and brutal. Companions fell around me, yet the enemy seemed endless. The mimicry ability of white zetsu caused significant chaos, with ninja occasionally dying from backstabs by their allies. The command channel was filled with cries for help and reports of casualties from various units. The 4th Division requests support. We are surrounded. Medical team, we need immediate assistance. Confirming that the enemy has a large number of Edo Tensei users, including previous Kage. Pressure weighed down on each allied ninja like a tangible mountain. But no one retreated, because behind them lay everything they sought to protect. Just as the battlefield reached a critical point and the infiltration by white zetsu intensified the internal chaos, suddenly thousands upon thousands of golden figures appeared in the sky above the battlefield. It's probably just the plot being gradually reduced. It was Naruto Uzumaki. He wielded the chakra of the 9 tails and produced an unbelievable number of shadow clones, flooding every corner of the battlefield like a golden tide. Everyone, use this. Each shadow clone of Naruto unleashed powerful 9 tails chakra, that warm and life-filled chakra, acting like the most precise detector, instantly illuminating the white zetsu disguised as allied ninjas. Under the illumination of the 9 tails chakra, the disguise of white zetsu was rendered ineffective, revealing its originally pale and twisted appearance. It's white zetsu. Eliminate them. Great. It's Naruto Uzumaki. The morale on the battlefield surged. The chaos was swiftly quelled, and the allied ninjas began to counterattack in an organized manner, gradually turning the tide with the formidable combat power of Naruto's shadow clones. I unleashed a black flame, pierce incinerating a distant Edo Tensei rock-hidden elite ninja who was releasing a large earth jutsu, then glanced back at the radiant golden chakra in the distance, feeling slightly reassured. That kid is doing well. However, the direction of the war would never easily favor one side. Just as Naruto showcased his might with the shadow clone technique, and the allied forces began to stabilize their formation, the ground in a certain part of the battlefield suddenly heaved and cracked violently. A massive coffin covered in talismans slowly rose from the ground, accompanied by chilling chakra that sent shivers through the soul. The coffin lid crashed down. A man slowly emerged. He wore ancient red Warring States armor, his black hair thrashing wildly in the grim wind and battlefield smoke. His face was stern, his gaze disdainful, radiating a pure strength and dominance that surpassed all beings. Just by standing there, he seemed to overshadow the entire battlefield, causing the very air to solidify in his presence. The body of an Edo Tensei did not diminish his majesty in the slightest. On the battlefield, both allied ninjas and white zetsu involuntarily turned their eyes toward that figure, a primal fear gripping each person's heart. Some older, well-informed ninjas turned as white as paper upon seeing that face, their voices trembling, as if they had witnessed the emergence of a demon from the depths of history. No, it can't be. That is Uchiha Madara. The real Uchiha Madara, brought back by Kabuto, descended upon the battlefield in an Edo Tensei body. He did not act immediately, but scanned the chaotic battlefield with his Rinnegan, seemingly observing a swarm of insignificant ants fighting. Ultimately, his gaze seemed to pierce through the chaos of the battlefield, precisely landing in a certain direction, perhaps at Naruto's brilliant 9 tails chakra, perhaps at my own dark flames, or perhaps just a casual glance. But it was that one glance that sent a chill up the spine of every allied powerhouse he looked upon, including myself. Is this the legendary Uchiha Madara? I clenched my fist, the black flame in my palm flickering silently, radiating an even more intense heat. The scar on my jaw throbbed slightly. The true test was only just beginning. What kind of variables would this man emerging from legend bring to this war? The intensity of the war was instantly elevated to another dimension with the appearance of Uchiha Madara. Despair and determination spread simultaneously. The appearance of Uchiha Madara was like throwing a block of ice into a boiling pot of oil, instantly freezing the heat of the battlefield and igniting a deeper level of fear and madness. His power was beyond imagination. With a mere gesture, he unleashed catastrophic ninjutsu, as the giant blue Susanoo dominated the battlefield, causing waves of allied ninjas to fall and the defense lines to tremble precariously. Meanwhile, Uchiha Obito commanded the Outer Path Golem and 100,000 white Zetsu, launching fierce assaults from multiple directions, creating immense pressure on the allied forces in coordination with the reincarnated legendary figures. The entire battlefield transformed into a grinding mill of flesh and blood. Just as the allied forces found themselves in a bitter struggle facing imminent peril, an anomaly emerged. On the battlefield's flank, a surge of powerful chakra suddenly erupted, bringing with it a distinctly different aura as it joined the fray. It was Senju Hashirama Senju, Tobirama Namikaze Minato, and Sarutobi Hiruzen. They were not the soulless forms of the reincarnated. Their eyes were clear, evidently summoned through some special means, retaining their self-awareness. It's the first Hokage, the second Hokage, the fourth Hokage, and the third Hokage. The allied forces erupted in deafening cheers from the depths of despair. The combination of Hashirama and Tobirama's wood release and water release instantly altered the local terrain, blocking numerous white Zetsu and reincarnated ninjas. Minato's golden flashes darted across the battlefield, rescuing countless endangered comrades. Hiruzen's five-nature transformation technique acted like a moving artillery, clearing vast areas. With the addition of these four former Hokage, the battlefront stabilized temporarily, even showing signs of counterattack. The area where Tobirama and I stood was responsible for intercepting Madara's flank. Not bad for a fire release kit. After a joint effort to repel one of Madara's assaults with a combination ninjutsu, Senju Tobirama's sharp gaze swept over me, especially as I executed my black flame and wind fire integration technique. A hint of approval flickered in his eyes. Your speed is impressive and your reflexes are keen. With your chakra nature and combat style, if you could master the Flying Thunder God technique, your battlefield mobility would increase several-fold, potentially playing a crucial role. I dispersed the black flame in my hand, lightly panting. Facing this second Hokage known for his forbidden techniques and speed, I maintained the respect due. I've heard much about the Flying Thunder God, but my past focus has been on the ultimate development of fire release, and I've never diverted to study it. Focus is a good thing, but war requires a multitude of methods, Tobirama stated succinctly. I nodded, committing this advice to memory. Now was not the time for such discussions. Madara's threat was imminent. Yet the balance of the battlefield was once again forcibly disrupted. Obito seized the opportunity when Kakashi shattered his mask, revealing his true face, and forcibly resurrected Uchiha Madara with a certain secret technique. The true flesh and blood broke free from the shackles of reincarnation, reclaiming the power of his prime. Revived Uchiha Madara exuded an aura several times greater than before. He laughed maniacally, suppressing Senju Hashirama with his physical and ninjutsu prowess, ultimately delivering a fierce blow that sent his former friend and rival crashing to the ground. Now's our chance, I whispered sharply, moving in perfect sync with Tobirama. Tobirama formed hand seals, his figure blurring as he appeared to Madara's left side, using the Flying Thunder God technique, condensing a highly compressed dark water blade aimed directly at Madara's ribs. As for me, I infused all my wind release chakra into my legs, propelling my body flicker technique to its utmost, like a black arrow flying just above the ground, advancing from the right side blind spot. In my right palm, a sphere of compressed destructive energy, the precursor to the heat wave cannon, had already taken shape, targeting Madara's back. This was a desperate assault we had observed for a long time, launched at the moment when Madara knocked down Hashirama, just as his old power had faded and new strength had yet to materialize. A trivial technique. Madara didn't even look back, a hint of mockery flashing in his Rinnegan. He casually waved his left hand backward, precisely grasping my wrist, which was brimming with terrifying energy, halting my advance abruptly and causing the black flame energy sphere in my palm to waver precariously. At the same time, his right leg kicked back at an incredible angle, heavily striking Tobirama's abdomen, forcing him to retreat. Your speed is indeed fast. Madara gripped my wrist, his gaze icy, but unfortunately your power is still lacking. Suddenly, several dark rods transformed from the black truth-seeking orbs, pierced from the ground beside my feet, instantly impaling my calves and feet, pinning me in place. The intense pain and the sensation of my chakra being forcibly disrupted and sealed made my vision go dark, and I let out a muffled groan. This technique again. Reckless. Tobirama, having been kicked back, immediately sought to provide aid. But Madara had already countered with a punch enveloped in terrifying brute strength, smashing heavily into my abdomen. Cough, cough. I spat out a mouthful of blood, feeling my organs shift, my body sent flying like a rag doll, crashing heavily to the ground, the place where the black rods pinned me, sending waves of tearing pain. Madara didn't spare me a glance, turning to face the enraged Tobirama and the newly risen Hashirama. Cough, cough, cough. I struggled to rise, but the black rod sealing effect was even more thoroughly sinister than during my encounter with pain, not only clogging my chakra, but also swiftly draining my muscle strength. Watching the distant figures of Madara battling the two Hokages and the precarious state of our frontline, unwillingness and anger burned like poison in my chest. I cannot fall here. Clenching my teeth, veins bulging on my forehead, I disregarded the excruciating pain that nearly made me faint, gripping one of the black rods, impaling my calf and exerting force. Ugh! Accompanied by the horrific sound of flesh being forcefully torn and the spurting of blood, I yanked that black rod out with sheer strength. Next came the second, the third. Each removal was accompanied by immense pain and blood loss, but my control over my body and the flow of chakra gradually began to recover. A simple medical ninjutsu stopped the bleeding, and I unsteadily stood up, wiping the blood from the corner of my mouth, the flames in my eyes burning more fiercely than ever. Blood still seeped steadily from the lacerations on my calf and sole, torn open by the black rod. While a rudimentary hemostatic technique barely held the bleeding at bay, every movement sent jolts of excruciating pain rippling through my nerves. My chakra pathways felt like rivers violently dammed, then ruptured, choked, turbulent, and agonizingly raw. Yet I had no time to dwell on it. Madara's overwhelming, despair-inducing power, the allied forces' crumbling front lines torn asunder again and again, the distant harrowing clamor of slaughter, all converged upon me like a storm, urging me forward with frenzied urgency. I drew a deep, steadying breath, attempting once more to gather the black flames, even as my body screamed in protest, its anguish rising like a mournful wail. At that very moment, a figure surged from the flank battlefield at a speed far exceeding his usual pace, carrying dust, smoke, and palpable desperation, and seized my arm with desperate, unyielding force. "Senior, stand down." It was Shikamaru. Soot and blood streaked his face. His habitual lethargy had vanished, replaced by an uncommon, almost severe urgency. His gaze swept swiftly over my bleeding calf, my ashen complexion, and the unstable flickering chakra radiating from my form. "And in, you cannot charge forward again." His voice was resolute, ironclad, brooking no dissent. "Withdraw to the rear for immediate medical treatment, and let go." I tried to wrench free, but blood loss and searing pain slowed my reflexes by half a beat, allowing him to tighten his grip instead. "It's not the time. It's because it's Madara that rushing in now would be nothing but futile self-sacrifice." Shikamaru cut me off, his eyes locked onto mine, burning with an intensity I'd never seen before. "Look at yourself. You can barely stand. Your chakra is in chaos. How do you intend to fight? Do you wish to become one of those nameless insects swatted aside without a thought?" And his words struck me like icy water, halting my motion mid-gesture. "Medical team." Shikamaru wasted no time on rebuttal, whirling towards several medni nearby who were tending wounded comrades. "Over here now. Treat his wounds immediately." And startled by his uncharacteristic ferocity, the mednin scrambled over, flustered, and began channeling healing techniques without delay. A soft green chakra glow enveloped the gashes on my leg, delivering cool, soothing relief and the slow, steady promise of mending. And Shikamaru remained rooted beside me, his hand still clenched tightly around my arm. As if afraid I might vanish into battle the instant he loosened his grip. His chest rose and fell in shallow, rapid breaths. His eyes never left me, filled with aftershocks of terror, simmering anger, and something deeper, heavier that tightened inexplicably around my heart. "Can't you just spare a little care for yourself?" His voice dropped, edged with a tremor barely concealed. "Always like this, charging headlong into danger, enduring injuries in silence. It's annoying." I turned my face away, refusing to meet those unervingly bright eyes, but my body relaxed, yielding to the mednin's ministrations. And he's right. In this state, rushing back would accomplish nothing. I must recover swiftly. The healing technique rapidly stabilized my condition, not yet fully restored, but the bleeding had ceased, most of the pain subsided, and my chakra flow regained its rhythm and clarity. I flexed my leg and foot, and that's enough. I gently pushed aside the mednin, still intent on further treatment, and rose to my full height. And Shikamaru's hand remained fastened to my arm, his brow furrowed deeply. "Senior, I know precisely what I am doing." My gaze lifted toward the colossal, heaven-rending azure Susanoo, piercing the sky, and within it Uchiha Madara battling like a god-demon incarnate. My eyes sharpened anew, cold and incisive. "Now let go." Shikamaru studied me, lips parting as though to speak. Yet after a suspended breath, he slowly, reluctantly released his grip. But his eyes remained fixed on me, etched with unspeakable, unvoiced concern. And then I did not look back. Gathering the last reserves of chakra, I prepared to launch myself once more toward that battlefield where the fate of the world hung in the balance. Yet, within that single suspended heartbeat, Nanamali descended, not by design nor logic, but beyond all comprehension. Above the battlefield, the moon, long since warped by some unfathomable force into a source of eerie, unnatural luminescence, suddenly blazed with 1,000-fold intensification. This was no ordinary light. Thick, viscous, almost tangible. A pale violet radiance poured forth like a celestial shroud, instantly engulfing the entire battlefield, swallowing both sky and earth within its reach. The infinite Tsukuyami had been activated, and in its light-pierced cloud cover burned through smoke from ninjutsu, and seemed even to penetrate eyelids and flesh, imprinting itself directly upon every retina, resonating deep within every soul. What a... In my eyes they burn. And what in the world is happening? Across the field, allied shinobi white Zetsu legions, even many embattled Edo Tensei warriors, all froze mid-motion as if time itself had stuttered. Instinctively, every pair of eyes lifted toward that grotesquely transformed moon, its surface now resembling a colossal spinning rinnegan. And then, something far more terrible unfolded. Shinobi bathed in that violet lunar light swiftly lost all awareness, their pupils dissolving, replaced by identical luminous rinnegan patterns mirroring the moon itself. Their bodies stilled completely. A vacant, blissful smile bloomed across each face, as though cradled in the most perfect, serene dream. From their skin, thick, white tree-like growths erupted, coiling, wrapping, entombing them in vast cocoon-like husks that rose like monoliths across the battlefield. "Don't look at the moon," a few quick-witted souls cried out in ragged desperation, but it was already too late. And in entire ranks of allied shinobi collapsed into stillness, then were encased, harvested like wheat beneath a merciless scythe. Screams and clashing steel faded swiftly, replaced by a chilling, pervasive sound, the quiet, organic rustle of growth. Though I reacted with lightning speed, dropping my head and squeezing my eyes shut the instant the light flared, I could not avoid catching a fleeting glimpse from the corner of my eye. A powerful psychic pulse seized my consciousness, dragging me toward a warm, honeyed abyss of effortless peace and boundless comfort. And no, I bit down hard on my tongue. Sharp pain and the coppery tang of blood anchoring me to reality, preserving that final fragile sliver of awareness. Black flames surged instinctively from within me, forming a thin, shimmering, obsidian-hued membrane across my skin, one that faintly resisted the invasive, dream-weaving radiance. Forcing my gaze sideways, I looked at Shikamaru beside me. He too knelt low, eyes tightly shut, trembling faintly, struggling with every fiber of his being. Yet all around us, comrades who hadn't reacted in time had already transformed into towering white arboreal forms. The entire world seemed to have been frozen in an instant, then replaced by this surreal, hauntingly beautiful, and utterly desolate tableau. The infinite Tsukuyami. So this is the infinite Tsukuyami. And has it truly ended? Here beneath this false, beguiling light of dreams, consciousness sank into warm, viscous honey, gently lifted at a light turning point. I opened my eyes to the familiar ceiling of my bedroom. Morning light streamed through the gaps in the curtains, casting soft patches of light, filling the air with a tranquil aura. I hesitated for a second, feeling somewhat dazed. The last moment's memory lingered on the battlefield, the strange purple light that devoured everything, endless white trees, and the excruciating pain of resisting mental erosion. How did I suddenly end up lying in my own bed? Moreover, my body felt incredibly light. No wounds, no pain, a chakra flowed steadily within me, even the faint itch from the scar on my chin had vanished. Everything was astonishingly peaceful. As I tried to make sense of this bizarre situation, I suddenly felt an undeniable weight and warmth on one side of my body. I turned my head stiffly and very slowly. An arm casually but possessively rested across my waist. Looking up along that arm, clad in a deep blue pajama sleeve, I saw a slightly thin, yet elegantly contoured shoulder, and above it was Nara Shikamaru's sleeping profile. He was fast asleep, his black hair slightly disheveled on the pillow, breathing evenly and deeply with a hint of a satisfied smile at the corner of his mouth. The morning light outlined his gentle facial contours, and his long eyelashes cast soft shadows beneath his eyes. My brain buzzed, and in an instant it went blank. My face flushed hot, turning red even at the roots of my ears. Shikamaru, how is he in my bed? And he's hugging me. The shocking scene made me instinctively react, rolling over abruptly in an attempt to escape this overly intimate confinement. With a thud, I crashed onto the floor, landing hard, pain shooting through me as I gasped. Muffled by the noise, Shikamaru stirred on the bed, half opening his eyes, his voice thick with sleep and a trace of lazy concern. What happened? Did you fall from another nightmare? He instinctively reached out toward the edge of the bed, as if wanting to pull me back, his movements so practiced, as if he had done it countless times. Again, I evaded his hand, clumsily scrambling up from the floor, my heart racing as I scanned the room, so familiar, yet tinged with strangeness. The first thing I noticed was the bedside table. Besides my ninja toolbox and alarm clock, there were a few more picture frames. I instinctively leaned closer to look. The first photo showed me in a Hokage robe standing in front of Hokage Rock, looking impatiently away, while Shikamaru stood beside me dressed in a Jonin uniform, holding documents, and looking at me with his usual lazy yet gentle smile. The second photo was in a courtyard blooming with cherry blossoms where we sat side by side under the corridor. I seemed to be asleep, my head leaning on Shikamaru's shoulder, and he slightly tilted his head, his lips seemingly brushing gently against my hair. The third photo was in my kitchen where I was cooking in an apron and Shikamaru was hugging my waist from behind, resting his chin on my shoulder, making a cheesy sign for the camera, while I was holding a spatula ready to hit him, yet my eyes and brows betrayed an uncontrollable smile. What are all these? I became Hokage with Shikamaru. A profound sense of absurdity intertwined with a hint of secret excitement, leaving me dizzy. I stumbled toward the wardrobe and yanked it open. Inside, neatly hung, were not just my usual black or dark clothing. There were clearly several pieces of Shikamaru-style loungewear and casual outfits, and even 2 Jonin vests that were a size smaller in different colors, but similar to mine. Our clothes mixed together, natural and intimate. My breath quickened as I spun around and rushed into the bathroom, turning on the light and looking into the mirror. Reflected in the mirror was indeed my face. Red hair defined features, but the familiar scar on my chin was gone, my skin smooth. However, what replaced it were numerous faint pink love bites and teeth marks scattered across my neck, collarbones, and even peeking from beneath my open pajama collar. Especially on the left side of my chest near my heart, a clear claw mark, as if just left not long ago, was glaringly obvious, making me blush intensely. I stared at the mirror, my ears buzzing, blood rushing to my head. This is all. In this extreme chaos and embarrassment, fragments of memories surged into my mind like a tidal wave. The Fourth Great Ninja War had ended, and after paying a heavy price, the Allied forces achieved victory. The conspiracies of Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Obito were thwarted, the infinite Tsukuyomi was lifted, and the world returned to peace. Due to my outstanding contributions and pivotal role in the war, Iengu Lai Chuan was elected as the 6th Hokage post-war. And Shikamaru, Nara Shikamaru, as my most capable assistant and advisor, had always been by my side. Our relationship naturally blossomed after the war. 2 years ago, we officially got together and moved in together. These love bites, teeth marks, our cohabitating clothes, and intimate photos were all part of our everyday. Last night seemed to have been quite intense. The memories gifted by the illusion felt so real, the details so rich, the emotions so natural that I almost believed them instantly. Yes, the war is over. I became Hokage, and Shikamaru, we are together. Is this the perfect world deep within my heart that I long for? My heart raced wildly in my chest, not out of fear or battle, but due to an unprecedented confusion mixed with immense embarrassment, disbelief, and a hint of secret sweetness. I looked at the mirror, at the ambiguous marks on my body, my expression blank, while I heard Shikamaru's sleepy inquiry from the bedroom. Senpai, are you alright? This dream, or rather this reality, is too much. I splashed cold water on my face, trying to calm down, but the heat on my face showed no signs of receding. Looking at those glaring marks on my neck, I frantically pulled my pajama collar up as high as it could go, took a deep breath, and tried to maintain my usual irritated demeanor, though with little effect, as I opened the bathroom door. Shikamaru was already sitting up, leaning against the headboard, looking at me with sleepy eyes, a smile on his lips, so energetic, so early in the morning. His gaze fell on my high-necked outfit that I felt like strangling myself with, and his smile deepened as he teasingly added, "Who fell asleep first last night?" Shut up," I shouted in embarrassment and anger, my eyes darting everywhere, but not daring to look at him. "I am going to work." With that, I almost stumbled out of the bedroom, leaving behind Shikamaru's low, amused laughter. This peaceful world, this perfect daily life, seems not too bad after all. Wait, no, the battlefield, infinite Tsukuyomi, that purple light. A faint cold sense of alienation, like an ice needle plunged into warm water, quietly pierced through this sweet and warm surface. But soon it was drowned out by the details of post-war life, from the memories and the chaos and embarrassment filling my heart. I shook my head, picked up the Hokage robe hanging on the door. The texture was terrifyingly real, hesitated for a moment, then draped it over myself. As I walked toward the door, I couldn't help but glance back at the bedroom. Shikamaru had also gotten up at some point, leaning against the bedroom doorway, holding a cup of water, looking at me with warm and affectionate eyes. Be careful on the road, Hokage-sama, he said with a smile, his tone naturally affectionate. What do you want to eat tonight? He'll cook. Anything. I nearly fled, slamming the door behind me. Standing under the morning sun of Konoha, watching the villagers passing by peacefully, with smiles, the towering Hokage rock in the distance carved with my own face. Everything felt as beautiful as a dream, and I seemed to be unable to distinguish whether this was a dream or the future I truly longed for so close at hand. Sitting in the Hokage's office, sunlight poured through the spacious windows onto the polished desk, the air filled with a faint scent of ink and the unique aroma of old paper. I held a document regarding the budget adjustments for the Chunin exams, my gaze resting on the paper while my thoughts had already drifted far away. My fingertips unconsciously brushed over my smooth chin, feeling no trace of scars. My body felt relaxed, brimming with chakra. Even my nose, which often itched due to chronic rhinitis, felt remarkably comfortable. Everything was perfect to the point of being unreal. I set the document down and surveyed the office belonging to the 6th Hokage. The layout was similar to Tsunade's office, but the details reflected my style, simpler with the ninja tools arranged conveniently, and even a small refrigerator in the corner supposedly stocked with tea and emergency snacks prepared by Shikamaru. On the windowsill, the wind chime he gifted me hung quietly, occasionally producing a delicate, clear sound with the breeze. Every detail was meticulously crafted and the logic was cohesive. Even the documents on the desk were reasonable in content, with no flaws in handwriting, format, or the use of the Hokage seal. The villagers' adoration, the trust of my colleagues, the peace of the village, and my relationship with Shikamaru. Thinking back to that scene when I woke up this morning and the traces I saw in the mirror, my ears began to heat up again. I shook my head, trying to banish those images from my mind. No, I can't indulge in this. This is infinite Tsukuyami, an illusion. Even if it is beautiful, it is still false. The battlefield is waiting for me, the coalition forces are still struggling, and I must find a way to escape this place. But how do I leave? I tried to secretly channel my chakra, even attempting to conjure black flames. Everything felt normal, my power flowed smoothly, as if this was truly my original body and state. I also focused my mind, recalling the last moments on the battlefield, the eerie purple light my companions enveloped. But whenever my thoughts touched upon these, a gentle, yet powerful resistance would arise, as if an invisible hand gently nudged my attention back to the details of post-war peaceful life. This illusion was not merely blocking my memories, but rather, it wove a remarkably intricate cage based on my subconscious and desires. It does not resist my use of power, for it knows I have no reason to use violence here. It does not stop my thoughts, as it fills my mind with a more beautiful reality. Where is the breakthrough? Uchiha Madara and Obito initiated this technique, and it surely wasn't just to create a dream. There must be some purpose, or a key to maintaining the illusion. Or is it some sort of incongruity within myself? I frowned, my fingers unconsciously tapping on the desk. My gaze fell once again on the photographs of me and Shikamaru. In the photo, I smiled naturally, my gaze relaxed, an expression I had scarcely ever worn. And Shikamaru. His eyes were so tender they seemed on the verge of overflowing. Do I truly show such an expression? Do we really share this? Deep within, in a corner heavily sealed by rationality and responsibility, a faint voice seemed to whisper, perhaps this isn't so bad. Just then the office door was gently knocked before being pushed open. Shikamaru walked in, carrying a stack of new documents. He had already changed into the Jonin uniform, his hair neatly combed, though a few unruly strands still stuck up, giving him a capable, yet characteristically relaxed air. Hokage-sama, here is the Border Patrol rotation plan that requires your approval, along with the final version of last quarter's financial report. He placed the documents on my desk, his movements skilled and natural. I replied, trying to keep my tone normal, not daring to meet his gaze, pretending to focus on the documents he had just placed down. However, Shikamaru did not leave immediately. He walked around the large desk, approached me, and leaned down slightly. I instantly tensed up. The familiar scent of him, a blend of light herbs and sunlight, drew near, and then a gentle kiss, warm and inviting, landed on my cheek. I instinctively turned my head away, letting the kiss, which might have landed on my lips or mouth's corner, only brush against the skin of my cheek. Even so, the place that was touched felt as if it had been seared by a branding iron, instantly igniting a warmth that flushed my entire cheek and ear. Shikamaru seemed taken aback for a moment, then let out a low chuckle, his laughter devoid of displeasure, instead filled with a certain understanding and delight. He straightened up, his fingers gently brushing over the tips of my warm, reddened ears, leaving a fleeting shiver. Feeling shy. His voice was low, laden with breathiness, audible only to me last night, clearly. Shut up. Get out. I abruptly pushed his hand away, pointing at the door, my voice wavering with embarrassment, completely devoid of the Hokage's authority, reminiscent of a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Shikamaru chuckled again, his gaze roaming over my flushed face and feigned fierce expression before leisurely straightening up and saying, "Then I'll head out first. Come back early after work," before turning and leaving the office, kindly closing the door behind him. The office returned to silence, leaving only me along with the lingering warmth on my face and the echoes of my racing heartbeat. I covered my face, sitting back down in my chair in defeat. Damn, this illusion. Even his reactions are so real. So hard to resist. For the entire afternoon, I remained in a state of restless distraction. The words on the documents danced before my eyes, yet I struggled to truly focus. In my mind, the feather-like kiss replayed repeatedly, his low laughter, and the sensation of his fingertips grazing my ear. My body seemed to still retain the warmth from being embraced by him that morning. Rationality screamed that this was false, a sweet trap created by the enemy. Yet my emotions and senses felt as if they had accepted this reality, even giving rise to a hint of shameful longing. If all of this were real. This thought, once it emerged, grew wildly like a creeping vine. In a peaceful world, although the responsibilities on my shoulders were heavy, they were orderly. There would be someone waiting for me to come home, someone who would bring me a cup of hot tea when I was weary, someone who would look at me with those eyes. No, I can't think about this any longer. I abruptly stood up, pacing restlessly in the office. I must find the flaw. I must wake up. But where exactly is the flaw? Do I have to harm the people in this world? Harm Shikamaru. This thought made my heart lurch, a sharp pain arising. Even knowing it was false, I found myself muddled, caught between rationality and emotion, handling documents, signing, stamping, and listening to simple reports, but absorbing almost none of it. The sun gradually dipped in the west, casting a warm orange hue over the office. It wasn't until the sound of the school bell for the Ninja Academy rang out that I suddenly realized it was already time to leave. I sat dazed in my chair, looking at the few documents left on my desk, then glancing out at the peaceful twilight beyond the window. How should I break this perfect illusion? Or rather, deep down, do I truly want to break it? Burdened with endless confusion and struggle, I mechanically tidied up my desk, donned my Hokage cloak, and left the office. I walked towards the place referred to as home. Every step felt as if I were treading on the boundary between reality and illusion, teetering on the brink. Stepping out of the Hokage building, the village of Konoha was bathed in the warm glow of the evening sun. The shops lining the streets began to light up, and the mingling scents of food and the laughter of children painted a scene of peace that was anything but ordinary. When the villagers saw me, they would respectfully bow and call me Sixth Hokage, their eyes reflecting genuine respect and affection rather than the fear that lurked under the shadows of war. Everything felt so beautiful, like a meticulously crafted painting. I instinctively touched my cheek, where the fleeting sensation of a gentle caress lingered, accompanied by a tide of shame and emotion that nearly overwhelmed me. I quickened my pace, almost frantically wanting to escape this overly real, everyday life, yet I found myself unconsciously walking towards home. Was that truly home? Or another more exquisite cage? Opening the door, the anticipated warmth and the aroma of food rushed to greet me. Shikamaru was already back, busy in the kitchen, wearing an oddly familiar apron. Was it one I had used before? Bustling about. Without turning, he lazily greeted me back. "Wash your hands, dinner will be ready soon." His tone was so natural, as if we had been living this way for many years. I stood stiffly at the entrance, watching his skilled silhouette as he stir-fried, listening to the sizzling of the oil, my heart feeling as if it were clutched tightly by an invisible hand. This scene was too devastating. The memories of the battlefield, filled with the glint of swords and the line between life and death, seemed so distant and unreal in the face of this mundane warmth. "What are you standing there for? Hand it over to me." Shikamaru turned off the heat and walked over with a plate, effortlessly taking my bag, which hadn't held much, hanging it up, and then came closer to examine my face. "Why is your face still a bit red? Was it too hot in the office this afternoon?" My breath caught with his closeness, and I instinctively took a half step back, my gaze drifting elsewhere. "It's nothing." Shikamaru raised an eyebrow, not pressing further, just smiling as he pulled me to sit down at the dining table. The food was simple, but it was all to my liking. "Tried, I think I did well today." He handed me the chopsticks, sitting across from me, resting his chin on his hand, his eyes holding a hint of expectation. I picked up the chopsticks and placed a piece of fish in my mouth. The taste was impeccable, as good as I remembered from when I had cooked or when Lady Chio had prepared it. Was even the taste simulated so perfectly? I quietly ate my meal, feeling like I was chewing wax, yet somehow tasting exquisite warmth. Shikamaru occasionally served me vegetables, sharing amusing stories from the operations department or complaining about particularly troublesome paperwork. His words, his demeanor, the occasional glances he cast my way, filled with warmth and kindness, were like the most precise weapons, slowly dismantling my defenses, softening my taut nerves. After dinner, I volunteered to wash the dishes, seeking an excuse to be alone for a moment. Shikamaru didn't insist, just leaned against the kitchen door, chatting with me casually. By the way, Ino and Choji wanted to gather this weekend still at the usual barbecue place. Are you going? Asuma Sensei wants you to check out his newly compiled taijutsu textbook. He says it's for the lower ninjas and would like your opinion. My mother asked me to see if you're free to come home for dinner next week. She bought some very fresh mackerel. Each of his words sketched out a close-knit, warm social network. Here I have a lover, friends, the care of elders, responsibilities to bear, and the everyday moments to relax in. Everything is arranged meticulously with no omissions or pain. Is this truly my subconscious deepest desire? After washing the dishes and drying my hands, I almost unconsciously walked to the window in the living room, gazing at the night scenery of Konoha. The lights were dazzling, peaceful, and serene. Shikamaru came over too, standing beside me, our shoulders lightly brushing against each other. What are you looking at? He asked. It's nothing, I said softly. After a moment of silence, Shikamaru suddenly spoke, his voice softer and more serious than usual. Sometimes it feels like a dream. My heart leaped at that. Does he also feel it's a dream? Could it be? The war is over, you became Hokage, and we are together now. He turned to look at me, the lights outside reflecting in the flecks of light in his brown eyes. I used to think it was a hassle, but now I feel like this life isn't so bad after all. His words felt like the final straw pressing down on my already shaky reason. A strong impulse surged within me to ask him if all of this was real. I wanted to confirm whether he had the same doubts as me, to seize this minuscule chance that might be the only breakthrough. But the words at the tip of my tongue turned into, yeah, just a simple syllable carrying a confusion and affection that I didn't even notice. Shikamaru seemed to sense the anomaly in my emotions. He didn't press further, but reached out gently and tentatively, grasping my hand that hung by my side. His palm felt warm and dry, bearing the thin calluses of years spent gripping pins and forming seals. I did not pull away. Or rather, at that moment, in this illusion woven from my desires, I had lost the strength and will to pull away. He held my hand quietly as we gazed out at the lights, as if we could stand there forever until the end of time. As the night deepened, we returned to our bedroom. After washing up, changing into pajamas, I lay on that bed, which once belonged only to me, now filled with the presence of two. Shikamaru naturally leaned over, just like in the morning, his arm wrapping around my waist, burying his face in my neck, his breathing gradually evening out. I was confined in his warm embrace, my nose filled with his reassuring scent. My body was relaxed, even greedily drawing comfort from this intimacy. Yet deep within my mind, a small part of my consciousness screamed coldly, this is fake. This is an illusion created by the enemy. It's a prison. But if the prison feels this warm, fight, companions, Konoha, the real reality awaits you. But isn't this Konoha also peaceful and prosperous? Isn't this Shikamaru truly holding me? Two voices clashed violently in my mind, tearing at my soul. I closed my eyes, feeling the steady heartbeat behind me for the first time, deeply doubting my firm will. Can I truly shatter this dream with my own hands? Days flowed silently, wrapped in the tender embrace of illusion. I played the role of the sixth Hokage, embodying Shikamaru's lover, handling the affairs of peacetime, while enjoying the tranquility of post-war. Every meal, every conversation, every night spent in warm embrace felt like a meticulously concocted poison, sweetly eroding my will. Shikamaru's thoughtfulness was everywhere. He remembered all my subtle preferences, bringing me refreshing mint tea when I frowned, silently accompanying me while I worked late, helping me organize my thoughts in his languid yet precise manner. His kisses and touches, which initially left me flustered, gradually became something I craved. This body, this heart, seemed to have accepted this setting long before my rationality did. However, some things cannot be completely erased or simulated even by the most perfect illusion. It is the sense of incongruity, some extremely subtle, almost elusive feeling that stubbornly persists. For instance, when I attempted to delve deeper into a technical document on post-war reconstruction, I would find some data logic chains contained extremely hidden fractures, as if the builder had gaps in knowledge in this field, only able to gloss over it with vague generalizations. For example, when an old acquaintance casually mentioned a past event we experienced together, the details were vivid, but the core emotional tone always leaned towards lightheartedness, warmth, or humor, deliberately filtering out all possible elements that could evoke pain, regret, or sharp conflict. Furthermore, in this world, no new, completely unexpected challenges have arisen. All problems, whether related to village management or interpersonal relationships, could ultimately find satisfactory solutions within my existing cognitive and logical framework. It was like a script where every plot was pre-written. Infinite Tsukuyami, a world constructed from the collective subconscious of all its entrapped, ultimately could not conjure anything beyond the scope of individual cognition and understanding. It could only weave, beautify, and reorganize existing memories and desires. And I, Yinggu Liuchuan, having faced wind, sand, and solitude alone at the border for 3 years, buried under a mountain of documents in the Hokage office, brushing shoulders with death on the battlefield, battling against legendary foes like Uchiha Obito. The reality, I knew, was never a smooth, flawless, perfect sphere. It was rough, filled with surprises, pain, struggle, helplessness, and the imperfections that must be endured. This illusion was too clean. It was as pristine as a delicate glass dome, enclosing all beautiful possibilities while isolating the air of the real world, mixed with dirt, blood, sweat, and indomitable will. With time, it would inevitably lead to problems. I gazed out at the eternally clear and peaceful sky, and the cold voice within me grew increasingly clear. Because it was not creating reality, it was merely embellishing memories. And the underlying hue of my memories was never like this. The real Konoha had irritating paperwork, but it also had Asuma's silent comfort when handing over a cigarette, Tsunade's fiery, yet caring punches, Kakashi's teasing that never shied away from chaos, and those villagers busy with reconstruction, their faces scarred, yet their eyes bright. The real Shikamaru. He was laid back, averse to trouble, but also resilient and perceptive, caring for others in his unique way rather than like now. Like a perfectly tailored lover that fit all my fantasies. This Shikamaru was too good, too unreal. He rarely truly argued with me, never genuinely made me angry except for those teasing remarks with sweet undertones, and his emotions always stabilized in a gentle, tolerant, slightly lazy spectrum. Yet the real Shikamaru in my memories had edges. He would genuinely frown, thinking this is such a hassle, would mercilessly roast me when I acted foolishly, and would display calmness and responsibility beyond his years during critical moments. The illusion attempted to provide me with a perfect answer, but forgot that my life and my feelings were never a fill-in-the-blank question with a standard answer. Once again, beneath the warm light of home, Shikamaru smiled at me, saying, "Everything went smoothly today, that's great." His eyes reflected my image, filled with tenderness. I looked into his eyes this time without flinching. I saw behind that flawless gentleness a glimmer of extremely hollow, programmed light. This was not a living person gazing at their beloved. This was an illusion reading the setting and providing the correct feedback. In that moment, the cold, fighting spirit that had long been lurking deep within my consciousness, suppressed by sweet illusions, erupted like a dormant volcano. Black flames. My pitch-black flames, forged in the real world alongside pain and destruction, ignited uncontrollably from the depths of my soul for the first time in this peaceful illusion. It did not scorch the surrounding furniture, nor did it harm the Shikamaru illusion nearby. It burned my own entanglement with this delusional dream. "No," I said softly, my voice hoarse yet resolute enough to sever everything. Shikamaru's smile faltered slightly, as if the program encountered an incomprehensible error. "Senpai, what's wrong with you?" I raised my hand, watching the black flames dancing in my palm, as if they could consume all light. This was the truth. Awakened alongside power, it was the deafening slaughter on the battlefield, the fallen figures of comrades, the gaze of Uchiha Obito, and the eerie purple moonlight shrouding the world. All of this is fake. I stared at him, or rather at this illusion born from my desires, infinite Tsukuyami, is merely a grand escape. The illusion of Shikamaru's expression began to crumble like a faded oil painting, revealing the pale, hollow essence beneath. The surrounding warm home also began to distort and fluctuate like a reflection in water shattered by stones. Escaping reality is indeed tempting. I clenched my fists, the black flames winding up my arms, scorching not the material, but the illusionary veil that covered my heart. Reality is imperfect. There are losses, pain, endless troubles to deal with, and responsibilities to bear. But I suddenly stepped forward, the black flames surging around me, as if to incinerate this entire facade. That is my reality. That is my Konoha. That is where I want to return to fight. Give back the false tranquility, give me back my comrades, and my future. With the roar from the depths of my soul, I infused all my will, all my unwillingness, and all my attachment to the real world, even if it was tinged with pain, into this breaking thought. The illusion before me shattered completely like a mirage. Darkness, thick, enveloping darkness. The feeling of my body returned. Numbness, restraint, a suffocating sensation of being tightly wrapped in some wooden fibers. I abruptly opened my real eyes. What came into view were the blurred, distorted shadows of the outside world seen through a white, translucent cocoon. In my ears was the deathly silence, occasionally interrupted by eerie rustling, sounds reminiscent of trees growing. I succeeded. I broke free. Without hesitation, the remaining chakra surged within me. Though weak, it was sufficient to condense. The black flames seeped out from every pore, not to destroy, but to break free. Give me. Break. Sizzle. The resilient white cocoon was burned through and torn apart from within by the pitch-black flames. I clumsily, yet resolutely broke free from the shattered cocoon and fell. Bang. My feet, carrying old wounds and new pains, landed heavily on the solid yet ravaged ground. The cold, real air mixed with the scent of gunpowder and blood surged into my lungs, bringing a sharp pain, but also an unprecedented clarity. I gasped heavily, shaking off the sticky substance on my head and body, quickly surveying my surroundings. The moonlight remained eerie, a pale purple glow enveloping the earth. In my field of vision were countless towering white giant trees enveloping the entrapped, standing silently on this once battlefield, creating a scene more chilling than any nightmare. And not far from me, in an open space, several figures stood out covered in dust and cracks, clearly the reanimated bodies of Senju Tobarama and Sarutobi Hiruzen, both looking gravely towards a certain direction. In front of them, Senju Hashirama knelt on the ground, his face bearing an expression of disbelief and sorrow. Their focus was on the figure lying on the ground dressed in red battle armor, Uchiha Obito. He appeared to be on the brink of death, his chest rising and falling weakly, and I happened to fall near them. The reanimated bodies could not enter the dream of infinite Tsukuyami. They were among the few remaining conscious beings in this battlefield, shrouded in nightmare aside from me. Tobarama keenly sensed the movement, his sharp gaze swept over. Upon seeing me emerging from the cocoon, a glimmer of surprise flashed in his eyes, quickly replaced by deep scrutiny. Reality embraced me again in the most cruel and direct manner. I tumbled from a shattered chrysalis slick with viscous fluid and still wreathed in faint embers of black flame, landing heavily upon the cold, fissured earth. The searing reality of pain, the acrid scent of gunpowder, and the eerie violet light, suffusing heaven and earth, instantly wrenched me back into this brutal world. A calm yet startled voice rang out. I raised my head and met the sharp hawk-like gaze of Senju Tobarama. His skin bore the ashen pallor peculiar to Edo Tensei reanimations, yet his eyes were lucid and piercing, scanning me with meticulous scrutiny, lingering briefly upon the lingering afterglow of black flame swirling faintly around my form. You broke free from the infinite Tsukuyami through sheer will alone. Tobarama's tone betrayed little emotion, yet a subtle undercurrent of quiet admiration slipped through, imperceptible to most but not to me. To resist a technique that strikes directly at the spirit and soul, boy, your willpower proves far sturdier than it appears. I braced myself upright, my chakra severely depleted from both shattering the genjutsu and sustaining the black flames. The old wound on my calf, torn open by black rods, throbbed with dull, insistent agony. Still, I gave him a terse nod, acknowledging the second Hokage's praise. My gaze then shifted toward Uchiha Madara, slumped motionless nearby. Madara's condition was dire, his breath shallow, blood seeping from the seams of his armor, and those once mighty Rinnegan eyes now dimmed, fixed unblinkingly upon the surreal white forested sky, bathed in violet moonlight. Yet the moment my emergence stirred the air, his dull pupils flickered, just slightly, and turned toward me. A genuine, fleeting expression crossed his face, mingled pain and bewilderment, raw and unguarded. You? His voice was hoarse, fractured, but still laced with that unmistakable pride and probing intellect. You actually freed yourself from the infinite Tsukuyami's dream. Wiping blood from my face, I met his gaze squarely. My voice, ragged from exhaustion and turbulent emotion, remained startlingly clear. The infinite Tsukuyami is nothing more than a beautiful dream, one each person refuses to wake from. Madara's pupils contracted almost imperceptibly. Even the finest dream remains illusion. I continued, speaking both to him and to myself, newly emerged from that mirage. To dwell endlessly in a realm of effortless perfection devoid of suffering erodes one's capacity to confront reality. It saps the courage to resist, transforms the soul into a hollow vessel dependent only on phantoms, a walking corpse. What then distinguishes such existence from death? I paused, recalling the flawless yet hollow details of the illusion. Moreover, that dream is not omnipotent. It can only weave what lies within our cognition, what we have imagined or known. With time, its repetitive perfection, its contrived beauty, and the logical voids it cannot fill inevitably breed a sense of falsity and profound weariness. For it offers not real life, but an exquisitely crafted prison. Madara fell silent, gazing at me in silence. His expression was layered in inscrutable mockery, confusion, and perhaps just a whisper of doubt. The peace he had pursued his entire life, the salvation he bestowed upon the world, had just been named escape and prison by a young shinobi who broke free by his own strength. Is reality truly so desirable? He spoke again, softer now, almost to himself, rife with war, suffering, loss. Reality is certainly not kind. I cut in, voice resolute. It is riddled with imperfection, littered with frustrations so maddening they beg for curses. But my eyes swept across the towering white trees surrounding us, imagining the comrades trapped within, then recalled the flawless yet empty Shikamaru of the illusion, and the real Konoha, flesh and blood, people who wept, laughed, grumbled, and fought with everything they had. but within it resides authentic emotion, things worth protecting, reasons to press forward even amid anguish, and comrades who stand shoulder to shoulder in battle, or hold you upright when you falter. That is the very essence of being alive. Madara said nothing more. He simply lay there gazing upward as the last flicker of light faded from his once heaven-defying Rinnegan, then slowly, quietly closed his eyes. Whether from exhaustion or something deeper remained unknown. A compelling perspective. Tobirama's voice returned his attention, shifting from Madara to me, now bearing unmistakable scrutiny and something akin to appraisal. To retain clarity of mind and break free from such a genjutsu under these conditions speaks to extraordinary mental fortitude. You are indeed suited for mastering advanced ninjutsu. The Flying Thunder God technique I mentioned earlier, you may well be capable of learning it. Your foundational speed and combat intuition are exceptional. Paired with space-time ninjutsu, your tactics would become infinitely more versatile and unpredictable. I nodded, committing his words to memory. The Flying Thunder God, if mastered, it could reshape the battlefield in future wars. Just then, chaos erupted anew. From the direction of the Valley of the End, two earth-shaking roars split the heavens. Two colossal chakra pillars, golden and violet, surged skyward, colliding with cataclysmic force. Even at this distance, the apocalyptic energy tremors rattled the bones. Naruto and Sasuke. Immediately afterward, the pale violet moonlight enveloping the world began receding like a tide, fading, dissolving. The sky re-emerged in its deep, star-strewn indigo. The infinite Tsukuyomi had been undone. They succeeded. Sarutobi Hiruzen murmured, his face etched with weary, complex relief. With the infinite Tsukuyomi dispelled, the seals binding the Edo Tensei reanimations likewise began to crumble. Tobirama Hiruzen and other reanimated shinobi who had retained awareness began emitting soft, luminous particles, their forms growing translucent. It seems our duty ends here. Tobirama looked at me one last time. Boy, the future of Konoha rests with you now. Light dissolved. The figures of the past Hokage vanished completely, returning to the Pure Land. I stood rooted in place, surveying the battlefield, rapidly reverting to normalcy, yet scarred beyond measure, and watching the allied shinobi forces stumble dazedly from the white trees, gradually regaining consciousness. I exhaled long and deeply, heavy with exhaustion. It was over, truly over. The tension that had coiled within me for how long snapped loose, and the backlash struck all at once. Spiritual depletion, accumulated wounds, both old and new, and the soul-deep shock of breaking free from the infinite Tsukuyomi surged through me like a collapsing dam. The world spun violently. Darkness, cold and absolute, rose from every direction, engulfing my consciousness without mercy. In the final instant before oblivion, I seemed to hear distant cries, Yamanaka Ino's Akimichi Choji's, and unmistakably Nara Shikamaru's familiar voice, stripped of its usual lethargy, trembling now with raw panic. Senior. And then, I knew nothing. The darkness lasted for a long time. Consciousness was like fragments sinking in the deep sea, occasionally stirred by a whirlpool, flashing past images like fleeting light, the raging flames on the battlefield, the fallen figure of Uchiha Obito, the clash of chakra in the Valley of the End, and the black flames burning in my palms as I broke through the white cocoon. Pain was the first sensation to return. It was not a sharp sting, but a pervasive, long-lasting dull ache throughout my body. It felt as if every bone had been shattered and barely reassembled, every meridian had been violently pulled. Chakra flowed sluggishly within me like a river choked with silt. Then came the sense of smell. The scent of disinfectant mingled with the fragrance of herbs, and the warm breath of sunlight-soaked bedding. I struggled to open my eyes, my vision gradually clearing from blurred to focused. It was the ceiling of the Konoha hospital, an all too familiar sight. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting bright patches of light on the white bedsheets. I tried to move my fingers, and a wave of discomfort coursed through me. Looking down, I saw my right hand being held by another hand. The fingers of that hand were long and well-defined, currently gripping my fingers tightly, the tips turning slightly pale. Looking up along that hand, I saw Shikamaru, sleeping with his head resting on the bed's edge. He looked utterly terrible. His hair was tied up as usual, but appeared messy. Dark circles under his eyes were prominent, and stubble had appeared on his chin. Even his usually neat Jonin vest was wrinkled. He lay there sleeping soundly, yet his brow remained furrowed. Even in sleep, his lips pressed tightly together. I moved my fingers slightly. Shikamaru startled awake almost instantly. He abruptly lifted his head, his eyes still partially closed, instinctively tightening his grip on my hand. When his gaze met my open eyes, his usually lazy or calculating brown eyes were suddenly flooded with too many emotions: shock, disbelief, relief, and an almost overflowing deep concern and fear. "Senpai." His voice was hoarse, as if he hadn't had water in a long time or had suppressed too many emotions. "Yeah," I responded, realizing my voice was as dry as sandpaper. Shikamaru stared at me blankly, unmoving for several seconds, as if confirming this was not another illusion. Then he suddenly released my hand, practically jumping up, his movements so vigorous that he knocked over a chair. Medical team. He's awake. Quick. A flurry of chaos ensued. Medical ninjas in white coats quickly rushed, and led by Ino. She rapidly checked my vital signs while explaining my condition in a calm but fast-paced voice. Multiple chakra pathways throughout your body are damaged, especially the impact on your mental state from forcibly breaking free of the infinite Tsukuyomi has reflected onto your physical body. There are mild signs of old injuries in your lower legs and feet, excessive blood loss, and severe chakra depletion. It's already a miracle that you've woken up, Retsu. During the examination, Shikamaru stood at the door leaning against the frame, hands in his pockets, but his eyes remained fixed on me. His complexion was still poor, but the extreme tension of anxiety seemed to ease somewhat with my awakening. After the medical team completed their basic checks, leaving strict orders that I must absolutely rest and could not use chakra for at least a month, the room finally settled into silence. It was just me and Shikamaru. He walked over, sitting down again on the chair beside the bed, this time with much lighter movements. He picked up the water jug from the nightstand, poured a cup of warm water, inserted a straw, and held it to my lips. I didn't refuse, slowly sipping a few mouthfuls with his hand. The warm water soothed my parched throat, making me feel a bit better. How long have I been asleep? I asked. 7 days. Shikamaru set down the cup, his gaze landing on my face, as if confirming every detail. When you were found nearby, your chakra was so weak it was nearly undetectable, and you were covered in blood and injuries. His voice was calm, but the knuckles of the hand holding the cup turned slightly white. 7 days. Longer than the time I was unconscious after the battle against pain. What happened in the battle? What was the outcomes? I was more concerned about this. The infinite Tsukuyomi has been dispelled, and everyone who was wrapped up has gradually awakened. Although a few suffered severe mental trauma, most are fine. The White Setsu army, following the change of the caster, has basically lost its organization and was wiped out by the allied forces. The war is over. Shikamaru reported succinctly, his tone steady, as if conducting business, yet his gaze never left me. Naruto and Sasuke had a fight in the Valley of the End, both of them lost an arm. They are also lying on this floor now. It's over. It's really over. The boulder that had pressed on my chest for so long seemed to shift slightly, but what followed was a deeper exhaustion. What about you? I looked at the dark circles under Shikamaru's eyes and his haggard face. Have you been here all this time? Shikamaru averted his gaze, rubbed his nose, his tone regaining a hint of his usual laziness, but couldn't hide a touch of discomfort. Anyway, the post-war summary at the command center has reached a conclusion. There's nothing particularly urgent, and he paused, lowering his voice. It's less worrying to watch over you to prevent you from causing chaos when you wake up. I didn't say anything. The room was momentarily filled only with the faint beeping of the machines. After a while, Shikamaru spoke again, this time in a very soft voice. When the infinite Tsukuyomi was dispelled, I was beside you. I saw you, engulfed in black flames, yet your eyes were terrifyingly clear. And then you just collapsed. He paused for a long time, long enough that I thought he wouldn't continue when I finally heard him almost squeezing out the words from between his teeth. Don't do that again, senpai. I turned my head to look at him. He had his head down, staring at his fingers, the lines of his profile taut. Don't do that again. Rushing to the front, every time getting hurt the worst, each time, every time. He choked up, not finishing his sentence, but the suppressed emotion almost breaking free was already clearly discernible. I recalled that gentle smile, that perfectly considerate Shikamaru in the illusion of the infinite Tsukuyomi. And this one before me, real weary, worried, even a bit disheveled, would get angry because I was hurt, would stay by my bedside without leaving, would show this vulnerable yet stubborn expression. This was the reality. Though imperfect, it was heart-wrenching. Yeah, I responded softly, a promise of sorts, as well as a response to his feelings. Shikamaru looked up at me, his gaze complex. He seemed to want to say something, but ultimately just sighed, reaching out, gently brushing away a bit of water residue at the corner of my mouth with his fingertip. Are you hungry? I'll go get something to eat. He stood up, restoring his usual tone of what a hassle, yet his eyes softened significantly. Mom made porridge, kept it warm in the kitchen, saying you can drink it any time you wake up. Yeah. Shikamaru turned and left. I lay on the hospital bed, listening to his fading footsteps, feeling the real pain radiating from various parts of my body and the genuine sunlight outside. The war was over. There were still many things to deal with in the future: reconstruction, aftermath, potential new threats. And the relationship with the person beside me also needed a clear answer. But for now, at least for this moment, I could slightly relax the nerves that had been tense for too long. I was alive, I had returned. This was the best news. A month passed slowly in the Konoha hospital under the scent of disinfectant, regular checkups, and the surveillance of Shikamaru, along with the occasional appearances of Ino Choji Asuma and others. The wounds on my body gradually healed, and the chakra meridians slowly resumed their flow under careful nurturing and absolute rest. Although I was still far from peak condition, at least daily activities were no longer a problem. Just as I was about to be suffocated by this aimless recovery life, and began practicing shuriken trajectories out the window, which was sternly stopped by the medical team, Tsunade appeared in my hospital room with Shizun in an almost impatient manner. You look good, and your chakra seems stable. Tsunade crossed her arms and looked me over, nodding in satisfaction. It seems you're not going to die after all. My heart raced with alarm. Every time this old woman spoke in this tone, it meant trouble. Sure enough, her next words were, "So get ready, the Hokage succession ceremony will be held in 3 days." I was left speechless. Although I was mentally prepared, after all I had experienced it in the illusion, hearing the news for real still left me dumbfounded. What? Do you have any objections? Tsunade raised an eyebrow. Your performance during the 5 Kage Summit, your contributions during the war, and the recognition from all parties afterward are enough for you to take this position. Or do you want this old woman to continue exhausting herself in this position? No, I finally replied gloomily. I will not run away from the responsibilities I must bear. Just the thought of that familiar, overwhelming mountain of paperwork made my stomach reflexively churn. Very well. Tsunade flashed a triumphant smile and patted my shoulder. The force of it made my wound throb painfully. I've organized all the documents for you, and they're waiting in your office. Do a good job, 6th Hokage. After saying this, she seemed to have shaken off a hot potato, and with Shizun left without looking back, her steps light, as if she were about to fly away. 3 days later, the Hokage succession ceremony was held in the plaza in front of the Hokage Rock. Unlike the solemnity that followed the end of the war, the air was filled with a sense of rebirth and expectation. When I donned the white ceremonial robe embroidered with the words 6th Hokage and stood on the high platform, receiving the hat from Tsunade, the cheers erupting from below nearly shook the sky. The sunlight was somewhat blinding. I looked down at the crowd, spotting many familiar faces: Naruto bandaged and laughing heartily, Sasuke silently standing in a corner. He ultimately chose to return, though his path remained different, Kakashi Asuma and Sakura, all smiling with approval, and Ino and Choji, who were frantically waving. My gaze unconsciously fell to the front row of the crowd. Shikamaru stood there dressed in a crisp Jonin uniform, not cheering excitedly like the others, but quietly looking up at me, a faint smile on his lips, as if relieved. When our eyes met, he blinked slightly. After the ceremony, Tsunade almost impatiently dragged me to the Hokage office. Here, your new territory. She pointed at the large desk, which was nearly obscured by various scrolls and papers, her tone almost cruelly light. These are all small backlogs of work, details of post-war reconstruction, responses to condolences and requests from various parties, the disbandment of the coalition, and cleanup matters, compensation for the fallen drafts of new policies. Oh, and the new documents generated during your month-long coma. I looked at the mountain range of documents, more magnificent than anything I had seen before, and felt the wounds I had just healed begin to throb again. All right, my task is complete. Tsunade stretched widely, her face displaying a bright smile of relief. From today on, this position, these documents, and those family representatives who come crying every other day along with the quarreling advisors are all yours. I'm off to enjoy a long-awaited vacation. It could be a year, or, depending on my mood. Don't bother me unless it's urgent. And even then, it's best if you handle it yourself. After saying this, she didn't wait for my reaction, pulling Shizun along, and like a gust of wind dashed out of the office, even thoughtfully closing the door behind her, while leaving a lingering, "Good luck, 6th Hokage." I stood alone in the empty but filled with documents office, staring at the closed door, and then glanced at the daunting workload in front of me. After a moment, I managed to squeeze out a murmur, "TSK." I knew it wouldn't be anything good. However, complaints aside, the work still had to be done. I sighed, resigned, walked over to the desk, and picked up the top document. Life fell back into a certain cycle, but it was different from before the war and during it. I officially became the leader of Konoha with more decisions to make and heavier responsibilities. However, at the same time, I also had Nara Shikaku, who was more justifiably and reasonably present beside me, participating in my work in life. As the chief advisor and assistant to the 6th Hokage, a position Tsunade designated before she left, reasoning that he is smart and not afraid of your temper, Shikamaru took on almost half of my paperwork and most of the external coordination. His tactical mind was equally impressive in handling these complicated political affairs, always able to quickly distill the key points, identify potential problems, and offer feasible solutions. The way we interacted began to change quietly. He still stopped by every day to bring breakfast or supper to the office, but no longer needed to find any excuses. He would naturally sit on the sofa opposite me, handling his own work, while I reviewed documents or researched new chess strategies and formations. When I felt like smashing the desk in frustration over some stubborn proposal, he would lazily hand me a cup of tea, or with that unique tone of his slightly mocking, yet somehow soothing, say, Getting angry with that kind of stubborn old man isn't worth it, senpai. Sometimes working too late, he would directly stay in my lounge, the small room attached to the Hokage office, for the sake of saving time, continuing tomorrow. At first I protested, but it was futile. He seemed determined to fulfill his role as a close assistant. The ambiguous atmosphere spread silently in our day-to-day coexistence. For instance, he would naturally reach out to brush aside the red hair falling in front of my eyes while I was focused on reading. For example, while handing over documents, his fingertips would accidentally brush against the back of my hand. For example, during a late-night fatigue, I would find myself draped in his coat, carrying his unique herbal scent when I woke up while napping on the desk. For instance, one time I stayed up all night and woke up on the simple bed in the lounge in the morning, not remembering how I moved from the desk to the bed, only to find him sleeping beside me on the narrow floor, facing me with a peaceful expression. In the morning light, his eyelashes were long and his lips were slightly pressed together. I watched for a long time until his eyelashes fluttered and he was about to wake up before hurriedly averting my gaze, pretending I had just woken up. Neither of us mentioned that conversation from the night before the war, nor did we break the tacit balance we had now. But some things we understood without words. A glance, a subtle movement, a touch that lingered a few seconds longer than usual. All silently conveyed something. That evening, after dealing with a batch of tricky diplomatic documents, I leaned back in my chair, rubbing my temples. That's enough, senpai. It's time to rest. He came over and casually took the Hokage robe draped over my chair. Let's go home. I stood up, stretching my stiff neck. We walked out of the Hokage building together and strolled down the street illuminated by the evening lights. The night breeze carried a chill, dispersing the heaviness of work. Occasionally late villagers greeted us with looks full of trust in the new Hokage and kind curiosity towards this working duo. Tomorrow we'll have an official meeting with the envoy from Sunagakure about the details of post-war trade route reconstruction, Shikamaru said casually as we walked. I've already prepared the materials and highlighted the key points. However, that envoy leader can be a bit difficult as he likes to nitpick details. Understood, I replied, feeling a warm sense of reassurance due to his thorough preparations. With him by my side, these headache-inducing matters seemed manageable. Arriving at my doorstep, Shikamaru now almost treated this place as a second home, with his toiletries and some clothes quietly taking up space. I took out my keys to unlock the door. Shikamaru naturally followed me in, as if returning to his own home. What do you want to eat tonight? He asked while taking off his Jonin vest. Something simple. Rice with tea. Or should I go buy something ready-made? I looked at his tall and slender figure under the light, noticing the ease he exuded as if he had lived here for a long time, and thought of those overly perfect, yet false daily lives in the illusion. Reality may still be full of troubles, work still piled high, and the future might not be smooth sailing. But at this moment, this genuine companionship, this unspoken understanding, this warm and ambiguous feeling quietly growing under heavy responsibilities felt more reassuring than any dream and made me look forward to the future. Anything is fine, I replied, the corners of my mouth involuntarily curling up slightly. Shikamaru turned around just in time to catch that fleeting expression on my face. He paused for a moment, then a clear smile bloomed in his eyes, brighter than the lights around us. Then let's go with rice with tea, he said with a smile, and walked into the kitchen. The night was gentle, enveloping the two of us. The troublesome daily life of the 6th Hokage and the ambiguous future of Umbu's Raikawa and Nara Shikamaru slowly unfolded under this warm light. And a message from Nanan, the great evil readers, urging for updates, crossed out a good evening to the readers. It's finally done. So exciting, tears flowing, crawling everywhere, cough, cough. Alright, back to the topic. I'm very happy to have finished my second novel. Although there were a bit of slacking off and setbacks, I still completed it. Then I hope to receive some reviews. Now I'll start preparing to write the third novel, which I have been slacking on for a long time. Since it was my first time writing, the prose is a bit immature and some plots weren't fully thought out. I plan to think carefully about how to write it. The timeline is still not fixed, and while writing the third book, the fourth book, an epilogue for Aburame, will also be launched. Sound effect of a drum roll. There will be many plots, and I will finish writing why Aburame has such a dark heart, how his strength increased so rapidly, including obtaining the Mangekyo, and the foreshadowing for how he got to know Tobirama and Hashirama.